Hi guys, how is everybody? Shout out to everyone rolling in here bright and early. Court has already started and we're going to catch up. They've already gone into a brief recess, so they had some final thoughts to figure out with jury instructions and the verdict forms. And then we're going to have closing arguments. It is day 166. Yeah, Chadigi, it is the final countdown. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to everybody. And also, big thank you here to Miss AB. I see it in YouTube. I don't see it in StreamYard, but Miss AB had said this morning, good morning to everyone. Happy day 166. So big thank you there. And rolling in hot off the presses, STS is gifting a membership, so thank you so much. And we've got captions on. You guys know I'm pretty bad at that. We'll get them over here. And you guys let me know what you think of the court volume, right? Let's see. The court volume's all the way up, by the way. But my mic.
All right, has everybody seen what hopefully is the final draft of the jury instructions and the proposed verdict forms? Anybody have any
Got the green
comments,
tie.
concerns?
Stay to see them. Your Honor, we don't have any comments that we haven't already discussed at verdict form. Gives the jury adequate space for the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Weinstein?
Could I just double check one last
Sure.
thing, just to make sure that my memory is accurate? Your Honor, there's been so many versions, we were just trying to make sure that the unanimous, the fact that the jurors had to find unanimously that an overact, the same overact was committed. That was in previous versions, but we didn't see it in the newer version.
Of which?
I'm sorry, we just talking about the verdict form right now?
No, I mean,
Jury
both.
charges.
They are, let's check.
Okay, so even, is it Jonathan Smith? Even he's got the red tie to match. Like, did they all coordinate this? Are they trying to match the Law and Crime logo?
On the verdict form, it's on page 1, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm double checking the charges.
Okay,
I mean, the charges.
that's fine. The version you should be looking at is the one that says November 24th jury charges.
In Your Honor, I don't see the unanimity language regarding the overt act in the November 24th jury charges document anymore. I believe it was there in earlier versions, but it seems to have been eliminated in this version. Unless I'm overlooking it.
I don't know. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Page 17 of 30, once it's pulled up, Your Honor.
While they're pulling it up, we're going to run out of catch-up time because they already took a recess, but you know, we'll speed this up a little. And we get a squeak to start the day. I hope we get a squeak. Whoever does closing arguments for the state when they sit down, I hope we get a squeak.
All right, are you talking about where I give the definition of overt act?
I don't see it there, Your Honor.
I mean, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it was never there. I'm looking at the prior version and it's
Let me see if I-
exactly the same. Nothing changed.
Let me
on
see if I
that
can
part.
find where that was in there somewhere. It's certainly in the actual verdict form. But I believe they need to be instructed on that as well. And
I'm pretty sure they are. If you go down to where the verdict instruction is on page 27. Your verdict as to each count must be unanimous. That means you must be unanimous in your determination that the state has proven every element of that count as defined and listed above beyond a reasonable doubt. And then skip down 2 paragraphs. On the overt act element, you must be unanimous that a conspirator committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy, and you would note on your verdict form that and any other overt acts committed in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy to which all 12 of you unanimously agree.
But shouldn't that read that you must be unanimous that unanimous in the overt act that you find? Something to that effect. It needs to be wordsmithed a little more, but the overt act itself has to be unanimous by the jury,
It would
correct?
only show up on the verdict form if they all 12 unanimously agreed to it.
But is there a conflict between the jury charge and the verdict form?
So
The
if-
charge doesn't?
No, if they don't, anything that they don't find unanimously as to an overt act, they're not going to list on the verdict form. And if they don't list on the verdict form at least one overt act after May 10th, 2017, then they won't have satisfied or they won't have found what is required in order for the guilty verdict.
I'm not concerned about the verdict form, and if I agree with the court. I'm just a little concerned that this language that you point out in this paragraph, the one that begins "and on the overt act element,"
All right,
it seems to state that they have to be unanimous that they committed an overt act, but it doesn't say that they have to be unanimous that the conspirator committed the same overt act.
I mean, it actually says more now than it did before. Before it said, you must also be unanimous that at least one overt act was committed after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. You should note on your verdict form any overt acts in further of the conspiracy to which all 12 of you unanimously agree.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
I'm only speaking for myself. I don't know Mr. Schardt's position on that. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
okay. All right, so then everybody's satisfied with both the jury instructions as they now read and the verdict forms? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have still not decided where within the jury instructions I'm going to define the overt acts that would be crimes that aren't also substantive counts. There are 2 options. Both of them are highlighted in that November 24th jury charge of places where I could do that. Does anybody have any preference? If not, I'll just pick the one I think makes most sense.
Your Honor, the state will prefer after you do at the end. So once you've gone through count 1 and all the other counts, then defining them at the end.
I'm going to leave it to the court's discretion on wherever the court thinks it's best to include them, Your Honor.
All right. So the 2 choices right now are top of page 26 or bottom of page 28. Both of those would come after the substantive crimes have already been explained. If nobody has any preference, as long as they're after the substantive count crimes, then I'll just pick one of those.
Your Honor, I think they probably fit best on page 26, but it does not make a big difference.
I kind of think so too. All right, that's where I'll put them if nobody otherwise has any preference. Okay. And is everybody in agreement as to what those crimes or would-be crimes are? Have we? Look, Ms. Pursfield wasn't there, a list that everybody had generated. Didn't we review a list of the overt acts that would be crimes that aren't otherwise substantive counts, that are still in the indictment? I think on Thursday, the side still needed to finalize whether a few of the overt acts had evidence presented on them or not. So do we have the final list?
Yes, Your Honor, I sent over to the court the redacted indictment, which should cover all of the overt acts that have been excluded.
Okay.
But I still did not present evidence on.
And Your Honor, we didn't receive that redacted indictment until 7 or 7:30 this morning, whatever time it was.
Your Honor,
And
that's-
He's talking.
I'm sorry, I haven't had time to review that redacted indictment yet.
Okay.
And I just want to say, Mr. Adkins did send that to defense counsel over the weekend for review. And so when we did not hear anything back, that's when we submitted it to the court.
All right, so it's the same version that,
Okay. I didn't realize it was the same version that had been previously presented to
all right,
us.
so that looks good to everybody? That looks accurate to everybody?
It looks accurate to me, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Schardt, yes? Okay. All right. Ms. Pursfield says Act 3 is still highlighted, even on the redacted indictment, as something that, I'm not sure why it's still highlighted. Is that something y'all needed to revisit, or did you just forget to take out the highlighting?
That is an act that is in, Your Honor. We just need to remove the highlight.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Nope. Okay. We'll just recess in place till we get all the jurors.
So we can skip this recess. Oh wait, is Schardt gonna say something? Hold on. Unmute us. Hello? Guess they're gonna keep us muted. Yeah, the red is crazy. The red is crazy, you guys.
All righty.
They muted us and then unmuted us to say, alrighty. All right, so we're gonna skip through this. Oh my god, are they still on recess? All right, well, we're almost caught up. They have like a little bit here where the judge comes back for a second. Let's see. Let's go like here. We're only a minute behind and we started like 30 minutes late.
Schardt. Anybody know where Mr. Schardt is?
Probably changing to a red outfit to fit in. Shout out to Pink for becoming a member. I like that, Pink with a Y.
So apparently he's potentially upstairs to grab a podium.
Sounds like he plans on starting today. Now
Anyone?
remember, the state's supposed to have 5 hours.
I
So,
don't know the rank, but Deputy Gibson, I believe Judge Edie has one,
Okay.
so he's working on that.
All right. So I spoke with our court administrator, who is also putting out an APB for any possible lectern that could be used. So, and also I think we have an issue with one of the screens, so that is getting worked on. I don't exactly know what the issue is. And then it seems that we might need an overflow courtroom today. And so that's getting set up in 5D, which is right next door. So if somebody can make sure, and I'm sure y'all have already done this, but that the people that are outside know to send anybody over to 5D once we're filled up in here.
You're on 5D or 1D?
I don't mean 5D. I'm sorry, y'all. 5D is not right next door, is it? 1D. 5D is my courtroom, but I haven't been there since July. if you need to go ahead in and fix whatever the issue is, go ahead.
One other logistical matter, Your Honor. Would there be any objection from the court when I'm delivering my closing remarks? Mr. Kokomo's going to be displaying certain things on the screen. Would it be okay if he sits in the,
That's fine.
witness chair? So
Sure, that's fine. And while we have all kind of outside of the presence of the jury gone through the, me asking whether the defense is going to present evidence and y'all saying, no, we haven't done that in front of the jury. So when the jury does come out, I'll just say, you know, as you recall, the state rested on Thursday, and I'll ask each of you if you have evidence to present on behalf of your client. Then I assume y'all will still say no. If not, then it'll be very different today than I expected it to be. But assuming you both say no, then I'll just say, all right, closings are up next. Okay.
All right, so the state does have 5 hours, but they're splitting, right? So the state goes first, and then defense gets to go, and then the state has an opportunity to respond. So they're splitting their 5 hours half and half. So they're definitely going to make sure they get to bookend the defense's closing argument. So, and I wonder if they'll split the attorney doing it. And also, you know, if they take too long during their opening, like if they go like 3 hours, then Paige better hold them to only having 2 when they're up again. KC Dog says, my God, the dead has arisen. Hashtag hate love. Yep. I told you, I said there's no way she wouldn't be here for closing arguments. I cannot see her not being here for closing arguments. I tried to help you prepare yourselves for anyone that thought she was gone. Just crazy. Crazy. I don't think we have much time to skip. All right, yeah, we are caught up. We are all the way caught up. So hasn't been the most productive morning. They're only like 14 minutes late for the jury, so. But let's see. Now, what I'm wondering, right? You know how the judge will sometimes look at the jury and say, hey, do you guys want to break now? Do you want to keep going? Imagine if during this 2.5 hours, at some point, Paige asks about a break and they're like, yes, we want a break. But then she asked for like lunch in the middle of defense closing or something like that. Well, that's probably too soon. Afternoon recess. And they're like, no, keep going. We're good. We want to keep listening. Because that's something I can picture. Oh yeah, do you guys want a 60-second all cap session? I see you guys ready to vent. What is it? We haven't done many 60 seconds all cap sessions in the chat. But now that Love is in the room, we need one 18 minutes into the stream. Is that what's happening? Crazy. There you go. Yelling mustard. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Chloe Albert's Revenge, who says, are they the new R&B supergroup, the Unsupremes? Well, be careful, because you can't be a music group and wearing the same colors. You can't have a brand as a music group, because Georgia is going to call it a RICO. Fulton County specifically is going to call it a RICO. So we got to be careful here with the state side here if they're trying to start a music group. They can't have any branding. The Unsupremes is great. Oh. This is just crazy that they all chose to wear the red. Like, what is red supposed to mean? Power? You know, even as a prosecutor, I get that I have the power to prosecute, right? That's right. Red to me signifies power, strength. I wouldn't want to underscore that type of emotion in a case that's riddled with lazy investigative work. We can rope up people whenever we want and make them sit for 9 hours until they tell us what we want to hear and give us the big fish. We can charge people and have them sit without bond. We have the power to do that. And then we have the power to offer them a plea deal during the middle of the holidays when relatives are sick. I wouldn't really want to highlight the power that my team has. I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, red can mean danger. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's another meaning. It could be sensual, but I mean, that's out of context in this.
Works.
Just a weird choice.
I like it.
Red means stop. I like that.
No, we're not taking this podium out. We're just adding a new one in, so thank you.
You got it?
Okay, wait, stop. Don't move those tables. There's nothing wrong with it just being in the middle here in front of the other one.
Okay.
And then when you want to use it, you just turn it the way you want it.
Thank you.
A little awkward. Touche is ready. Touche says, here we go. All right, so we had a little bit of excitement there with the podium debate, the great debate over where to sit the podium. I wonder if we'll get the knock again that Schardt did during opening statements. Ramon says, did they replace the bailiff that thinks he owns the courtroom? He might have just been in wherever they were wheeling the podium from. Now I really got to use the right terminology, podium versus lectern, because we've got two in the room, so I've got to get it right. But he was probably just in the other room, or maybe he sits in the back and is never on camera. He minds his business, if anything. Let's see. Violet, thank you for the 20. Violet says, I told y'all Love will be back for the closing. Oh, man. Nothing you could do to prepare yourself for potentially 5 hours of love. We'll have to see. If she's the first one up, that means at least 2.5 hours. Unless they allow a tag team, which I don't really think that they should do, like during these split parts, but I don't know. Yeah, anything else going on? All the updates on X are like, let's see. All right, so Max is going first, according to Joseph Papp. Let's see. And that was how they did it. Well, it wasn't like it was an opening. It wasn't like it was Max Schardt and then Jay Apt, co-counsel for Diamante Kendrick. I think Angela DeWilliams went in between. But still, so Schart's going to go first. But that means we'll see. That means we'll see the defenses close. I would imagine that they get through both their closings. Yeah. After state, he's going. That's what I mean. So he's going first for the defense. So state, defense, then state again. But for the defense, Schardt is starting. And speaking of Diddy, so when I was opening up the Law and Crime stream to stream this, Vera, you know the troll Vera, she's in their chat yelling free Diddy. Like, she's like, guilty for these guys, but free Diddy. Like, oh my goodness, what a troll. What a troll. Let's see here. Thank you again, Violet. Maddie B says, I will highlight the power of the Detroit Lions. Well, that's blue. That is blue. So we'll go with blue there. Oh, boy. I see you guys say, how about Yak talking? I don't really think he said that much about, like, Jeffrey Williams in that, from what I could hear. I mean, most of that was just talking about, I don't know, the Duke. I didn't think that that was all that crazy. But then again, usually when you see something go viral because, like, DJ Academics or whatever has a take on it, I don't know, his takes don't really seem to land that much. So, just my opinion. Just my opinion. Although it was weird, like, you know, because Thorpe made an appearance, I think Dennis made an appearance, Gaither made an appearance, so it was like the whole Squirrel Nut gang was in that video with Yak. And they're trying to give him the sermon life advice, tell him that he doesn't really have people that care about him, as if they're the ones that care about him. Like, I don't know. Just corny. Just corny. And then, yeah, do you guys think... What do you think about a mistrial motion during closing? What do you guys think? Definitely think, yes, you can object during closings. It's not typically... It's something that you want to do tactfully, because I think it's kind of a bad look if you look like you're whining during closing arguments. So if you have a basic level of common decency and still have a reason to object during closing, that means the other side's crossing a line they should not be crossing. However, I'm sure there are plenty of attorneys, and maybe we'll see it during this closing, that are petty and will object just to try to throw an attorney off their game. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Jim M is saying at least 3 mistrial motions. Yeah, I think we'll get one for sure. I think we'll get at least one. STS says, what is Paige going to use? A stopwatch? I don't see the appellate court timer lights. I don't know. Maybe Miss Persifield will time it. Maybe Miss Persifield will have... Miss Persifield seems like the multitasker, can do multiple things, gets things right. I feel like maybe she'd have a clock running. So, otherwise, I don't know. Hopefully someone's timing it. I mean, we can time it because I can... Since we're caught up and we're on like 1 times speed right now, it's not like our count would be off. So we could also count it, not that we'd be in the courtroom to say, hey, you went over time. But, you know, we could definitely keep time here, just for the sake of it. A mistrial sandwich. A mistrial order 3 large orders of Cajun fries. Why are we treating mistrials like food in the chat?
That this is working. We need you next door. Yes.
The
it's
overflow
working.
room?
I can't see it, so. Okay. Well, that one's nowhere near as critical as the one that the jury is going to see. Okay, we need you to go get us up and running in our overflow courtroom. Why that wasn't done before now, I'm not sure, but you may.
Oh, she is over it already. The jury hasn't even been brought in. That look. I mean, I don't blame her, though, because you would guess that for closing arguments in this trial, you might need some stream available in an overflow room, right? I don't know who's in charge of preparing for that though, so on a positive note, Dolly Talk is out here sniping. Good to see you, Dolly. Look at this. A little pew, another pew, and then another pew. Triple fire over here. So big shout out to Dolly in the chat. Dolly, I think, was it yesterday? I think it was Saturday. I don't know. My days are all thrown off. Really loved your guest on Excited Utterances panel with Stephen Gosney talking about the death penalty. That was a great, great, great panel. I learned so much on that. So I'm going to drop Dolly's channel first, and then I'm going to drop a link to that specific video. I highly recommend if you guys want to talk about, like, case law, you know, death penalty statutes, federal versus state. You will learn a ton. Let's see, I think that was 2 days ago. Okay, and I'm going to call this DP stream. If you want to watch that death penalty stream on Excited Utterances channel. It was in the context of the Brian Kohberger fight for the case, but it wasn't really specific to that case. It was like a really deep dive conversation on the evolution of the death penalty, where it currently sits, and some of the key arguments that Kohberger's attorneys are raising. With Stephen Gosney has fought and won death penalty appeals, so great person to have on the panel. And Dolly, not only great to have on the panel, but did some great reading as always. So make sure you check that out. Yeah, I think that was like whoever's IT, or either that or maybe like a deputy that needs to relay to someone that's in the other room trying to work on the feed and make sure that the feed is working right. Yeah, Hellraising Angel, Gosney has so much information and he can explain it so well. Yeah, it's like incredible the way he's able to convey what he's talking about. It's like he brings life to something that would be kind of arduous to read on a page. Sonia says, never seen a court case this messy, right? And then for all cases to be messy, for it to be 166 days, it's just kind of like, all right, just showcase how much of a mess it is, I guess. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't know why we want to put so much time into a hot, steaming mess. And let's see. Let me get Dolly here in the banner.
Using a mic when you're giving your closing so that everybody can hear what's going on, okay?
Not the mic instruction during closing. Like, that's ridiculous. We should know that.
All right, I think there's at least one camera up and running in our overflow courtroom now. So I think we're ready to get the jury out.
Look at her
If
face.
you want to. Ms. Pursfield said there was, so I believe her.
Of course, it's Miss P taking care of it.
Miss Hylton, did you figure out whether that one exhibit was actually admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, we were able to figure out that it was admitted, as 60G.
Okay.
60G. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We're ready for the jury.
Shout out here to KC Dog, who's asking, so which blood set are the Fulton County DAs, since that's all it takes to be labeled as such? Or are they trolling gangs
Was
in
it
general?
Wednesday
I don't
when
know
I
why they
asked
did this. Is there a little bell that rang? Very quietly. Yeah, I'm not gonna get over the red and then like there's no way the jury is not gonna notice that 3 of them are wearing red. Like sitting there bored, you're gonna notice stuff in the courtroom, so for sure they did, Obi. Both of them definitely lost weight. Not a diet plan I would choose. 166-day trial. Thank you again, KC Dog. Truth Always Wins says, I wonder if they're wearing red because they know their case is full of red herrings. Because let's be honest, they know their case is riddled with them. Just riddling a car with red herring fish. Oh my goodness. This is a good one. This is a good one. And let's not forget the slime green tie for Doug.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When you were last with us on Wednesday of last week, as you recall, the state had rested. I'm now going to ask the defense whether they wish to present evidence. Mr. Schardt, does the defense have evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Stillwell?
Your Honor, we do not wish to present any evidence.
Understood.
Mr. Stillwell.
All right. And Mr. Weinstein, does the defense wish to present evidence on behalf of Mr. Kendrick?
No, Your Honor, we do not feel that's necessary.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you very much. All right, that means that the evidence is closed, and the next step in this case is the closing arguments. Because the state has the burden of proof in this case, the state will make an initial closing argument. The defense will then have an opportunity to present any closing argument that they wish to present. And the defense, if the defense does present closing, then the state will then have a final opportunity at summation. All right, so I'm not sure who's going to present the opening on behalf of the state, but whomever that is, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh boy. Oh my god, I think it's Adkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is going to be amusing to some of you, but overflow actually is 5D and not 1D. So maybe that's why I was saying it the whole time. All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Adkins, sorry.
Thank you. Will you turn this microphone on, Your Honor, or I'll forget. Good morning, members of the jury. I wanted to talk to you about what we've learned YSL is about. And 4 words come to mind. The first word, deception, intimidation, destruction, and death. Deception of the youth who get enamored with what is presented publicly and then deceived when they become a part of the criminal enterprise. Deception for law enforcement to not uncover the actions that they commit, and deception in this very courtroom with witnesses that have sat right before you to try to continue that enterprise. Intimidation, the public videos we've seen about people that they label as rats, people that they label as snitches or snitching, and that repeated threat, either overt, out in the open, or subtle, that if we do a crime to you or you know about it, don't say anything. The destruction has multiple parts. You've heard from multiple communities all throughout Fulton County that often similar pockets in the city have been affected, from dealing drugs, the robberies, the shootings, the shell casings, the windows, the doors, the refrigerators, the cars, over and over. That's the destruction. And then you've heard about the death. Jeffrey Williams himself said, YSL, in this video after he says murder gang, Someone right next to him says YSL till we're dead and pale. But also, you've heard about 3 murders: Donovan Thomas, Shymel Drinks, and Jamari Holmes. That is what YSL, the criminal enterprise, is about. Now, I'm going to talk to you about count 1 RICO and criminal street gang. And so when I am complete at the end, Ms. Hylton will come up and talk to you about the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Shymel Drinks and the remaining counts. Now, what I just said is not just my words. This is the deception, intimidation, destruction, and death that I just spoke to you about. Murder gang in my slime is above the law. But in Fulton County, nobody is above the law, and that's why you're here.
Y'all already know why I said we dead and pale, bitch.
Murder gang, bitch.
Yeah.
Slick. Gang. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that? Niggas always free.
Those are their own words, murder gang. What they are publicly stating that the enterprise and the street gang, and I may use both of those terms interchangeably today, are about.
Only thing y'all nigga got more than us is dead now.
This in your video?
There's a we and a us. He's saying the only thing that they have is more people who are deceased, which is saying that we don't. And the they, I argue from the evidence we've been presented amply throughout this trial, is their rivals, their ops. The Atlanta Blood Gang, Fifth Gang, 9 Dudes, YFN, that group. And lastly, after publicly bragging and boasting about murders, what is their viewpoint on being held accountable? Well, let me take their own words. Don't just take mine.
Just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for.
They gonna get me. They're gonna get me early.
Slimes are above the law. So now I'm going to equip you with the duty as jurors so that you can learn about the law that the judge will instruct you on, so that you can have the toolkits needed to deliberate and understand how to organize the evidence that we have presented. So that's what I'm going to here to do with you today. So I'm going to take a step back. In general, jurors' duties, it's to honestly seek the truth. You've heard evidence, testimony, physical items. It's not to seek out, it's to seek the truth. You determine, how you handle and weigh the evidence. And I'm going to highlight some things for you so that you can understand some connections between some of these evidence. Because there's connections between these shootings, connections between these crimes, locations, victims, and accomplices that's important for count 1 RICO. That's what I'm going to walk through you about right now. The duty to deliberate. When all of this is done, all of y'all will go back there and speak with one another. Speak freely with one another. Go through the evidence and talk about what you've heard throughout this trial, and talk with fellow jurors about the evidence as you reach your verdict. And like I said, seek the truth. Now, I'm going to explain to you in a couple of minutes about what you can and can't consider. So everything outside of this circle comes up in almost every trial, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. Sympathy for victims or defendants. Viewpoints on a witness. You like the witness, you don't like the witness. You like the police, you don't like the police. You think about some issue that comes up in a case that's not about the evidence and the law. You disagree with the law. All of those things you can't consider. What you can consider, and it's going to populate in the middle, is the evidence, the testimony, the physical items, the videos,
It's ironically empty.
the jail calls, all of those things you can consider in this trial. And it's not lost on me the length of this trial. And I could stand up here for 4 hours and explain to you my genuine understanding and frustration with how long you all and the sacrifices you've made. And what I thought about, because when you initially came on, it was 6 to 9 months, and now we're here 12 months later, and that is a significant difference. And there's one time in my life that came to mind about this. I couldn't do this again today, but I've ran one marathon. When I got there that day, I was supposed to do a half marathon, many years ago. And when I'm in line with one of my best friends who encouraged me to run, I see people much older than me. I won't call them old, but they may have been pushing 90, marathon. And so he gave me that look, and I said, all right, I'll do the marathon with you. And during that, expecting to run a half, that day running a full, I had moments where I wanted to quit. I had moments I wanted to walk. I had moments
What are we
where I
doing?
wasn't ready, I wasn't prepared, I didn't sign up for this, even though technically I agreed to the marathon. And as I got to the end, like we are here, I said, if I walk off on mile 21 or 20, all of this will be for nothing, and I will regret that. So with this time, I ask you to see it through, finish strong, and by that I mean listen to the closing arguments and deliberate with one another in the evidence, because you owe it to yourself, you owe it to the victims, and you owe it to your duty as jurors. And like I said, what I wanted to do, because I can't go back and change the hands of time, I can't, is make this time valuable and give you the tools you need, because you've heard a lot about RICO, but you've not yet had anyone explain what that means. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm here to do, is to help that you can understand the law, how it fits with this evidence, so that you can deliberate and reach the only reasonable conclusion that these defendants and these co-conspirators are guilty of count one, conspiring to commit RICO. So I'm going to walk through that with you. Now this circle, I speak faster than I click, so it's going to catch up with me. But like I said, you consider the evidence, the testimony, you don't consider what is outside. Now, burden of proof. The state has always had
Sped
the
through
burden of
that.
proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that I own. It's how it should be. And so the state, this burden of proof rests with it until we prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a reasonable doubt? Everyone's heard that term, but what does it actually mean? It's not a mathematical certainty. There's no algorithm or specific number. It is a doubt that's reasonable. It's not vague. And so this presumption, I use a cloak, right, where you're presumed innocent. Everyone is. Until the state has proven your guilt on whatever crime, in this case, RICO, murder, street gang, beyond a reasonable doubt. For some of y'all, when you're back there deliberating and thinking through the evidence, you may have realized halfway through my speech today, when you understand RICO, that they're guilty. You might have come to that conclusion months ago. You may have come to that conclusion in terms of where we are in the evidence as you walk through it, at a different point. But when the state proves, as we have beyond a reasonable doubt, that cloak of innocence goes away. And that's what you as jurors are here to decide. And reasonable doubt, like I said, it's reasonable. You don't seek doubt, you seek the truth, and it's a doubt. It means just what it says. If I were to, I wouldn't do this, but if I took some from Madam Court Reporter, say her coffee pot, and there's a security camera right there. If all of y'all saw me do this, if I had a trial and never called one of y'all, I'm on trial for stealing Madam Court Reporter's coffee mug. If you didn't, if you had a trial with just that surveillance video, and it clearly showed me unmasked, taken and leave, you wouldn't need all these witnesses. Or if you had a reverse, you didn't have a surveillance video, but you had an eyewitness or circumstantial evidence. Just because you don't have a piece of item or evidence doesn't necessarily mean reasonable doubt. It means just what it says. Is it reasonable? So I'm going to show you an illustration that is something we all recognize, which is a dollar bill. And you're going to see pieces of this dollar bill missing, and all of you will immediately recognize what it is. And like I said, it's not a mathematical certainty. It is reasonable doubt. That's the dollar bill, right? If you have pieces of the puzzle, and some of y'all may like puzzles that are removed, everyone knows that that's a $1 bill. There's no reasonable doubt that that is a $1 bill, even though almost 50% of it is gone. That's just a visual illustration to prove the point. Direct and circumstantial evidence. So direct evidence physical items, it's what's said in this witness box before you, personal observations, that's all direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence can be cell phone records, where people are within a general radius, ankle monitor data, what someone's actions afterwards, who's calling who, who's texting who. That can circumstantially prove and lead to a conclusion. Whereas, and you can use both. The law doesn't weigh direct or circumstantial more or less than the other. And then in trial, you're going to use both. And you always have your common sense, which you always have brought with you each day and can use when you deliberate to make reasonable deductions from both direct and circumstantial. They play off one another. Like I said, these are all direct evidence. Just think what you saw, what you heard. You know, if you were to physically touch a firearm or a shell casing, that would be tangible evidence. That's all direct. A good example for circumstantial is, imagine once a week, twice a week, you all go and pull and pump gas. You pull up to the pump, you know your car has the E, it's flashing red. You go, put your credit card in, or you walk inside, you come out and you start pumping gas. And then when you leave, when you put your credit card in, you hear it kind of click loudly, you know it's done, you put it back in, and you drive off, and all of a sudden what was on E is now on full, right? You never saw the gas go inside, but you know, circumstantially, that your car tank is full. That's a classic example of, you may smell gas, but you never actually see it. You could, but most of the time you don't. That's circumstantial evidence. It can be quite strong, like in that example. So it doesn't have any more or less weight than any other piece of evidence. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is enough to establish a fact. Take Tarabia Hill, Act 61, the armed robbery that Christian Eppinger did with YSL on his face, unmasked. If you believe that I can't vouch or tell you the credibility of the witness, that's for y'all to determine. If you believe her testimony, that's who robbed me, this is what he took, and then he drove off, a testimony of a single witness is enough to establish a fact. In that case, with her testimony, it would be every fact of armed robbery. So that's one example of a single witness can establish. Sometimes it's only one fact. Where is someone? Where is someone not? But in that case, that testimony would be enough to establish the elements. So keep that in mind, because testimony is important. Like I said, you determine credibility. So you got to ask yourself, why did certain people testify how they did when they said this? Now, I'll argue, you think about what people said before they were indicted, before their friends were indicted, before sitting in a courtroom with you and people that they know well. What do people say when no one's looking? On a wiretap, on a jail call. That, to me, is quite illuminating of how they really feel or think. Think about why people would testify how they did. Why people would either genuinely not remember or act like they don't remember. I'm sure all of y'all remember quite well my kind of long back and forth with the gentleman, D'Angelo White, right? Where we played a 911 call where he says this is D'Angelo White. He wouldn't even acknowledge that. And it was a lot of back and forth. Why would he not come in here and testify about his friend, Dexter Montgomery, getting half of his head shot off when he was a kid? And he called 911. Why? You determine that. Now, I have reasons. I'll explain to you why. But think about that. You can use common sense. Y'all been sitting right here, and there's a reason you're closest to the jury box. Because y'all are the determiners of credibility. And y'all know and can think of examples, as I'm talking right now, throughout this trial that you've seen of that. Who doesn't have an interest, right? If you have some, I'll use, someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, right? They come in, they test an item. They don't usually know the defendant. They don't know the case. They're just doing their job. They don't have, in my opinion, any stake in one outcome or the other. They don't know. A random citizen or Doug Bailey talked about the ankle monitor data. He's just reading the data. Those kind of witnesses, I argue to you, can be quite credible because they don't have anything to gain. They have nothing to lose. Think about people who do and how that would have impacted their testimony. Their opportunity for knowing facts. If someone hangs out with one another, like Quindarrius Zachary, you saw all these photographs in 2015, He's in photo after photo with Shannon Stillwell, Monte Kendrick, Mikion Garlington. If someone interacts daily with someone, it's probably reasonable that he would know what they're up to, that they would confide in him. Versus if you had someone who only hung out with somebody one time, probably wouldn't be reasonable they'd know all their deepest, darkest secrets. That's just common sense, but things to think about. Now, I'm going to give you an example.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
That's what's said outside of the courtroom. These are all witnesses who testified that were either co-conspirators or indicted on this case. And ask yourself, you could know it just as well as I right before if the state would ask, is YSL a gang? The words music group, you know it's about to come off, or I've never heard of that. I said gang, G-A-N-E. I didn't say G-A-N-G, even though you just heard them say gang. Think about that and why people would come in here and think about what they said. I mean, Quindarrius Zachary said that these two defendants confessed to him to murder Donovan Thomas the night of the murder. You don't think he's going to come in here and back up off that? Think about Wooney Lee, the bragging or boasting about the murder. We put that on your tombstone. The things he knows when he's sitting up here don't sound good in a trial of his friends, fellow gang members, and co-conspirators, so he's going to back up off of it. Think about Walter Murphy, Antonio Sledge. When he did his plea agreement, said that he had knowledge that someone was involved with the murder of Donovan Thomas, but then backs up off of it, right? He gives why. Think about why. And think about they know the feelings that these defendants have about people who come in and tell on them. And sometimes they slip up. If you remember Antonio someone who testified pretty recently, he didn't know Wooney Lee's name. So he said, what's his slime? And he changed it. He stopped. He took a little pause and he meant what his nickname. But he said, what's his slime name? Those kind of clues or slip-ups, remember those, because they're important. Here's another example. This is Diamante Kendrick on the left with a hat that has a big rat and a big X on it. And on the right is defendant Stillwell's tattoos. Omerta, you heard that, the code of silence. And on his chest, the price of loyalty is wealth. The price of disloyalty is death. So these witnesses who say incriminating things about them in a police station or outside of court, when they come in here and are sitting in a witness box 10 feet from them, how do you think they know this? That's these defendants' own words about people who come in and testify against themselves or others. That's their feelings on it. Things that these witnesses know very well. Kenneth Copeland. This is Kenneth Copeland outside of the criminal courtroom.
Last words and shout outs before we get you out of here.
You know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean?
YSL for life. And these are photographs he's had. He has known Shannon Stillwell for almost the vast majority of his life. Most of these photos to show the length of time. Look at these photos with Kendrick. These are all photos with Kenneth Copeland and both of these defendants in trial. They are friends. They know each other very well. And Kenneth Copeland would not want to say something, I argue to you, because of his bias and motive that would want to hurt him. That's just common sense. And think about that when you hear what people say to a police station when it shits Detective Gaither and Dennis, or what they say in this courtroom. Quindarrius Zachary, outside the court.
Yeah, big Bruce Knight, trying to take over. Oh, fuck you mean? I got all my niggas with me when Bruce Knight. Nigga, where we at, y'all?
Bruce,
yeah, nigga slack, nigga, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. Plenty ammo for you monkey niggas.
Yeah.
Big guns, we beating right now.
Slant.
Now that's a video from May of 2015. Roughly February, March, April, 4 months after the murder of Donovan Thomas. That's what Quindarrius Zachary is saying. You don't think he knows who did what? I argue to you. And then when he comes into court, right, he doesn't recognize a snake emoji, or he makes jokes about the color green, things that he thinks will hurt them. You all pick up on this. I saw you write notes. You can see their reaction. You can see if someone's uncomfortable, comfortable. All of those things you all are equipped with and can use when you weigh testimony. Parties to a crime. This is a principle that's going to come up in this case. Parties to a crime. Think about this. 4 people go to rob a bank. One of them is the getaway driver. One of them, I'm going to go run in and get the money. The third one's going to go in and do a distraction. And the fourth one has a gun in case it's needed. The driver never gets out of the car. They get to the bank. The guy goes in to get the money. The security guard realizes it's a robbery, pulls out his gun, and the guy with the gun behind him shoots and strikes the security guard. And then they all 4 get away and leave. As parties to a crime, they all played a role or a piece in that crime. So they would all be legally guilty of that murder if those facts came out into a trial. So party to a crime is not necessarily the person who pulled the trigger. It could be the driver. Now, this is going to show you an illustration of what I talked about, because this isn't at first stick out. So you have 4 people planning a bank robbery, all in different roles. And if it was either intentional murder or, say, the security guard shot and killed one of the robbers, it could be a felony murder that comes up. And so all of them would be guilty in this fact pattern of that. So in this case, what Copeland and Zachary say about defendant Kendrick is he was driving the Infiniti Q50. If he's driving that Infiniti Q50 while Shannon Stillwell, Demarco and Bowen are shooting 7.62 and 9mm shell casings into the body of Donovan Thomas with Justin Cobb doo-wop, that's party to a crime. That's the example in this case. And it will come up in some of the overt acts that we're going to talk about soon.
Mr. Adkins.
Yes, Your Honor. It sounds like, Your Honor.
All right, they're getting a microphone. It's going to get louder.
May have. Yes, Your Honor.
So if they switch, we'll go back and get the closed captions.
Fix that. I got to fix this belt buckle here real quick.
Get it together, Atkins.
Well, I'll hold it for right now. Now, sorry, I want to talk about the crimes that I'm going to talk about. So in green is what I'm going to talk to you about, which count 51 is criminal street gang. Count 50 is criminal street gang of defendant Stillwell. He's on the right, and Kendrick is on the left. And count 1 RICO applies to both. So both are charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Kendrick has this count 57 participation in criminal street gang activity for the marijuana and firearms, like street gang activity during the commission of a felony for the May 9th, 2022. These street gang charges, which I'm going to talk to you about at the end, pertain to the murder of Shymel Drinks, a gang-related murder that the evidence has shown Shannon committed along with Demekion Garlington, Miles Farley, and Quindarrius Zachary. But first, I'm going to talk about RICO, which is count 1, which both are charged with. So I want to talk to you about conspiracy in general. And I definitely think the microphone's working now, Your Honor. So one crime, you rob someone, you do an arson, you would look at that case, did they go and set fire? Did they go and steal? One specific place, time, and perpetrator. You've already heard about a conspiracy to do armed robbery when I use that bank robbery analogy. RICO is no different in terms of this. The general concept is they're charged with conspiracy to commit racketeering. So I'm going to have to explain to you what is RICO, what is conspiracy to commit RICO, and then you as jurors, with the evidence that have been presented, will reach the only reasonable conclusion that they're guilty of that count. But you need to know what RICO is first. And there's 2 ways to violate RICO. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take it bite by bite through RICO so you can understand the 2 ways that RICO can be committed and what conspiracy to commit RICO is. And we'll walk through this together. I've already explained conspiracy in general. Now, this bank, I've used the bank analogy. If this group who robbed the bank They don't have to be some sophisticated mob syndicate. If those four are just sitting around and say, let's be the bank robbing boys, maybe we'll sell drugs on the side and we'll shoot people, the rival bank group, and we're going to call ourselves, the BRC, bank robbing crew. If they got tattoos of BRC, they got necklaces of BRC, they say, hey, we are BRC. If they went and all knowingly and willingly agreed to be a part of that, knowing that a pattern of racketeering, which I will explain to you, will be committed, that concept is what we'll be talking about in general. It's not any different in general. It's conspiracy and RICO. And when you put the two together, that's what they're charged with. So let's walk through them. This is from the indictment, which you will have with you when you deliberate. I'm not going to read off this right now, but page 12 of the indictment is an important page. It lays out what the state alleges the criminal objectives of the conspiracy are, and that they violated, there's a subsection A and a subsection B, which we're going to talk about. So remember page 12 of the indictment, because it will come up multiple times. So what is knowingly and willfully joined? Look at what they do, what they say, and crimes that they commit. If you want to figure out if the bank robbing crew or if YSL, if someone knowingly and willingly joined them, that's Kendrick on the bottom, with slat on his left forearm and a snake that goes from his stomach to his neck, and YSL a little bit underneath his Adam's apple. Do you think he knowingly and willfully joined YSL? He got a permanent tattoo on 3 different spots of his body, one of which very close to his face. That is something you can use and consider. Oftentimes with criminal conspiracies, they don't have a written contract. They don't have a, you're not going to have that coffee room table. Let's all agree to be a criminal enterprise. We all hereby today on January 1st of 2000. From here on out, we're an enterprise. That's often not how it works. So you got to look at what they say, what they do, and if you permanently get a tattoo, that's a pretty strong indicator if you're willingly and knowingly a part of this. Shannon Stillwell, often wearing clothing, scanning stuff. Me and my slimes go up the law. You've heard that and seen that clothing line, which yes, they can play it off as just an innocent clothing line, but it says slime. It's physical human being, wipe your epinose, right? And you've heard from gang detectives that wipe your nose is not some, joke. It's about murdering someone. It's active violence. So that's Kendrick in the middle, next to a slack graffiti with a red bandana. How they act, say, and do over time, those are the clues to know that someone willingly joined a conspiracy. So let's break this down a little bit further.
We need to switch it.
It's came out again, Your Honor. This is probably the easiest element while we switch this mic. 2 or more conspirators. Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. So, that, you can't have a conspiracy with one person, right? So, I think we all can agree that should be an element that's easy to check. You've heard from ample, it doesn't have to just be the 28 indicted co-conspirators. You will see in that indictment that it states on page 12 that it also includes unnamed or unindicted co-conspirators, if you find that they're part of the conspiracy. So keep that in mind when you go back and deliberate. But yes, one of the elements, beyond a reasonable doubt, is 2 or more. I think that element, I'm not going to spend any more time on that one. You've heard from ample people you've seen in the witness stand that are 2 or more of YSL. This just illustrates that point. Now, agreement. This is another important element of RICO to kind of understand. How do you know that someone agreed? Like I said, it doesn't have to be expressed. It doesn't have to be where did they sign the YSL ledger. I'm going to join. I'm in. You rarely see stuff like that. There's no such ledger in this case. It's mutual but unspoken understanding. I say actions speak louder than words. If you want to know how someone believes or if they agree, what do? So I'm going to show you some examples of agreement. And a lot of the evidence that I'll talk about, it has multiple purposes. So we will talk about and you will see what can prove agreement can also prove if they knowingly and willfully join. Let's see. I'll keep working on this now. So, yes, Your Honor. Sounds like it's working now. So, what else can you use? Remember we talked about circumstantial evidence? So, circumstantial evidence inferred from the nature of the acts done, relation of the parties, and the interest of the conspirators. What do they have to gain? Is it for something to further the group's interest? How do you know someone agrees? Look at what they do. And I argue to you that the evidence has shown that they've all knowingly and willfully agreed. Take where we started, or take the two murders. Shannon Stillwell, January 10th, 2015, murders Donovan Thomas. March 14th, 2022, Shannon Stillwell, with 3 other YSL members in both times, murders Shymel Drinks. If you have to ask yourself, did he knowingly and willfully agree to be a part of YSL criminal enterprise with 2 gang murders? That's an easy question. That's the most clear example of if someone murders a rival gang member twice, I think it's pretty clear that they knowingly and willfully agreed, regardless if they signed on the dotted line. Same with other crimes and acts.
The same shit that got Biggie and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass killed.
YSL for life.
Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
So again, what do they say? I mean, this is Kendrick and Wooney Lee. You know, you have all the Make America Slime Again. You have Kendrick with YSL pennant, and you have Shannon Stillwell where someone in the background says YSL for life. That's just one example. You've obviously seen and heard from multiple. But what do they say? What do they do? Are they publicly or actively or oftenly saying, yes, I'm a part of this YSL, there's an us and a them? Yes. I think it's pretty clear that they have. Now, some of this I've talked about, actions or evidence. So let me give you a concrete example we saw just a couple weeks ago with Viverito. So, YFN Lucci flyer. This is from Marquavius Huey's phone, where him and Jeffrey Williams, they send the text message, a flyer of Lucci. In 6 text messages, this principle of agreement, you're going to see agreement in action. This text is about to come up where all that's said, right? Flyer, Jeffrey Williams says, where's that at? Claremont, slatty handle, stay very low, slat for sure, been out the way. They didn't say murder. They didn't say stab. They didn't say shoot. But in 6 text messages, it's readily clear that they're talking about enacting violence on YFN Lucci. That's agreement in one, barely a screen of a text message. That principle shows you, and think about this example throughout. What do they say with one another? What do they do with one another? That's how you can know agreement. It's just like you all have family and friends. You may text one word and they know what you're saying. I'm heading home. You don't say the address, right? Agreement can be inferred with very little words, especially with people who know each other very well. And YSL has its own lingo, so they don't have to say much. Slatty handle, he knows he will handle it. Other examples. What it does not require. I've covered most of this. You know, it doesn't require, like I said, physical meetings, even though we have that in this case. Knowledge of the details of the conspiracy. I argue we have that in this case, considering that Kenneth Copeland, Quindarrius Zachary, Walter Murphy, all of these individuals have given statements with evidence that's been corroborated that real crimes happened in real places and they knew about it. So a lot of these, you don't have to have them, but you actually do in this case. The last one, the identity of all the co-conspirators. You wouldn't have to know if you had 200 members of YSL. I don't know the exact number, but you wouldn't have to know every single one. Obviously, I argue to you that they know quite a few because you see the same individuals speaking, talking, and acting in concert together throughout the case. But none of these things are necessary to reach agreement. So, and there's a slight lag on this Zoom with this clicker. So I'm gonna move through this. So at its core, the crime is the agreement. The overt acts let you know that it's real. So this is important. They're charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. So the agreement to violate RICO, that's the crime they're charged with. These overt acts that you've heard from and we're about to walk through, those let you know that this isn't just fanciful, this isn't just in their minds, it's a real conspiracy. And in this case, and we're going to explain what RICO A and B is, they've actually committed the crimes. So it's like you're asking you, did this group of individuals agree to conspire to commit all of these crimes, racketeering activity? The best evidence of that they did is they actually went and shot multiple people, murdered people, robbed for the street gang. That lets you know that there's not much to say when you actually do the crimes that you're alleged to have just conspired to commit. It'd be like if you're asked about the bank robbery conspiracy and all they do is just talk about the bank robbery, get the items, they go and buy a gun, but they never do a robbery. Fast forward, they've done 20 robberies, 50 robberies over a decade, and you're asked, did that group of bank robbers intend to be part of a bank robbing crew? You'd obviously say yes. It's common sense because of what they actually did. That concept is important. Like I said, the overt act lets us know that the conspiracy is alive and well. And I'll argue to you, going back to credibility, the conspiracy is alive and well in this courtroom with deceiving in this witness stand. So this is just a visual explanation that you have Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, and some, I didn't list all the photos of people you've seen, but this, the criminal enterprise, visually depicted. So let's walk through what an overt act is. So joint objectives equal joint responsibility. This is like a partnership in crime. Now, to find that someone's act is all the co-conspirators are on the hook for it, so to speak, any act done by any co-conspirator to further the criminal objectives is what counts. So if they're going to shoot a rival and you find that, yeah, they did shoot that rival and they did it to help YSL the enterprise, if that act and you find that whoever you find is part of that conspiracy, it's like they're all one and one for all. So each co-conspirator is responsible for the acts of others that are naturally and necessarily done to further the enterprise. Now, I've talked about different ways to violate. A, in a nutshell, is to acquire money and property. I'm not going to bury the lead. That's the first way to violate RICO. Conspire to acquire or keep money or other personal property. B, they both have conspire, and they actually have 7 elements each, and I believe 5 of the 7 are the same. So I'm going to explain a lot of these elements we've covered. 2 or more conspirators is one. So conspire to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. If you find the defendant, and on your verdict form it will say the defendant violated subsection A or subsection B, conspired to violate. So I'm going to walk through what is A, what is B. They don't have to actually have committed A and B, although in this case I believe that they have, as I'm going to show you. You just have to say, did they ever conspire? And remember these principles I talked about. The unspoken words, what people do and say is the agreement, or you're not going to have that magic conference room meeting, so to speak, that's all captured where the conspiracy gets hatched. So let's walk through this. We're going to start with A. Keep it easy, keep it basic. And you're going to notice that when I talk about A, some of the acts can actually meet multiple ways. So you're going to see that certain evidence can actually impact multiple ways to violate RICO. So let's talk about subsection A of the RICO Act. Knowingly and willfully conspired with 2 or more co-conspirators to acquire or keep money or other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. I'm going to explain pattern of racketeering activity. It's 2 or more crimes that are explained and listed, and you'll be instructed by the court on what they are, that within 4 years. And any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act with at least 1 in furtherance of the criminal objective, and at least 1 has to be after May 10th, 2017. So that's A. I'm going to walk through some examples of A, and we're going to take this bit by bit. armed robbery are Shylton Bennett, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, May 13th, 2013. You heard from the officer where she walked with her child from 988 Confederate Court to that zone precinct to report a crime. That takes a lot of effort and time. So I'm going to use this top one while that bottom screen comes back. But, you know, obviously she came in here and, you know, did not want to acknowledge about the robbery, but I argue there's about to be a real bullet in her window that was taken by a crime scene tech who just responds to a scene. That is 988 Confederate Court, which comes up that address and area multiple times. And she said that she told the officer at the time, you know, her Kel-Tec, the money, her purse was stolen. Acquire and keep money. Now, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, and, you know, she said someone that she didn't know, Jeffrey Williams' brother, that's multiple people doing it. That's one crime, one act. But when they work together, it's much easier to get property and items. And no one expects Ms. Bennett to come in here and testify. Certainly not back then and certainly not now. But that is an example of acquiring or obtaining money. It's robbery. Derek Dotson, also in 2013. This is 5 through 7. Adrian Bean, the coin laundry, where Miss Marissa Cisneros' car flew over the ledge. I mean, Adrian Bean sat here for what felt like an eternity and didn't remember entire years, but he flew over while driving a car over a 6-foot embankment. Why did he not remember any of that? Just think about that. I think the only thing he said is that memorable moment where he's like, keep it a buck, and he took his mask off. But he clearly would remember flying over a wall. Why are they not coming here and talk about it? Now this, again, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, that's the location where Leonard Pass's car, which is that gray Dodge right there, is parked, Summerdale Apartments. Obviously, this is in the Cleveland Avenue area because often these crimes are committed in same locations, which will come important later. These are the firearms that they recovered from the car and then this is Mr. Derek Dotson, and you heard from Leonard Pass, who was with him. That's the car that was crashed underneath. And then this is a picture with Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams. At the time, he's throwing up rock crew. And if you remember, the background behind this is this slime in kind of green and black font. So, again, it's 2 YSL members acquiring and obtaining, trying to rob Derek Dotson. And again, they're working in concert, working together. Ms. Taravia Hill, Act 61. She's just at her apartment complex, and this car, and if you remember, she only could recognize or ever identified Eppinger, Christian Eppinger, but there was 2 cars and multiple males with him. We don't know who these people are, but I think from what you've heard in this case, it's reasonable to suspect he's working with other people to do the armed robbery. Because again, it's hard to rob someone by yourself. So working in concert, that's Ms. Hill. That's her apartment complex in present day. That's Christian Eppinger from his public posting a firearm on social media. That's her wrecked car after it's found later. And where does the car go? Where Ms. Hill lives, to Cleveland Avenue. Where do the guns and the Infiniti Q50 from Donovan Thomas go? They go to Oak Drive, where O.G. Bentley's house is. Common after crimes, they go to the same location. That's important because these same victims, same accomplices, same pattern is important for RICO. So keep that in mind as we walk through this. And he does all of this with, and it's hard to see from here, YSL on his face, no mask. She said, I can't remember if Ms. Hill said I wore glasses or didn't wear glasses, but her eyes are working just fine. And he had nothing covering his face. Think about it. If you walked into Winn-Dixie with a nameplate that said, hey, I'm Christian Adkins, I'm here to rob you, no one would do that. So why would you publicly have the gang on your face when you do a crime? Because a face tattoo could stand out. Because they want people to know. You want the notoriety. You want the fear. Who robbed you? YSL. She doesn't know his name. Think about that. You have multiple people. And Walter Murphy, for those, I don't know the date Walter Murphy got his face tattoo. I know Eppinger had it for this. But Walter Murphy has a YSL on his forehead, right? So think about that public display of allegiance to the criminal street gang and the enterprise and when you commit the crime, because that's important. Now, Stolen firearms. I'm not going to show you or bring out every firearm we've introduced, but there's a lot of stolen guns. Think about, we don't know where all those guns came from. Sometimes you heard from the person whose home was burglarized or car was broken into, and you said, yes, this was a report from this location. But, you know, you add these up, it's a decent number of stolen guns. These are all overt acts. You know, Jeffrey Williams, the Sig Sauer, September 9th, 2013. Defendant Kendrick with Arnold when they were riding back into near Trestle Tree Confederate, the same location Miss Bennett lived at, right? On October 1st, 2015, after Martinez Arnold got jumped at Magic City. 40 cal stolen. FN 57, that is the stop that Officer Fikes did of Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchens. Why are all these stolen weapons from 2013, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, 2015, and 2022, you heard from Detective Liam Packer that it was some train theft from the ATF, that a cargo shipment. That's acquiring or maintaining property, stolen guns. Ask yourself where all these stolen guns come, and you've seen, like when Quindarrius Zachary is arrested with the gun on May 7th, 2015, that came back with Nibin when Kilgore testified to the shooting of Miss Frida Reed's house. When it matched that, the guns exchange hands. The guns move around, and stolen guns are harder to trace. That's acquiring and maintaining property and evidence of it. I just included a couple photos because we have a lot to cover, but that is stolen property, all tethered to A. In 2022, right, this is the gun that was reported stolen that right before they went to the house on Meadowlark Drive, it was thrown out and recovered, and it came back stolen. Again, stolen weapons from as far back as 2013 to stolen weapons as recently as 2022. There's common patterns that indicate that they get stolen firearms quite easily. Subsection B. This is where all the violent acts come up. So the first objective, and your indictment's not going to have numbers, is going to be conspiracy to violate subsection B with state's objective of murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence. So we're going to walk through some of these so I can explain to you why they further the criminal objectives of YSL. So, simple definition, while associated with an enterprise, YSL, they knowingly and willfully conspire with one or more co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, and any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act after May 10, 2017. If you notice, other than what's in green, everything's the same as A. So these same factors and principles will come up for both. So I got to explain to you what is participating in the enterprise and what are these criminal objectives. So we're going to start with the murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence and go from there. So again, page 12 of the indictment, it outlines the conspiracy. I'm not going to read all this for you now, but it states the Young Slime Life enterprise and what the criminal objectives are right after. That's where you can find it on page 12 of the indictment you're going to have. These are these objectives. I've removed them from the indictment, but we're going to start with the first one. Murder, assault, threats of violence. And then we're going to talk about robbery, theft, unlawful sale, and distribution of drugs. So let's walk through this together. I just wanted to show you a brief visual of how you're going to have the indictment with you and can look through it. So again, we're going to go objective by objective because it helps to organize the evidence. And
A little late now.
objective one, murder, assault, and threats of violence. So you've heard about pattern of racketeering activity. What is racketeering activity? The good news for y'all is the indictment, anytime you see, it will state, which is an act of racketeering activity, and then it'll cite a statute. This is what explains what racketeering activity is. This is the murder of Donovan Thomas. And you'll see when you are deciding, which is overt acts 16 through 20 is the murder of Donovan Thomas, when y'all are back there and saying, I want to figure out if something's a pattern of racketeering or figure out if an overt act is a racketeering activity. That will tell you. That's your snapshot. So just look. This is overt act 17, which is the murder. 16 is when Jeffrey Williams rents the vehicle. But when you see what's highlighted, you'll know it's racketeering activity. So I just wanted to show that for you. And then we're going to walk through this now. We're going to talk about Donovan Thomas first, overt acts 16 through 20.
The link on the line for the 620.
Yes, there's police over here on the north side of McDaniel.
North side of McDaniel. Why did you shoot?
Yeah. At Harold living in the barber shop. Somebody done got shot.
Mr. Parker, who you testified, who's owned a barber shop there for 20 years. Barber shop right here. And Kendrick, Stillwell, this is Demise McMullen. Now, we'll talk about this in a minute. This is actually the photograph from when they shot Dexter Montgomery. Same case with D'Angelo White when they left that Jonesboro gas station in Lakewood and got to the four-way stop. That's the photograph from that. So you have Nard, but that's Demise McMullen, Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick. This is obviously the shooting. Overt act is, did Jeffrey Williams rent the Infinity Q50 and act in furtherance of the conspiracy? When you think about these overt acts, think how the criminal objectives. Ms. Hylton is going to talk to you and walk through bit by bit the murder itself of Donovan Thomas. But I argue to you, as she will too, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that renting of the Infinity is an overt act that was used to facilitate the murder, and you've seen a pattern of rental cars being used. And ask yourself why. They're harder to trace. People don't recognize you in that car. Now, how is Donovan Thomas's murder evidence of RICO? Well, I'm going to tell you. That's Donovan Thomas. This is about to be Wooney Lee.
Before young nigga with slime.
This shit is in blood. We wrote this shit in blood.
I probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on nigga.
We wrote it on a tombstone. And that's Donovan Thomas's gravestone. And when Miss Edmonds, who testified to you about recognizing that, she didn't wipe graffiti, she didn't wipe paint off that tombstone, she wiped a confession. And that confession says slapped, because that's who it's for, that's who it's from, that's who publicly has acknowledged that murder since it happened. YSL, the criminal enterprise. And that same slap in green handwriting, Defendant Stillwell is posting in, 7 years later in a slime t-shirt, right, peanut stone gray. That's the translation version. He put it in Spanish. Wooney Lee's comment, his comment, they're all talking about and kind of joking sheepishly about a murder of Donovan Thomas. It's we, it's us, it's criminal enterprise. Now, we talked about Kendrick's tattoo, which is about to come up on his left forearm. I don't know when he got this tattoo, when this Zoom works with me and it comes up. I don't know if he had that tattoo of slat on his arm while he's driving the Infinity 250 past 330 McDaniel Street and Nard and Shannon shot and killed Donovan Thomas, but that same green slat ends up on the gravestone. It's not a coincidence. And they're telling you that they did it, and they just don't care, because as you said when we started, slimes are above the law. But they didn't think about you. Now,
Swear to God, we killed nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Yeah.
you hear it as clear as I hear it. I swear to God, nobody accused Dolly of murdering Donovan Thomas. Who's the we? And then you hear in the background, we smoke nut. And if you remember that call, right before that, Woody saying, tell your brother I love him. And then you can hear Jeffrey Williams say, tell him I love him. Right there next to him. We killed Nut. We put it on his tombstone. Slat, and then just making a cheapest joke this years later. They're telling you we did it. They just don't care. And that's Shannon Stillwell in that same video. And there's a live snake and a YSL chain.
Yeah, he cut that.
It's out
It was
in the
there
open.
saying
Need a
we
murder
did it.
rap. Now, we're going to turn to Jamari Holmes next, and I'm going to explain to you why that murder that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock did is in furtherance of the YSL criminal street gang, which is overt acts 79 through 81, February 23rd, 2019. That's the vehicle that 15-year-old Jamari Holmes was in. This is Rodelius Ryan. This is Blaylock throwing up YSL, which is also an overt act, that public display of allegiance. It's going to come up in just a second. That's Jamari Holmes. You're going to see the message where, you know, where Mariah leaves and she says, or not Mariah, but Brazy, as they called her, text and DMs Ryan and Blaylock and says, you know, they know about Ryan but don't know about you, and allude to Mariah snitching on them. That snitching comes up repeatedly. This is the projectile that was in Jamari Holmes' head that was fired from weapons that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock shot while they were hanging out with females in Cleveland Avenue. It came to 50 Mount Zion. And then I want to ask you, this is that message. All again, talking about snitching, trying to not get caught. Now, how do you know why Ryan did it? What does Ryan think about this murder? What is he remorseful? Is he sad? Well, here's him that same day at 5 o'clock. So that's the 911 call at 4 in the morning, not 4 in the afternoon, February 23rd, 2019. That why I said heard repeatedly about the FaceTime. I said that YSL makes the news, Fox 5. Without, you know, having some plausible deniability of no one's going to know what I'm talking about, YSL makes the news. Now, what does he do 5 hours after this? Let's find out.
Yeah, block life knowing again. 250 knowing again. Bet y'all pussy nigga can't come up here in that block. Yeah, no cap. Kill a ride, gonna shoot at your fitted. That's no cap. Pussy
He's
boy.
going to shoot at your fitted, and that's the fitted cap that Jamari Holmes wore on his head when he was murdered. That is bragging about the murder. YSL makes the news, and then he's on the quote-unquote block, right? And he's throwing up YSL. Is it a coincidence that this guy he's with says, Little Rod will shoot at your, don't come on this block, and you have Bernard Mitch and all of them who weren't from that neighborhood come over to 50 Mount Zion, he will shoot at your fitted cap. And there's a literal fitted cap from Jamari Holmes' head with a bullet hole in it, and that's his skull with a bullet hole in it. This ain't, murder gang isn't some facade, this isn't for clout, this is real life. And this is the bragging and the boasting above the law and proving that they're doing it for the street gang. They're telling you, nothing I've said so far with these two murders is anything but their own words. March 14th, 2022, Shymel Drinks. I think it's amply clear that this murder is gang-related. It's to further YSL. You've heard about the Nibin matches, the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. You heard op hunting, all of the way that Garlington and Shannon talked about getting revenge. And what happens? They see an op at a gas station and 4 YSL members in a rented vehicle murder. And Shannon Stillwell's involved in both. And it's eerily similar to Donovan Thomas' murder. This is the corridor right there, and that is Shymel Drinks' vehicle with bullet holes on the same side of his car that Shannon Stillwell's Audi drove up in. It's not rocket science that he did it. The evidence has shown you he did, and it's 100% gang-related. They're both part of the same rival group. There's no evidence about any kind of disagreement or anything with Shymel Drinks. They did it for YSL. They did it to get revenge, and this is just a visual representation where Shannon Stillwell is publicly stating, check the score. Because again, shooting and murder is like a scoreboard, but this ain't a sports game. This is the Superior Court of Fulton County, and you can't go shoot people for sport or murder your rivals to up the score. That ain't how it works. That's the Mekion Garlington. There's the Ford Fusion with Miles Farley and with Quarmavius Nichols. Now, aggravated assault. We've heard a lot about aggravated assaults. And in a case like this, you can kind of get numb to the shell casings collected, the damage, but these are acts of racketeering, real guns shooting real bullets towards property or people. What do YSL members say about shooting? Well, let's ask.
Y'all know we gonna tour, you better keep on this. Don't come to no club. Don't come outside, don't do shit. Stay your ass in your mama house. Your mama basement, making beats and shit. Bring your ass out the house. Hey, look, don't come outside. You niggas soft as fuck. You niggas,
that's their word. Shoot the ops, make them catch on. That's Rodelius Ryan's Instagram that came in when Mr. Howes was sitting right here. And then this is Rodelius Ryan with a drum a YSL chain publicly showing it. These public threats of violence, when you're murdering people and throwing up YSL and bragging about it, that has a real effect of people who want to come in and testify or people that ever want to tell the police, period. These aren't just, a facade. This isn't just a movie. This is real life. And they're showing you and telling you what they're about. So I say take them at their word for it. April 12th, 2015, Dexter Montgomery. This is important because when you boil it down from what D'Angelo White told 911 and the police that you heard, they were just driving. And it seemed like OG Bentley thought that they were following them. They get to the gas station. There's no real reason for this to escalate to where it did. And when they leave the gas station, from Walter Murphy's evidence, Nard and Walter Murphy come. It's one YSL member, OG Bentley. Maybe he was paranoid. Maybe someone was out to get him. But it wasn't D'Angelo White. It was not Dexter Montgomery. And this is their car when it stopped after the shooting at that stoplight. Cornelius Davis and Christian James. And that's the bullet that comes in through that car. And that's Dexter Montgomery with half of his head shot off because they followed a YSL member to a gas station. That's it. One call, Walter Murphy and Demarco Boyer, they didn't say, where do I sign the criminal enterprise contract? This agreement I talked about, Slat, handle that. They just go. They grab the sticks and went.
My name's D'Angelo. And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Now, we was at the gas station.
Driving. I mean, this is Walter Murphy with a stick. This is Demise McMullen, who they say hard nard, the same person that Quindarrius Zachary and Copeland said was shooting at Donovan Thomas. This is 3 months later. It's a lot more likely that he's a shooter when you see him on camera with a long gun at a gas station for no reason because OG Bentley called him. Their same common associates with no questions come. That's an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Lil Wayne tour bus, April 26, 2015. You heard a lot of evidence about Lil Wayne. What you didn't hear was any remote personal reason that Jimmy Winfrey would have even knew or had any kind of squabble with Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne. So why did he shoot the bus? You heard about the public back and forth, and look at the actions before, during, and after of that shooting. Now, this is only a couple weeks after Dexter Montgomery. And it's 2 days before the shooting spree of Adele Drive and Drew Drive that Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge did. So all these shootings, when Gaither and Dennis come in and talk about shooting after shooting, they're not just making this stuff up. It's real. So this is Mr. Alvin Lewis's tour bus shot up. This is Jimmy Winfrey. You heard from Detective Dennis about visually seeing them, and Zachary kind of got spooked because he knew his social security number, which would probably spook out Zachary of like, how does this gang detective know me like that? And then you have this post, which is Overt Act 121, I'm free, death before dishonor. Quite similar to the tattoo that Shannon Stillwell has, YSL. And what does he say about it? And by he, I mean Jimmy Winfrey.
Yeah, for the thing ain't too. And then another thing, we let Amina know they got paperwork up in black and white showing, that I work for the company. So now it's gonna look like street business.
Get Amina to get the paperwork to put it in black and white, because if not, it's gonna look like street business. Because it is street business. They just don't want you to know. That's that deception piece. They don't want jurors to know. They don't want the police to know. So get it in paperwork so we can make it look legit. There's nothing legit about shooting a tour bus driver's car on a highway. There's none. This is the phone records. They move as a pack. They move as one. This is before, where Zachary, Winfrey, Sledge, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly are all in the general area of the vault. This is, when it's about to come up, is the compound. which is a little bit later. Zachary, Winfrey, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly, 142 to 304. They all have kind of similar times when they leave, similar times when they depart. And then the last slide is going to be Dolly and Jimmy Winfrey's phone records for when the shooting happened. And you can see the path of travel, and Winfrey's in black and Dolly's in orange, and you know, the white Camaro that he hid and made the jail call to not get it found. And then, you know, he comes out and then it's YSL, you know, death before dishonor. Jimmy Winfrey quite likely did not act alone. How do you drive a white Camaro going 80 down a highway and shoot that many times in a bus? Just think about it. It's common sense. They act as one, as you've seen. This is 2 days later. 3 other completely different YSL members, but all part of the same criminal street gang. Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge. Garlington gets jumped at Club Crucial. What do? They go on a shooting spree. First, they go shoot up 1428. Then they go shoot up 1903 Drew Drive. You know, back to back to back. This is Miss Bell. And when you talk about, you know, credibility of witnesses, you don't believe Miss Bell's testimony because you like her. Everybody wants to drink a glass of vodka with Miss Bell. She was a sweet lady. You believe it because what motive does she have to come in here and sit and say that her house was shot up other than that it did? What motive does she have? What bias does she have? She's a good example. She's just in her bed trying to drink a nightcap and just hang out. And what happens? They shoot at her because they think that, you know, her nephew or someone in YFN is there. That's not how it works in Fulton County. You don't just go shoot people's houses up because your op's there. But again, they're above the law. This is the timeline, 220 to 406 to 551. This is Zachary with what looks like an AK-47 and Demarco Garlington, and there's Sledge wiping his nose. Just like, if you remember, he wiped his nose when he walked off that witness stand at y'all. So these are the things that they're telling you, and you're going to see photographs from these. First, it's going to be the Club Crucial shootings. You know, when they post about guns, when they talk about guns, and then they tell you that they committed the crimes, it's not rocket science. You know, take them at their word, what the evidence has shown. These kind of retaliation is, again, Demarco's jumped, we got to protect him. It's a us, it's a we, it's an enterprise, right? And they act together because you have strength in numbers, you know, protection and shootings. But this was a fist fight. It was a shooting in the parking lot, and then they go to other homes, travel intentionally down there and shoot. Again, they're moving together in concert. As you saw from the Donovan Thomas phone records, the Shymel Drinks phone records, the Lil Wayne phone records. We didn't put in phone records of this, but I think it's quite clear who did it and why they did it from the testimony of Zachary and Sledge and what we impeached them on. 34 shell casings. Drew Drive, roughly 2 hours later, right? This is where Miss Battle's apartment was, and it's just an apartment right by the street. All these shell casings in the middle of the street, refrigerators and ovens shot. All because someone jumped Demarco, and so they go, no questions asked. Again, they don't have to sign on the dotted line. They have agreement, they have knowledge, they act in concert, and the criminal objective is to help the street gang, which is go get revenge. That's the RICO in action. So if you're asked, well, did Kendrick and Stillwell agree to be a part of a group that would commit racketeering activity? Did they agree to participate knowingly and willingly? And you have all these shootings, and you say, did they think that was it reasonably foreseeable, understanding when they joined that multiple shootings would go on with YSL? You bet there is. You've seen it, right? They don't back up. They don't quit. They keep hanging out, shooting, and associating and publicly bragging about YSL over and over. This is roughly a month minus 7 days from when this shooting spree happened that these two, Garlington and Zachary, do. They can mess with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide. Take their word for it, because an aggravated assault could be a murder. It just missed. So they're shooting. They're telling you I am. And then they want to act like, oh, I'm just kidding. It's obviously not a joke. It's not a facade. It's very real. Conspiracy to commit murder, which is Diamante Kendrick and Martinez Arnold, same neighborhood, Summerhill area, Confederate area. They have a stolen handgun and a long gun, and they're riding yet again, after a fight, and this time it's not a nightclub, it's a strip club, Magic City. And you heard that brief snippet of a jail call where Kendrick's talking about it and talking about how Duke just called him, right? So again, little questions, little actions, just driving and get stopped in the same area of town where Kelvin Watts and Miss Bennett and YFN Lucci and YFN, all of that area of town. It's not a coincidence. It's the same victim, same area. This red circle is going to be the stolen firearm. That's the long gun. This is Overt Act 111. 5 years later, you have the same two individuals in a slime T-shirt with Martinez Arnold. Again, they're still hanging, associating. And then on the May 9th, 2022 stop, Martinez Arnold and Kendricks are at that house that has all of those firearms and the marijuana out in the open. Nothing's changed except time. Public displays of allegiance. This is the photograph that I believe investigator Griffin, who was the lead detective on T.R. Jones' murder, introduced. Does that apartment complex look quite familiar to the steps of Miss Bennett's? It's because it's 988 Confederate Court, that Confederate Court area. ABG territory, which is, and that's Kelvin Watts, right? And this is where they were headed. And obviously in 2022, they're still trying to shoot and kill, shell kill Kelvin Watts. You see how over time it's the same acts. That's conspiracy. It's just right before you. Now, objective 4. Remember how I said at the beginning, sometimes those stolen firearms or the robberies can play up multiple ways? This is a good example of it. Money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity. So those robberies and thefts, you could find them as they conspired to violate B, to participate in the enterprise, or A, they conspired knowing that they could acquire and get property a lot easier. Either one. The evidence can sometimes fit multiple. And you have the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Now, I'm not going to walk through all of the drugs we introduced or firearms or items. I'm just giving you a snapshot. That criminal objective has multiple, I think I would focus on the areas of where they are if there's other people with them. And I think this might have skipped through faster than I anticipated. This is obviously the May 9th, 2022, which is Jeffrey Williams' home. I'm going to go back one. And while that's coming up, I may get some help and put up one of these easels that we'll talk about.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here comes the whiteboard. Love is ready.
Yes, thank you. This just has agreement, enterprise, and pattern.
3 words?
This agreement to be a part of the enterprise, a pattern, and they all flow together, right? So evidence that they agreed, they go and shoot rivals together. We go and shoot the same rivals with the same people together. Evidence for agreement, evidence for pattern. Does the YSL enterprise exist? Is it a loosely formed group of individuals for a same common criminal purpose? All of these 3 kind of feed together. So this triangle is just a visual way to help think through this. Okay, well, it's catching up with me, and I apologize for this, but what's going to come up next, this is the Green Store, right? This is a picture of Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell. You have August 23, 2013, where one of the first witnesses, Sergeant Heeb, H-E-E-B, he was with an officer, Viverito. Sound familiar? 50 individual packets of clear marijuana. And this area of town is not far from where the Windsor Street gas station is in 2022, where Shymel Drinks was last seen alive before that stoplight. This is Trontavious Stevens' possession of marijuana after a traffic stop where he was with Stillwell. You've seen kind of over the years, multiple, sometimes at around 151 Cleveland, drugs. You've heard about the May 9th, 2022, all of the drugs that were found in that house. This is just a snapshot. These are some overt acts that you could use for this criminal objective of unlawful distribution of drugs. So I just include this as a tip. I'm not going to walk through every one. Act 48, 2015. Act 49, 2015. Act 65, 2017. 2020, it spans 7 years, BB, Nichols, Stevens, right? You've heard and seen pictures of them, identifiers of YSL, overtime in similar areas dealing drugs. That's another benefit or perk or objective of being in this kind of group, because no one's going to want to mess with you when you're going around shooting people and saying, I'm going to shoot. It helps you to unlawfully distribute drugs a lot easier in certain areas. Now, objective 5 is obstructing law enforcement, right? So you've heard about this in multiple ways. This is intimidation of witnesses, because that helps the enterprise, because then you can't get caught. Maybe you can fool or deceive a juror, a detective. A pattern repeatedly publicly saying you'll lie to all your family and friends and then come in here and tell the truth, basically saying, hint, hint, why can't you lie in court? And you need to get killed. And then agreement where all of them benefit and know and participate in this. So what evidence do we have of attacks on law enforcement? Well, one of the first acts you saw is Trontavious Stevens, where you heard from the vehicle that was stolen and Officer Pettis, and there was that firearm and that yellow bucket where he tried to go and arrest Stevens, who has this slime tattoo on his body, and then he brandished a handgun, pointing it at the firearm. Intimidation. Now, that officer was undercover, right? But he's trying to stop him and apprehend him, and he's just basically, I'm above the law, right? The same message that Shannon Stillwell is saying in present day. They don't think they could be held accountable. Police can't stop me. Now, we've talked about the armed robbery of Derek Dotson, but this also proves this objective, and I'll show you why. That's former and present. That's the
DK, little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga. Yeah, he said it. For no reason, boy.
for no reason.
He's shooting for no reason.
He's shooting at 12, the police, for no reason.
Shooting at y'all. Yeah, that nigga stop. Boy, for no reason, Carter.
That's Adrian Bean's words, right? And then
he got it on him. And he got the screen up on him.
Bloody
bloody DK, and I got the strap on me, and he throws up Rock Crew at the time. And he's just shooting at 12 for no reason. Another attack on law enforcement that, again, you don't want to get caught. You just tried to rob Derek Dotson, so you don't want to get apprehended by the police. Officer Rogers, you're going to hear what people say before and after some of this and their viewpoint on law enforcement.
I'm better take her down. Kill it.
And that's Christian Effinger in the Cleveland Avenue area shooting Officer Rogers. That's not just words. That's a mentality of, again, slimes are above the law, and it's a public message of that. I can't think of a more clear, raw example of that than this. Don't just believe what they say, believe what they do. And he's just trying to arrest him for a warrant. And what does Rodelius Ryan say after this happens? If you look at his TV screen, you're going to see Officer Rogers' photo pop up. And this is the message he has for his fellow YSL gang member after he just tried to attempted to murder Officer Rogers for doing his job.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man.
There's Officer Rogers.
Yeah, man, live from chain gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Spank that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. Ain't we catching the fun on this shit. Yeah, we about to catch that fun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. It's in the hood right there, gang. Free the gang.
That's in the hood.
Yeah, YSL shit.
YSL shit.
Yeah.
Just like the song said, YSL shit, killing 12 shit. This is Ryan bragging and boasting about his fellow gang member trying to shoot Officer Rogers. And then he says slap, right? This shows you how they view the enterprise.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man, by the way. The gang way. Big Brish with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. Smell me.
Over at Act 180.
This nigga lie to your kids.
You know, so Ryan's words there are kind of telling, right? Because he views what Effinger did on the one hand by himself as a collective, we, us, he's with me, and he's saying YSL and SLAT because it boosts your street cred. Quite frankly, it boosts your street cred to shoot at the police. And that furthers your gang because you get more of a reputation. And that's what you've heard from the gang detectives and seen why Ryan would have this positive reaction and collective us to Eppinger doing that. It wasn't just Eppinger alone. It's a we, it's a us. And any overt act done to further the conspiracy is held against everyone, to include these defendants. Because when you knowingly and willfully join a criminal enterprise, you got to buy the good, bad, and the ugly. Now, we've talked about intimidating witnesses. I started with that video of Jeffrey Williams. What's Antonio Sledge's position
You
on
can lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk-ass people the God-honest motherfucking truth. Puss-ass.
And that's Antonio Sledge as a witness, right? So you realize what people say outside of court. Think about that Antonio Sledge and that. And it, you know, how people are in the witness stand, right, is quite different. But you don't want to get caught. You don't want people to come in here and tell them. It's as clear as that. Miss Bennett, Antonio Sumlin, Quindarrius Zachary, Walter Murphy, Kenneth Copeland, about to be Adrian Bean up here, Wooney Lee. You saw their reactions, the awkward pauses, the kind of contemplation of, man, what am I going to say here? Or some bad piece of wiretap or jail call that gets played that doesn't sound good. Trontavia Stevens and Adrian Bean. This is alluding to, you heard from Mariah Smith about the threats for her testifying in the murder of Jamari Holmes trial and coming to court. And this is a brain and a rat emoji. She got threats for talking to law enforcement. Again, you don't want people to come forward because it helps Rodelius Ryan not get caught. It helps the criminal enterprise stay abreast. That's an overt action furtherance of conspiracy. What's a pattern of racketeering? So all of these crimes, these aggravated assaults, these murders, it's not, they actually did a pattern, but the conspiracy is, did they knowingly and willfully conspire to join YSL knowing that that could be a possibility? I think it's ludicrous to say otherwise, right? They knew exactly what they signed up for when they tattooed YSL on their body and shot people for YSL. And it can be from anyone. Within 4 years of each other, they're not in it for the long haul. You don't tattoo your face if you're just in something for a couple weeks. It's a permanent thing. And you've seen evidence in present day and evidence in the past that's shown that allegiance. And that's where this agreement, pattern, and enterprise all play together. You have agreement for the enterprise. There's a pattern of racketeering activity, shootings, murders, robberies that feed and promote the enterprise. That's RICO conspiracy. And it can be by any co-conspirator. But you certainly have overt acts from both of them. What is interrelated? This is key, right? What makes a pattern of racketeering interrelated? Same victims, same accomplices, same or similar intents, results, or methods of commission. With what we've talked about so far, you've seen a repeated pattern. The same opposition group moving together, the same individuals committing it. Over and over, all of these interrelated, they're not just interrelated, it's like a yarn of, it's like a ball of yarn that's just so intertwined, tight, you can't get out of it. It's like they're all related. And I'm going to show you some examples of that that will cut through time and cut through RICO conspirators, and you'll see patterns and connections that can be hard to miss with all of this evidence. So let's focus on some distinguishing characteristics. So what's the best evidence that someone violated conspiracy to violate RICO? Is they actually did it. That's, if you want to figure out if someone wants to conspire to rob a bank and they go rob 20 banks, well, they probably agreed to do that bank robbery. It's as simple as that. So let's look at what they did. Let's look at what they said and look at how it's related. Same victims, same accomplices. So I'm going to show you some examples that are going to mirror together exhibits from different parts of the trial. Actions speak louder than words. They just do. It's like what your grandparents say, or dad or mom, don't do what I say, do what I do. So believe them. Let's see what they do and how they do it and why it's interrelated. So we're going to see some patterns. They move as a pack, right? what's going to come up is the cell phone records from O.G. Bentley's house.
There's the Jungle
Or
Book
the
reference
spot on
toned
Oak Drive that
down.
you heard testimony about. This is after the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is both what Copeland and Zachary say that they all went to get rid of the gun and to get rid of the car because they don't want murder weapons to get caught with them, obviously. So the same individual who called Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen 3 months later when they pull up with a stick, you don't think that Demise McMullen killed Donovan Thomas with Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick driving, and Justin Cobb, and then would go to his friend O.G. Bentley? Of course he would. And where do they go? I mean, 755, 750. This is McMullen and Williams. That's O.G. Bentley's house. 5 minutes of each other. They go from up north, where Sky House is, to down there. Let's look at the next slide. Bradford, 747, O.G. Bentley's house. You need a common place to take guns and cars. It's not a coincidence they all just woke up and decided to go, have a pizza party at O.G. Bentley's, within 30 minutes of the murder of Donovan Thomas in a car rented by Jeffrey Williams. That's not a coincidence. And that Copeland and Zachary just guessed randomly of where they traveled. They knew. Let's look at Treadwell, right? He's all over this Oak Drive address because that's where his house was. Now, fast forward, this is Shymel Drinks. Where do they go after the murder of Shymel Drinks? This is Farley, Garlington, and Jackson. The times are a little different, but the general direction of travel is to, look, here's the airport, there's the airport, there's the airport, there's 70. They go to the same location after a murder for a variety of reasons. Maybe to get their story straight, maybe to all have a common place to go to get away from when you just commit a murder. This is 2022, that was 2015. That's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear example of one. Now, common places to stash and store. You've heard about the web. You've seen more recently Waters Road, and you used to hear reference about the dugout, but the web and Waters Road come up frequently. What were some similarities between them? They're places where they can store their guns and can frequently go where no one's going to catch them or bother them. This is Trontavious Stevens. This is Antonio Sumlin. He has the slime tattoo on his body, and someone has YSL here and multiple king slime on his forearm. This is the web. There's that YSL. There's the surveillance video right there. Looked kind of similar to Waters Road. Completely different locations. This is from the Instagram where one slug, I'm going to the web. And then there was this wiretap.
We back at the web. What, slug on spot? Yeah, we got that spot now. He ain't slug spot though.
We're back at the web. It's not slug spot. It's now my spot. They exchange guns. They exchange locations to help the gang. It's quite simply that, right? They need a spot to be able to hang out and lay low. Fast forward to present time. We're about to talk about and see Waters Road. And you saw the phone records both in March, the ankle monitor, it was 3,000 something times per minute that defendant Stillwell was at that 2830 Waters Road. It's not a coincidence, right? You just saw that surveillance at the web. Yes, you can have surveillance system in your home, but with the evidence of guns, and let's go to the web, Waters Road, with all of the assault rifles and bullets that were there, that's the surveillance on the 16th. That's the cables removed on the 17th. Same address, Waters Road. It moves and talks and walks very similar to the web. Different locations, YSL members to help the enterprise. They all agree to be a part of it, from the tattoos and the shootings and the actions, and there's a pattern. There's a clear pattern. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this pattern. Same or similar intents and accomplices. So follow me with this. So Donovan Thomas, murdered January 10th, 2015 by YSL. Wyatt Lucci, whose mother's house is shot on the 22nd of January and the 26th of January, 2015. And then what do they say? What do they do? What are their methods of attacking or harming a rival? Well, that's the 22nd, 1007 Hill Street. And then the 26th, that is, a window, a mirror window in her home. Coincidence, he shoots at, I shoot at his mommy, he no longer mentions me. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But then when you see the text messages, right, between Huey and Thug, go handle that, Slatty, it kind of takes on a little different feel to it. All right. So keep going. What other actions do YSL members have with? And if you remember, right, the gun that Quindarrius Zachary had that he was arrested with got tied to those shootings. So this is where guns change. Multiple conspirators work together in concert. This is a tweet or an Instagram from Jeffrey Williams. If I didn't like what you did for your mothers and kids, I would have been killed you. That's 2019. And then you have in 2020, coincidentally, Kendrick with slat and a snake on him standing on the same Mr. Bennett's car, right? A clear sign of disrespect with a middle finger. And then fast forward, it's not just funny tweets or funny songs or funny cars, right? Let's keep going with this. Same victim, same YSL members throughout all of this. There's the flyer we talked about, right? There's the tweet, go handle it. You saw examples. You saw another example of that when Viverito was on the stand. Now, not only do they shoot at his mother's house, murder his friends, tweet at him, disrespect his car, then they try to stab him and actually do stab him in the jail, but they try to kill him is what I meant to say. And you saw the text messages about that. So let's walk through that, right? This is spanning from 2015 to 2022. Agreement, enterprise, pattern. This is when Jaden Myrick stabbing YFN Lucci in the jail. That's YFN Lucci. He's actually stabbed, right? This isn't just some fake violence. Then, this is Shan Stillwell, that same day.
They got me on PC with the boys. Oh, there's no PC.
And this is Eppinger and Summer.
Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Guess what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you why I'm at.
Remember that?
Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with. What you going with? Lucci, nigga.
It's unspoken agreement, right? Why is someone having to do with Kendrick, Zachary have a gun, Shannon tweeting just wet, Lucci's, you know what, ASS up? Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Same victims, that's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear pattern. Now let's take this a little bit further. Christian Evans, right? The same one who robbed Ray Hill with a YSL on his face is calling someone who has YSL tattooed permanently on his body and is talking about going to stab Lucci and get permission, right? So these same co-conspirators just work together over time. It's going to come along. What we're going to show, see, there's some, right? Can't spell slime without me, the biggest. Publicly, full allegiance. Did they knowingly and willfully agree to be part of YSL? What do they say? What do they do, right? It's as simple as that. That is how you can know the evidence showing that. All right. Now, what's the common denominator with Kelvin Watts? This is Zachary and Sledge. There's Kelvin Watts, Shell Kale, and Donovan Thomas, right? You just saw a picture of Donovan Thomas and Mr. Bennett. And you saw the actions that the YSL criminal street gang did and thoughts about him. So here's yet another friend in a public picture with Donovan Thomas, Kelvin Watts. What are their viewpoints on him? This is Zachary and Sledge publicly threatening him in 2015.
You little strip dip ass niggas. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know where we hit. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Pop, pop, pop. Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Ms. Atkins, Mike,
All right, they're fixing the mic.
I'll just use a.
He's gonna carry one.
Okay.
All right, hold on. They're gonna take a break. So, what are we at? We're 2 hours and 14 minutes into this stream.
No.
Because right now we're about 24 minutes away from the 2-hour mark. So, got just under an hour left of this first half. Because remember, they're trying to split 2.5 and 2.5.
Can you hear me now? Just was too loud. Okay.
Oh, we're approaching? Okay, they're approaching. They were fixing the microphone, then asked if they wanted a bathroom break. That's weird, there's like a difference in sound. Maybe that's what 11 Alive does when they do sidebars. Oh, but now they're up at the bench, so... Yeah, also big shout out to everyone with all the great commentary. Gina Samino says the state deceived the jury through this whole trial. Yep, and I think a good part of the closing argument isn't going to be a, you know, just why here's why my client is innocent. It's also going to be a dig at the state. I think with opening statements, the defense counsel didn't try to dig too much. They didn't try to shade the state too much, but I think we might get some of that in closing arguments finally. And duly deserved. Like, oh. I think that's just a regular courtroom chatter. And Allie B from Tennessee says, I thought they said nothing before 2016. 2017 would count, so why bringing up, or am I wrong? So they're not supposed to find unanimously that there is an overt act in support of the conspiracy. That was before May 10th, 2017. But it's weird because that one part, there were 4 overt acts on the screen with different dates. And Adkins says, here's some of the overt acts you can consider. And one of them was clearly before that timeline. So that goes against the instruction.
Anybody that needs to can go ahead and use the restroom right now too while the jury is out. Then we'll finish the states open and we'll break for lunch.
All right, so that's the scheduling. And I don't know, there's like what, like 50 minutes, 50?
Sit down here.
And I don't know, I feel like Hylton, did I see Joseph Pat mention that? That Hylton would be doing closings as well, which means they're going to pass the torch.
I think it's Anna. For some reason, it doesn't. But it doesn't pick up my voice. It'll pick it up. Okay. It just went out. Maybe. Okay. I'm gonna make sure it's off right now. Okay.
All right. And while they're on break, Kathy Roussan says jury observation. From our photog in the courtroom, jurors seem engaged. Some are leaned forward, taking in the closing. Some are taking notes. There's one juror who's leaned back and her body language doesn't seem too interested. YSL trial. So. And then she's calling out Love's body language. Just obnoxious. Like, Love's body language is crazy. Like, it's like she came back in just to play a game of charades over at her table. Ms. Kemp says, good morning, all. His hand motions make me have to leave. Until Max, I'll return. I don't blame you, since I don't have anything good to say. Yeah, they say if you don't... Can we butcher quotes? Can we butcher some famous quotes the same way that Adkins did? Don't do as I do, do as I say. Is that what he said? The quote was something like that. But yeah, if you don't have nothing good to say, say nothing at all. We just gotta mess up quotes all day as a fun game. Good to see you, Miss Kims. I don't blame you for coming back. Got about 50 minutes here, and then they're gonna take a lunch break. So with that, you've got like two hours. Gina Semino says, how many bumps did he do this morning? I don't think he's the type that needs extra energy. I think he's just one of those people that naturally... Some people just have the energy all the time. Energizer Bunny. Thank you for the 2. Chloe Albert Trevent says this closing is a racket. Yeah, I mean, they definitely, I would imagine they work together on this PowerPoint. That they move as a pack slide seems like something that was flowery and had a lot of words. And everybody except Love said, Love, no, we're not doing this long-winded story about the Jungle Book again. Because it's one of the only slides that has like a short amount of words. So I feel like they pruned that down. They said take the Jungle Book stuff out of it, we'll just say pack. Yeah, he had it backwards. Do what I do, not what I say. Violet says, follow the money to prove YSL is an enterprise, but state didn't / couldn't because there was none to follow. Yep. Yep, and Jim R in the chat pointed out, like, notice they didn't really charge under a subsection. They let it be an either or. And we keep hearing from all these detectives, investigators, well, I don't know, I didn't look at the financials. Well, seems problematic if you ask me. And there's a difference. If I happen to make money, but I didn't conspire to make money as part of the enterprise, I don't know. Seems like an individual thing. So let's see what the jury makes of that. Chloe Albert-Servan says, we've conspired here to show your ineptitude, bias, lack of evidence, and basic dishonesty here in this chat. Definitely to further YSL. Bring it. I don't even think you have to conspire all that much. I think Atkins' presentation would be a lot better if he left things out that seem like a reach. Like that call with Dolly saying, they swear to God that we killed Nut. For you to play that and start at the swear to God we killed Nut, like if I caught that as a juror and I knew that that wasn't the full clip, I would be spiteful. I would be spiteful, and I don't care if you put up a sign that said I'm not supposed to consider that. Because unfortunately, when you do one thing in a deceptive way, now I have to use that lens for everything else that you do. So, I don't even think we need to conspire here, Chloe. Okay, we're doing an off-the-topic poll here, you guys. Sweet potato or pumpkin pie? Oh boy. I don't know, I guess either, depending on who makes it. And I don't like a pumpkin pie that's too, like, spice. I don't like this pumpkin spice flavor. I don't really think pumpkin tastes like all that much until you add too much spice to it. I don't like that part. But pumpkin pie with just, like, cinnamon, sugar is all right. Sweet potato can be really good, but I've had some sweet potato pie that was both. So it depends. It depends. And I'd rather have yams, just like in a casserole with the marshmallows over pie. Yeah, I think sweet potato's winning in the chat, but pumpkin cheesecake sounds good. Who's talking about cheesecake? All right, then they finally mute the court. So there we go. Oh, they've got a hybrid gang sweet potato pumpkin pie. Oh, man, I saw this video yesterday. They took a piece of cheesecake. I don't even remember what kind of cheesecake it was. It was some kind of cheesecake. And then they were putting like batter around it, but churro batter, and then deep fried it.
Jury is ready, and get them back as soon as possible since we got a late start this morning. Can y'all move that a little bit because that's kind of blocking the defense's view of the jury.
Is this all right?
I don't know. Is that okay? Is that better?
The same, Your Honor, just now it blocks different jurors.
Okay, no, that's not better. Either move it way over here or way over there. Now I can't see the jury. That's not going to work. Put it way over there, maybe.
Well, I don't know. I'm talking about.
I mean, that's fine, but
I'll put it, is that all right?
that works. Sorry.
That's all right, John.
I don't know who designs courtrooms, but I don't think they ask anybody who uses courtrooms. Jury ready? All right. They do, yes. Now we have 3 podiums, so. You can roll the screen over this way some, maybe, if you want them to be able to see them both. I don't know.
All right.
Now it's not the time. Let's do that at lunch. 30 more minutes or so. Thank you.
I think she's shortcutting his closing, unless she didn't count the break.
I think that screen maybe stopped working halfway through. So the other one, either the one above or the one, I think the one below doesn't work, but the one above works. They'll switch it up at lunch. Thank you. All right, I think y'all probably saw that your lunch is there. We've got about 30 more minutes of Mr. Adkins opening, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and hear the defense closings. Okay? All right, go ahead, Mr. Adkins.
We ain't really going.
What?
So, we just saw that video, right, in 2015, and here we have the same picture, right? Kelvin Watts, Nut Life times 2, because you have Shymel Drinks, Kelvin Watts in this post. And that is the projectile that murdered Shymel Drinks and the projectile that murdered Donovan Thomas. Same victims, right? You had Donovan Thomas with Lucci, and you saw how they treated Lucci. Now Donovan Thomas with Kelvin Watts, and you saw the connection. Similar victims over time with different YSL co-conspirators committing the crimes, often together. Not always the same, but similar patterns, which is important for RICO. Now, other connection. You heard about, and we got to take Buddy's name out of the song in case she gets whacked.
I fuck around and get whacked. You know that shit come down on us. Yeah.
Because it's going to come down on us. This lets you know that they try to toe the line to get right to where they can diss an op or say something but have some deniability. And then this is a song That's Garlington. Get your act. It doesn't, yes, it's just a song, but when you're shooting and continuing to promote violence on the same people, that creates a pattern. And that was Demarco Garlington and Demarco Boyer, who was those phone calls you heard about the night of Shymel Drinks' murder. So what other connections do we have? Well, if you keep going, we talked about this drug sale, right? This is Durante Beebe. Who was with him? Darius Ford, right? This is back in 2020 at, I believe, 151 Cleveland. There's Darius Ford. Now, you have, it should come up here. This is Rodelius Ryan and Durante Beebe, right? So remember this. Ford, Beebe, Ryan, it's like a 6 degrees of separation through different crimes. So follow me here. This is Darius Ford and Rodelius Ryan.
We right back running through this shit. Yeah, snap fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. We right back running through this shit. Fuck wrong with y'all. Yeah, peace and blessings. Gang, peace and blessings, like shit. Peace and blessings.
This is Rodelius Ryan saying FYFN. Then you have Garlington, right? We got y'all boys. Ryan, Ford. This is Darius Ford. That's Christian Miller. That Garlington's posting, right? It's the YSL enterprise and how they view each other. And if you exact violence on one of them, they're all going to try, or if you get a rival or an op, it's for the game. It's for the enterprise. And then if we keep going with this, this is 05 Driving Slim. This is Christian McMiller with Rodelius Ryan at Slime Business Rod, right? And he puts the heart emoji in the snake. Then you have Shannon Stillwell and Darius Ford, right? And then you have Garlington talking about spinning it every night.
When I smoke, you're not in bum.
Playing a song where Shymel Drinks, right? So yes, it's a song, but it has a different context when you know what they do.
Barbecue, man. We spin.
This is from Ryan's Instagram, right? Slap. This is SB. What's up? Using Garlington's Instagram to Rodelius Ryan, right? There's connections between the co-conspirators, and it shows a pattern where they commit crimes together. It may just be Darius Ford and Beebe selling drugs, but then it also may be shooting up all of these homes or murdering people, and they work in concert together. Now, it has to have, what is an enterprise, right? In this case, it's the criminal street gang. It's got to have a common purpose. It has to have a common kind of ongoing nature. It doesn't have to be a formal, like, employee roster or something like that. It can be a loose or informal relationship amongst them. It's as simple as that. You've seen how the way that YSL, the common identifiers, and the way that they act and speak in concert shows that they have, I would argue, more than a loose relationship with one another. In determining it, you can use the pattern to prove the enterprise. This is where the crimes themselves and how they're committed kind of help you. And is there an enterprise? Well, the way that they work in concert shows you that there is. And I misspelled. There's always one word in every slide, and I've checked this thing 20 times, so I apologize. Racketeering. I knew there'd be one. Okay. So, is this a RICO?
Right? Yeah, Uncle had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. Yeah, wait. That's why I was telling y'all. Last time I told you, I say when Lil Mike leaves in classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know
we called you soon. He got up there, but see what Uncle was trying to see. And they were saying it was a mob nigga and some 9 dude niggas jumped on, bro.
Yeah, wait. We just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and probably jumped in with some YFN niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what folk were trying to call you and see like who the hell that was.
So do it for Phil, right? Trying to get protection is with in the other car with Quindarrius Nichols after the murder of Shymel Drinks. Talking about Unfunk. Do it for Phil, the person who's hashtag top shotter, happy snake day at Slime Business Ride, is Miles Farley. The same person who's in the Ford Fusion with Quindarrius Nichols when they're at the gas station and then pulls out behind Shymel Drinks, right? So you see this connection and support where when one goes in jail and someone tries to jump Farley, the gang gets protection. And they may use an allied gang.
That's a pattern, and it's to further the enterprise because you don't want to get caught or get harmed. So take it a step further. This is Christian Eppinger, YSL Brish. That's Unfunk he's posting. Here's Eppinger, Wooney Lee, and BB, right? Only the slimes all together. Now, when you have Unfunk, Garlington, and Sumlin, so you have Eppinger in 2016 saying free Unfunk, right? Then in 2022, you have Christian Eppinger and Sumlin having that jail call to try to get Lucci. And then you have Unfunk and Garlington trying to get protection because YFN, the same group of Lucci, is trying to hurt Miles Farley. So there's connections between the acts. There's patterns and the interactions amongst each other. And if you take it a step further, then you have Wooney Lee with Shannon. You heard about No Slime Left Behind. Wooney Lee with Kendrick, actively promoting the gang. Yes, it may just be a photo, but when people think you murdered people, shot people, and got away with it, it has a different context to that. It has a much different context. What is Kenneth Copeland roughly 2 weeks before this indictment? How is he interacting, right? He comes up here like everything's in the past. This is Kenneth Copeland.
He heard somebody. Police been lock up 43, they got a 43-man indictment.
That was Font said?
That was Toon said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know, he probably just talk. Ain't no telling.
Yeah. What you think? What?
I had Jake out of what's the name of him?
What you think? For what though?
He just said RICO, I guess.
RICO, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told you that shit. That's off Instagram.
Better stay off Instagram. Yeah. Not like RICO.
Yeah.
What RICO? I'm not a criminal enterprise, right? They're casually Copeland, and it kind of makes you think when he's in this witness stand, like, I'm a changed man or I don't hang out with them anymore, right? This is him in April 23rd of 2022. If you look at the indictment date, it's May 9th, 2022. That's 2 weeks before that indictment. And he's calling Garlington, who he said told him about what happened, that all of these two defendants when they murdered Donovan Thomas. Think about that when you determine credibility in RICO. Taking it a step further, you have some.
No, listen, man. I just got.
Well, it's the call where he says he just got off the phone with Rudy, and that YSL stuff is hot. You need to take that down, right? And then at the very end of that, and I won't play the whole thing, but it's in evidence, they say, we need to take that YSL because it's hot, get off social media, right? So that shows you that they know, they just don't want to get caught. This RICO conspiracy, this is your verdict form. When we talked about A and B, it's going to look like this. As to conspiracy to violate subsection A,
Okay, just pausing real quick. If you wanted to look at the screen, he is showing a portion of the verdict form, what the jury will have to fill out to return their verdict. So important stuff. The stuff is important.
Be the defendant. A, acquire and maintain property, knowingly and willfully conspire. B is those objectives I talked about. Did you participate in the enterprise, knowing and understanding that a pattern of racketeering, which remember, check the indictment for the crimes. Do you think that they knew, when these two defendants from January 10, 2015 onward, that there would be robbery, aggravated assault, intimidating witnesses? I mean, of course they did. But think about that when you look through this, because you have to decide, is it A or is it B? I believe it's both, but you can find either as a jury when you deliberate. And remember, some evidence can factor into both. The robberies can be A. The stolen guns can be A. They also can be a part of B when you create a pattern. And then on the bottom, it's going to ask you about guilty, guilty. Please identify on the next page the overt acts you find. So when y'all agree unanimously on an overt act, and you got to find one after May 10th, 2017, the good news is there's plenty that the state has proven happened after that date, so they shouldn't be hard to find. You write them down. And if you need to write 50, write 50. If you need a pen, ask the court reporter. She'll come bring you an extra pen if y'all need it, run out of ink. But fill it out on the form after this, once you all deliberate and talk through the evidence. and you will find them guilty of the RICO enterprise when you look at the evidence and the common sense, reasonable inferences from all of it and some of these connections. I just gave you a few. I could do this 6 degrees of separation with multiple crimes throughout the case, but I tried to pick a couple to show you. And participation in street gang activity, this is much simpler. You know, the RICO enterprise and the criminal street gang is one in part the same. Criminal street gang activity is there is a gang, YSL. Clearly the evidence has shown at this point that YSL is a criminal street gang, right? Are they a part of that street gang? Do they commit criminal street gang activity? For purposes of this indictment, the judge will instruct you that the street gang charges, the firearm possessed during the drugs for Kendrick and the murder of Shymel Drinks for Shannon Stillwell, both murder and possession of firearm during commission of a felony, which is the drugs, are criminal street gang activity. So all you really have to decide, in my mind, is there a nexus to the street gang? And I'm going to, this goes on to explain criminal street gang activity, which the judge will tell you that for these crimes, they are street gang activity. You just have to find Kendrick and Stillwell and the YSL street gang, which for all intents and purposes is the same as the criminal enterprise we've just been describing. And I'm going to, B is in order to maintain or increase status. So you'll see Shannon Stillwell has B. When he murdered Shymel Drinks, do you think that was in order to boost his YSL street cred and increase his status? Of course it was. He had no personal disagreement with Shymel Drinks. The only reason to murder him is because you saw all this public posting about get back, revenge, and he has that tweet I had earlier of up the score. That, when Shannon Stillwell committed that murder, it was to further the street gang. There's no other reason that makes any sense. And it would certainly boost his common signs, symbols, and tattoos. I only have a snippet. This is very similar to the first witness belt nap, right? Y'all have heard ample evidence of all these identifiers. You've heard about slat, slime, the lizard, the snake, the green, Copeland with the hand sign. Y'all are basically gang experts at this point, probably yourselves, because you've heard a lot about it. But it's important to show you the evidence over time. Tattoos, I've talked a lot about these. I think it's important to, you know, these permanent YSL lifestyle. This is Trontavious Stevens. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's the Diamante Kendrick. Slime Life, YSL. And then you have face tattoos, Javon Fleetwood. Then you have Walter Murphy's going to come up and Christian Eppinger. Public YSL tattoos on their face. Essentially a walking billboard for the enterprise. And if you commit a crime with that on your face, it's to help let people know this is from YSL. Going a little bit further, 3 or more members, clearly there's 3 or more. RICO was 2 or more. Gang, you need at least 3. So you can't have a gang of 2 under the law. It's the same principle. That block is easily checked as an element. This is just pictures of multiple. This is Rodelius Ryan adding all of the slimes. This is Kendrick, Copeland, Zachary, ball up them slimes back in 2014. And that's Trontavious Stevens, again, showing you how they publicly accept and acknowledge the gang, and at least when they're outside of a courtroom. Going further, this is Quindarrius Zachary, November 6th, 2014. Well, I'll keep going, but it's the video y'all watch where he says YSLD, big bullets, and he's pointing a gun at a camera. That's just him publicly. And then firearms, right? This criminal street gang is armed constantly. These are some examples of acts where this is Shannon Stillwell with that firearm, Trontavious Stevens with this firearm. Going further, that's Christian Eppinger with a stock of guns. YSL Brisk, who said they want smoke. That's Zachary, still don't know any better. YSL Little D. They have these firearms because they use them. They're not sport hunting. They're not collecting them. They're shooting people with them, as you've seen repeatedly. This is Waters Road, the drum magazine, the double magazine where it's taped together. That was the stolen one from the cargo. I'm just showing you examples, and if you think about it, it's quite a lot of guns, either in photographs or physically introduced. Why do they need them? For the enterprise, and for the context of this, the street gang. This is from May 9th, 2022. all of the guns in the home. Again, 2022 and 2015, they all are stopped and have and use firearms. That's the violence. That's the tool for the street gang. More firearms. This is from Rodelius Ryan in the middle with 6 firearms. This is Zachary with an AK, Zachary with an AK. This is Shannon Stillwell with nothing compatible in the trenches but a carbine, right, in 2020, overt Act 115. Over and over and over, they show you we have guns, we use guns, we're not afraid to use it. Believe them. The evidence has shown it. Gang detectives, I'm not going to go through everything. I think you've heard a lot, right? And what they talked about was not fantasy. Gaither and Dennis, when they talked about getting woken up in the middle of the night with all of this 2015, they interviewed Walter Murphy. They interviewed Quindarrius Zachary. They interviewed Copeland 6 times. Not an easy task. All of that stuff they did repeatedly. They didn't just, and they all acknowledged.
Oh my gosh, why does music keep playing?
This is Jeffrey Williams. The cops asked them all. They know my business in all the jurisdictions. They all testified about YSL Street Gang, identifiers, identified members. Are they all wrong? Are they all just, Gaither and Dennis are just making up crimes? No. YSL is a criminal street gang as shown by their actions. And Detective Belknap discussed the origins of Rock Crew, how it became YSL. He also mentioned how YSL, the street gang he started hearing about in schools before the record label was formed, and the rival between the YSL and Inglewood family. I just simple 2 words, or I guess it's 3. 2015 first wave. This is waves of violence and a tsunami of evidence about a criminal enterprise operating throughout. And the second wave, Viverito told you about it. She told you about all these back and forth shootings in 2019 and 2020, and she talked about what was going on in just 1 month, March of 2022. And all of these social media she was clipping by, it seemed like almost the hour, to show this public disrespect. Same group, same victims, same rivalry in YSL and YFN. Nothing has changed except time. That's how you know it's a criminal enterprise actively afloat. May 9th, 2022. So for Kendrick, he's with Duke, Martinez Arnold in 2015 when they're stopped by Trestle Tree. You've seen the photographs of the marijuana and the firearms. He's in Jeffrey Williams' house. This is in May of 2022. Him actively having this arm protection, firearms, and being in a house and then running when the police come with 2 other identified, documented street gang members. It furthers the gang's interest to have multiple YSL members together, even in one of their own homes, because as you've seen, they're going to always be armed and have firearms. So all you have to decide, in my opinion, if you meet the other elements, is there a street gang? Is there 2 or more members? Is his possession of the marijuana and firearm collective construction, which Ms. Hylton will talk to you about, in furtherance of the gang? And I'll argue that it is. Shannon Stillwell's, when you talk about participation in criminal, I made it green to say found. Like I said, I don't need to belabor this much. I think it's quite obvious that Shymel Drinks is a textbook example of a gang murder, where they literally just shoot him because they happen to see him at a gas station. He's a rival, that they're following Kelvin Watts and other postings that are dissing or alluding to the murder of McMiller and Ford, and that's why he kills them. But you don't have a license to just kill who you want because they happen to be in an Instagram post, or you think, or they are associated with a rival gang. That's to boost his street cred within the gang. And then, every slime plays nasty. What does Rooney Lee say about that? Yeah, they can argue that they're just trying to watch the local basketball game on the nightly news.
And ESPN got a bomb on me because we blowing niggas down.
He's got a gun and says ESPN because we're blowing people down. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is Kendrick's tattoo. You're going to see this is Miles Farley. ESPN tattooed on the back of his neck. This is going to be Christian Eppinger coming up here. Rise and Slime, ESPN. And then I didn't clip it in there, but there's the song that Shannon Stillwell himself made where he literally says, every slime plays nasty. So these are common phrases, identifiers. And by nasty, they mean violence. You've seen it. Going a step further, Is this a street gang? This is going to be Wooney Lee and Rodelius
Fuck
Ryan.
fake, man, yeah, man, gang shit, man, you know what the fuck going, man, yeah, man, slime business shit, man. Man, happy birthday to me, man, really mean everything to me, man, this shit on me for real. Can you get an tattoo on me, man? Gonna say it again, nah, for real, no cap, nigga, slack, nigga. It did a mean, this is absolutely wrong.
Playing 2 videos at a time. This is a hot mess.
Words, right? Rodelius Ryan is slime business slack and Wooney Lee.
Sex money mercy that's going on this set. I mean,
I'm the DEO. I'm the DEO of this sex money murder set. You heard Belknap, Gaither, and Dennis talk about the sex money murder, where YSL is a subset of that, right? It's their own words. They're not hiding from it. They're not slat on the finger. And then you're going to have again, Miles Farley, when the OGs don't feed, it boosts up the crime rate, right? They're actively telling you what they're doing, which was in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. You all saw this video. Again, take them at their word. Don't just take mine.
wipe your nose, wipe Big B. I know this shit. Little baby rollout. Little baby rollout.
Little baby rollout. For a small size.
They fucking bleed the slump in the fucking trench, man. Right now, the trench of keep pistols. Oh, like you
and they do keep pistols, and they do light people up, which means shooting at them. What is YSL about? I said the deception. You have the flash and the fame and the lifestyle, and it's all a joke. And then you have the reality of YSL street gang members exacting violence on members of their own community repeatedly over the years with impunity. The intimidation. I think y'all all know well what we've shown and walked through, the violence publicly about witnesses who come in and testify, the way that people get YSL amnesia, as I call it, when they sit in the witness stand and they can't remember entire years of their life. It's not believable, except there's real fear and there's real trepidation to coming into a court and testifying. Destruction, I don't have to go on this long. It clearly has their actions and crimes have destroyed pockets of the communities in multiple communities in Fulton County. And death. You've heard about the murders that they've committed repeatedly. It's not just words. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license, but what you can't do as a criminal RICO enterprise is no one's above the law, and you don't have a license to kill, and you don't have a license to operate for impunity for a decade at citizens in Fulton County. Because it doesn't matter in Fulton County if you're the richest, if you're the poorest, it doesn't matter anything about who you are. You don't deserve to be victimized. And a criminal enterprise has a lot more power and strength. And the crime that they've done, the pattern, the evidence, the agreement that they've had publicly proclaiming it is clear. That this RICO enterprise is very real. It's more than just a conspiracy. It's alive and active. They willingly and knowingly agree to it. And they don't think that anyone will hold them accountable. But as reasonable, fair-minded jurors, when you deliberate and walk through the evidence and you compare the evidence with the law from the judge, there's no conclusion but guilty on count 1 RICO. And I argue it's both subsection A and B, but that's for y'all to decide. And these crimes charged, the criminal street gang and RICO, I ask you guilty on all those counts. Ms. Hylton will talk to you after the defense, and we'll talk to you about why the defendants are guilty of the charged murders of Donovan Thomas and Shymel Drinks. Thank you.
All right, lunchtime.
Take our lunch break at this point. And let's take until 12:30.
That's only 40 minutes. It's 39 minutes. So Paige is moving this along.
All right, with jury, please. All right, with jury.
right, so if I'm counting this right, okay, hold on. So an hour, 2 hours and 3 minutes, I think was maybe about 2 hours and 4 minutes was Atkins' timer, not including breaks. So they have 5 hours total, so there's a good chance, especially with Hylton
30.
doing...
On the jury charges that I sent, the overt act definitions include some that are previously defined, but on the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and possibly by a convicted felon, we will go back during lunch and make sure that the previous definition, when it's in the counts, covers only the crimes that these two defendants would be charged with, and that there may be others, so we may have to kind of do a little definition of those again to make sure that it includes whatever crimes might be alleged in the overt act. So that's one change that's going to need to be made. All right, see y'all back.
So that sounded like an update from this morning before the jury got in there. They wanted to make sure something was cleaned up on the jury verdict form. What do you guys think of Atkins DIDD, spelling out did, if we use the first letter of each word? And what was it? Deception, intimidation, destruction, and death? Did. It's a lot here. Is this Love's head in front of the camera? Oh my goodness. All right, well, Love's making it known that she is back in the room. And speaking of did, Tia, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Vera must have been at those Diddy parties. Guys, when I opened up the Law and Crime feed this morning, Vera was in there saying, guilty for Shannon and Yak, free Diddy. So it was kind of like, okay, Vera. Renee Stevenson says, the jury is going to walk in and have PTSD as soon as they see Love. Bad move on the state. And she's just sitting there bobbling her head. I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a juror that really, or several that really resonate with that type of, I don't know. I don't really think that that's professional. I really think Love does it on purpose because she thinks it'll impart an impression on the jury and they'll think of what's being said the same way she is. Like, they'll just adopt her emotion, her emotional reaction, her facade, her painting on of a reaction to what's being said, that they'll just adopt it. And to me, that's kind of saying that somebody's easily manipulated or stupid, can't think for themselves. I'd be very insulted if I felt like that sitting as a juror, that that's what she was trying to do right in my face. So, but yeah, thank you, Renee, for the 5. Touche says, I was lurking Thursday, but I thought all Max's talk and opening about not trusting the testimony of witnesses in blue was a brilliant double entendre. So on Thursday, what Touche is talking about, we looked at the opening statements from Max Schardt and Jay Apt for Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick, and he kept referencing the Fulton County Blues and how you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial. And I think this is a great point. So Touche says it's not just the witnesses in custody, but could also be the cops testifying, right? So double play on the Fulton County Blues. I think this is a good point. And then you have, Touche said this earlier, but you have these 2 slides that I think were supposed to be punchlines for the one slide with all of the pictures of the plea deal / immunity witnesses that were the co-conspirators. He had one slide of all of them, and it said witness credibility at the top. Then he has another slide later towards the end of his presentation that shows all the gang experts. So you had Viverito, Thorpe, Underwood, Dennis, Belknap. Was Gaither on there too? I feel like it was only 5. Whatever 5 it was. You have these 2 slides that I think are, you know, polar opposites in terms of one party's on the stand as someone that's been previously charged or accused, And then another party's on the stand as the one that's the investigatory body saying that these are the ones that did it or had something to do with it. And I think this is great, Touche, that either way, it's a battle of the Fulton County Blues. So this is really good. And I wouldn't be surprised if Schardt did that type of double entendre meaning. And I really think we're going to hear about the Fulton County Blues. He's going to get up there and be like, I told y'all, I told you guys. You guys heard about the Fulton County Blues? Okay, cool. So, thank you, Touche. This is a great thought. Nika says, ready to see Schardt and Weinstein demolish the state. Yep, I'm glad. You know, if you guys, I know a lot of people watch this while they're working. If your workday ends in about 4 hours or so, at least you'll get to see some of the defense do their closing. You get this nice break. It's not just 5 hours straight of the state. Although I'm not sure if ending with 3 hours of Hylton is the greatest move of all time either. Especially since we didn't get into the evidence exactly. But a lot of the evidence with the Donovan Thomas murder, I think, is going to be contradictory for what it shows about Diamante Kendrick. Are they going to show him getting into the Pontiac and try to tell us he's getting into the Infinity and drove the Infinity? I'm not really sure with how Adkins kind of rolled into it a little bit, how they're going to really present more of this Donovan Thomas, the evidence in those charges. So I guess I'll have to wait and see what kind of job Hylton does. Yeah, 3 hours of Hylton. I mean, maybe they won't use all 5 hours, right? Because Adkins only used about 2. So, yeah, did they spell his name wrong, Jim? Is that why you're spelling it this way? I didn't catch it if they did, but I would not be surprised if there was a typo in somebody's name, because there's typos in the names in the indictment. So, like, Donovan Thomas. Like, come on. And, you know, to put a typo in the victim's name is just making me think of Adrian Love doing the whole hot mic, he was loved. Like, all right, but you guys can't even get a name right. Oh my gosh. So embarrassing that was spelled wrong in their PowerPoint. What else is new? What else is new? Big shout out here to STS is sniping once again, another gifted membership. Let's show STS some love in the chat. Super nice here, always gifting memberships. I can't believe that they spelled his name wrong. D. Holly says the DA showed up in the Christmas spirit, not Christmas, Christmas with a V. Hilarious. Yeah, just the red and black, right? Instead of red and green. I think that's, to be honest, I do think the outfits themselves look really nice, right? They seem tailored. They seem put together. But just the color choice is a bit, yeah. Not racketeering. Racketeering. Christmas. STS says, will wish be the word of the day? I don't know. Well, I think, speaking of wish, I do think a lot of people were wishing that love wouldn't deliver closings, right? So I think out here in the chat, I think a lot of wishes came true today. So, oh my gosh. You're like, I don't know, can you imagine if the defendants all showed up wearing green? I mean, there's only 2 left, but still, whatever. 2 can't be a gang. But like, if they all showed up wearing straight green, like, it would be illustrating the point. So why is it different when the state does it? Why is it different? Factual lie, I'm scared of this. Factual lie says, no way, love's not having the last word. I'm scared of this because Adkins did say Hylton's gonna tell you, and either Joseph Papp or maybe it was Kathy, someone had mentioned Adkins then Hylton would be delivering closing arguments for the state. However, I can picture Love wanting to jump out of her seat. I mean, maybe she'll just like riddle Hylton with post-it notes, like all the things that she wants to be said. Like, oh, you gotta say this, you gotta say this, and just like sticky her while she's trying to deliver the last 3 hours. Just crazy. So this is real. I really think this is real. That she will want to have that last word. And I'm sure it'll be, if she doesn't find a way to launch up there herself, we'll see it, the way she sits in her seat, looking back at the camera. Big shout out here to PJ. PJ's gifting 5 memberships. That means I did put a new, I guess maybe it's kind of small, but I did put a new emoji in here to help us have some pictorial representation of these closing arguments. It's the SpongeBob face. I don't really know what to call that face. But the SpongeBob making that very interesting hoity-hoity type of face. So I hope you guys enjoy that. But PJ, given 5 gifted memberships, it's 5 more people that can use those emojis. So make sure you guys are saying thank you. It is very much appreciated. Meech says, who let Miss Love in? She was probably there bright and early. She probably pulled a sprinkle today, making sure that she was there. She would not miss this for the world. And who knows, maybe she was preparing this PowerPoint behind the scenes. Because I'm telling you, that pack line is sticking out to me. Like, I feel like Adkins and Love had words. Like, Adkins is like, look, I know I say a lot, but I'm not saying that. I'm not going to get up there and say that. And Love was like, but it's a wolf pack. It's a wolf pack. It's a jungle out there. And they need to know why our investigators had to hide in the bushes to see what was going on in the jungle. And Adkins is like, I'm not getting up there and saying that. There's absolutely no way. So they pruned that slide down. Yeah, and I do think overall it was very underwhelming. And I do think that part of it is just Adkins' presentation, right? I know we say that Love has word salad. I don't really think Adkins has word salad. It's like he doesn't stop to chew his food. There was no break for us to digest a point he made before he rolled into another one. So I don't think he's just mashing words together. I think he's making cogent points. But it jumps and it just rolls too much for me to figure out exactly where he's going. And when you have a whole bunch of different faces and names of people that aren't in this trial, or even were in this trial but are no longer in this trial, or were only in this trial because they were a witness on the stand, but they're not the ones that we're being asked to find guilty or not. When you're jumping all over the place and you're really missing the extraction of what relates to these two, it's problematic because it's not helping me understand how I'm supposed to apply these jury instructions against these two, right? That was a little confusing to me, and it seems like Adkins' role was to explain what you're here to find. You're here to find the pattern, and you're here to find that these two are guilty of violating this pattern and conspiring to violate count 1. And then Hylton's going to go into the rest. So strategically, I do think it was smart for them to crunch this with section 1 with Adkins. And then it seems like Hylton should be talking about things that relate to Diamante Kendrick or Shannon Stillwell, right? We won't be off on these, like, here's a post from somebody else where nobody else is in the room, right? So I think Hylton, the way they're structuring this, will solve some of that problem to close it off. Maybe. So. Oh, Nancy knew one too. He's a lot like Elaine in the Depp trial. He doesn't know when to stop. Yeah, Elaine in her closing arguments was doing a lot of this. Like, she was rolling her eyes in her own closing. Not a good comparison. I mean, it's a good comparison, but it's not a good thing to be compared to. Chloe Albert's revenge, is this because they're dressed like flight attendants? Calling all 747s? Oh boy, a little bit, yeah, with the matching colors. So, oh gosh. Now, Ocean Beach is saying, I think max 2 hours. Do you think maximum 2 hours? Or are you saying you think Max is going to use all 2 of his hours? Because I think each co-counsel for the each counsel for the defendants gets 2 hours to present their closing arguments. However, and you got to put on a case that's going to represent your client the best way. I mean, closing, you got to get your argument out there. But they're supposed to have a short day tomorrow. And they're talking about Wednesday being for deliberations. Do you think if there was a need, if I were Doug and Max, maybe we talked about this, are you going to use your full 2 hours? Are you going to use your full 2 hours? If they don't use all 4 hours, that gives more time for the jury to deliberate and try to reach a verdict before the holiday. Now, giving them enough time to get to a possible verdict before the holiday, do you think that advantages the defendants, or do you think that advantages the state? And I don't really know. It seems like if someone mentioned that court might go late today, I don't know. I didn't catch that. But if that's the case, I mean, that could mean they have Tuesday and Wednesday for deliberations. So, very interesting. Violet says, oh no, he did not put up the PowerPoint first thing this morning. People, it's going to be a long day. And that PowerPoint, I think it was almost like he was treating it like a fidget tool, a fidget toy at some points. Like skipping ahead, but he was still talking about the thing that was on the slide before. Or a slide that seemed important. He's like, we're just going to skip this. But, well, no, I actually wanted to read what was on that screen. And then instead you're putting up a big jumbled mess. And overall, I think my favorite is, oh, and inside this circle are the things that you're supposed to consider. The evidence. It'll load later. Like, the fact that this case is such a confusing mess of where's the evidence for certain specific charges, and you tell us inside the circle is what we're supposed to consider, but the circle's currently empty, is very funny. Very, very funny. So this whole PowerPoint has been a bit of a blessing and a curse here. Thank you, Violet, for the 5. Renee Stevenson says he's trying to kill time. You know, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, the way he was doing the microphone changes while trying to present, I think he was trying to keep it going. He could have just been nervous that he was going to overdo his time for Hylton. So if he had 2 hours and Hylton's supposed to have 3, he went over by 4 minutes. So I think he was trying to speed along. But Hylton might try to drag time. Who knows? Shout out to Nika, who suggested 11 Alive for a better sound. Before court starts back up again, since 11 Alive doesn't have closed captions, I had dropped, actually I have 2 of them open still. So I'm dropping in the chat right now. If you just Google live caption for, and then the device or browser that you're using, there's usually easy tips to follow to turn on live captions based on the device that you're using. So right now I'm dropping for Android cell phones, if you want to turn on closed captions. And it should also work for me, right? When you're watching live, my voice isn't closed captions, but I think if you use one of these, it'll work. CC for iPhone. So there are those, and then each browser also has accessibility features. So if you're watching on PC, you should be able to use those features. I don't know if Miko's headphones is in the chat today, but they are the ones that told me about these steps. So if you guys see Miko's headphones come into the chat at all today, make sure you say thanks for that, because that's a really big tip, especially on these days where we're jumping over to a stream that doesn't have the closed captions. So let's see. Rod factor. First of all, I still always die. It doesn't matter how many times I've seen the t-shirt. I always laugh at your picture. You got to make one that says 403 or 304 for our good old rule 403. Farad says, I can't stand his hands. Yeah, it was funny to watch today because he had the clicker in the one hand and then the long pointer stick in the other, and his arms are like all the way outstretched with both of them. He's got like double the reach with that pointer stick. So it's been a whole day. Shout out to Long Arms Adkins here. Thank you so much for the support here, Rod. Nicola or Nicola, I never know which way to pronounce it. Depending on how you pronounce it, let me know. I'll try to adjust it. Thanks for becoming a member. Amy Z says, if I were the defense, I would say, the state wants you to believe that one or more people who dress the same is a gang. Then take the longest pause of all time and just look at the prosecution team. Very effective. I like stuff like that, right? I like subtle body language. Well, I guess that wouldn't be subtle, but, you know, well in tune body language. And at the same time, I hate when body language seems to be a mismatch, right? Both of them stick out to me in different ways. For example, I was just complaining about Love's body language. Like, her leaning back just seems like a forced show of a reaction. And something about it, like, just grates me. It grinds my gears. It gets under my skin. But a decent look, like the Doug Weinstein looks, where he, like, looks over and puts his glasses up to see if he just heard what he thinks he heard. Right? That stuff I notice, and it makes me think about what was just said and put more focus to it. So it can be very, very effective. Stephanie Slaughter says, ha ha ha, I made a note about that dang stick he was using. Hilarious. Are you down in Fulton County? Are you in the court this week? I know I think you said you were going down there this week. I didn't know if today may be a different day. But if you're in there, that's very, very cool. Thank you again, Amy Z. Totally agree. There's so many, like, creative stingers that the defense could work in, even though I don't think that they need to. There's a couple punchy things that would underscore a lot of the problems with this case. So I'm interested in seeing what they do. Renee Stevenson says, this is why he's opening. They gave him a bunch of BS to talk about. Love and Hylton have been embarrassed enough. It's his turn. One of us. Yeah, a little bit. Apun and Moo, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Back for closing slime. Well, yeah, good to see you. See, I should have read your comment first. You got the same sentiment here. Hope you're doing well. And I think probably a lot of people wanting to tune into these closings. It's hard to follow 160 days, but you know. Okay, cool. So Stephanie is there. So Stephanie, the gallery can't see the jury at all. I drew a rough picture to share later. Cool beans. Very cool. Show some love in the chat for Stephanie, who's down there. Boots on the ground. Definitely cool. Leah's dad says Juror 56 about to chew his way out of the courtroom. Whoever's Juror 56 in the chat, that was hilarious. I said something random. It had nothing to do with the jurors or anyone in the chat. I was like, hey, pay attention to the screen because this is important right now. I think it was when they started to show stuff that involved Yak, one of the two remaining in the courtroom. And Juror 56 was like, thanks, I was tuning out. Like, really good role playing there in the chat, our Juror 56 in the chat. Loved that a lot. Leah's dad, you might be right. Britta, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Love this chat. Thank you, Kat and the mods, for being so awesome. Well, thank you right back. Renee Stevenson says, in my page voice, y'all, is this for real? That's definitely a quotable. I think maybe Flesh of the Gods sound clipped that one out and used it as a soundboard on his channel now. Is this for real? And no, Freeway Ride, is the prosecution closing done? Nope, they are splitting their time. So they get to go first, but they also get the last word. And they have 5 hours, and Adkins used 2 hours and 4 minutes. So it's possible they're not even halfway done. But we're going to see the defense do their closing arguments when we get back from lunch. So we'll have, rumor is Max Schardt is going first, and then it'll be Doug. And then we'll go back to Hylton for the rest of closing arguments for the state to close it out. So let's see. Pam Todd says, much better sound. Thank you. You are welcome. Thank you for the 2, Pam. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I think they were planning on wearing red for the holidays since they clearly wanted to push it to Christmas. Well, today is the 25th, just a month short. Yeah, you know, I know. What's they want to get that second Christmas celebration in, right? We want to celebrate 2 holiday seasons in one trial. Why not? Why not? This is hilarious. Good noting that is the 25th. I barely feel like we're in November and yet it's almost over. So, you know me and my time. Shout out to Chloe for keeping it on track. STS is out here sniping another gifted membership. Show love to STS all day. You guys in the red. Gina, thanks for the 2, says OMG. All 3 in red look like they're out for blood. I mean... I mean, maybe they should switch the cop, the APD uniform color too, because that's kind of what it seems like. I mean, I guess they had the red dogs, right? So they kind of got there a little bit with that. But yeah, guys, the color is still an interesting choice. Not going to get over that. Don't think I'm going to get over that. Luke Calzi says, Jungle Book closing argument quote for the prosecution. Don't go looking around for something you want that can't be found. Hey, listen, you know at the state that they will ignore quotes that don't fit their narrative, right? They're controlling a narrative rather than presenting a case. And in a way, I think that a defendant should have the right to choose how they want to present things, right? What angle should we take to defend our client? But for the state to not just curate what they want to show, but to selectively parse and piece together the images that they're putting on certain slides, where Adkins had to stop and say, oh, this was actually from this one image on this slide about the Donovan Thomas shooting. This one image is from the Dexter Montgomery incident. So we have this slide that's about the Donovan Thomas murder, but it includes images from something that's not from the Donovan Thomas murder. Right? The state does that over and over and over. They could have played an extra split second if they wanted to of Dolly saying, they swear to God we killed Nut. But instead, they clipped it so it said, swear to God we killed Nut. And guess what? Is Dolly charged with this? All love to Dolly, right? That's no shade at Dolly. But if you're cutting someone on a phone call talking about we, are you missing one of the... If you say that that means we actually did it, you're cutting out the they said. How come you're not charging the people if you're insisting it means it's a confession? Right? It's just weird. You can tell that they know they're being disingenuous. So, and that's why you won't see me giving Adkins much credit, because to me, he did a few things in this closing argument that make him, you know, right in line with the things that I've complained that Hylton's done or that Love has done. So, no bueno, no bueno. Let's see. Touche says, for every point/picture, I feel like the jury is just remembering the cross-examination. Yep. And this is, I think, this is a testament here as to why, you know, Doug said we don't think it's necessary to present a case. Right? I think there's a testament to that sentiment there. So, good point. I mean, who here sitting through this recalled cross-examination at different points when Adkins would move to a new topic? For me, several times. Happened for me several times. So, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, wouldn't it be fitting if the jury is like, I don't remember any evidence of a bank robbery. Not guilty for me. Those stock images were ridiculous. Like, you might as well have just played the jury like a Looney Tunes cartoon to explain what these concepts are. Like, what are we doing here? Just crazy. And I feel bad. I saw Cash Money Cass saying, dang, do I need to make a PowerPoint presentation for my skit of the day? But you know what? You get to use as many stock images as your heart desires. So, oh boy. Big thank you here to Chloe Albert's Revenge. KC Dog says, defense, the state has given you hundreds of ways to find my client guilty of RICO, but what they aren't telling you is essentially there's no way of being acquitted according to Georgia statute. Yeah, you know what? This, I think, is a valid, like, complaint about RICO, but I would not cross this line. I would not say something like this in closing, because you don't want the jury to sit there and go, well, if that's what the law says, then that's what we're checkboxing, right? Because you should always go in, you shouldn't expect some type of FU to the prosecutors or to the police, or just out of a sheer passion for an opposition to what the statute says. You should go in with the assumption that the jury is going to read the instructions very seriously and follow that jury verdict form. So, as much as I would love to see this spice, I think it'd be bad to say this. I think it'd be bad to say that, because you don't want them going in thinking they did it according to the law. The law sucks, but they did it according to the law. DIDD, right? So, I would love to see from Doug and from Max after this. I know they'll probably do an interview or two and just rip into the RICO statute. So I'll wait for that then after the trial. That's what Lay says, y'all, I cannot with the red twins. It's triplets, because Miss Knight is also doing the all red. So they're not showing her all that much, but when they've panned back, she was also wearing all red. So it's the triplets. Quadruplets if you count the tie. And was a body? I think he was wearing a red tie also. What's the other guy's name? Smith? Johnson? He was wearing a red tie as well. So they're all in cahoots. They're in cahoots. But yeah, I think none of us can. None of us can do it with the red color coordination. Violet's out here dropping 10 gifted memberships. Shout out to Violet in the chat. Thank you so much, Violet. That's super generous. Big thank you here to Violet. And I see Obi in the chat saying a body, specifically the crimson tie. So there you go. No, it's not Brown. It's the other guy. I always forget his last name. I don't know if it's Johnson or Smith. Jonathan Smith. I feel like his name, when there's a name combination where the name could kind of be a first or last name, that always throws me off. I think his name is Jonathan Smith. I'm not 100% sure because I feel like I get it wrong every time. But not Brown. Not Brown. Violet also says, I believe Doug and Max will make it right. Just wait and see. Yep. And we're there. We've got 6 minutes. And I think Max Schardt's going to be up. So before I forget to do it, let's go back to our full view. And Violet, I cannot wait. Cannot wait the 6 minutes. D. Holly says, this jury is going to come back with a verdict of not guilty, if for no other reason, out of spite for the DA. I still think it's interesting that Adkins opened up. It was like his 4th slide. These are the things you're not supposed to do. Don't come back with a verdict that's just an FU to us. Or an FU to the police investigation. Not a good look that you have to make that a priority to tell the jury. Well, please don't make your verdict to spite us, please, pretty please. Hilarious. But D. Holly, I think this is a big risk. Big risk. And the state seems to be on guard for it. So Ike says, the jury quote, this jury possibly voted for Fani anyway. Did they? Does anybody remember if the jurors asked about election day? Or was it just in advance, you know, since Doug had brought up, is that going to be a court day or not? Was that just Whitaker reminding the jury, hey, we are not going to be out of session. We're going to have court that day, so make sure you vote early. Did any particular juror mention that they wanted to have off for that day? And really what's less important to me is the election news, because I was wondering, is the jury keeping election news off the radar, right? How can they be an informed citizen preparing to vote in their county? I get it's a general election, but also there's county races on the ballot, and not really come across commentary about the trial that they're sitting as a juror for. But even more so, I have questions about whether or not they've seen or heard about this DOJ report about Rice Street, right? And what if you have one juror that has like a family member or something that's experienced Rice Street, and they get in the deliberation room and they say like, look, I don't know if I think these witnesses are credible, the ones that took the plea deal, when they're trying to get out of there, because I've heard what it's like. Same way that sometimes in the chat someone shares their anecdotes and we're all like, oh dang, well thanks for sharing us, that's crazy to hear that. I get why this could mean that, right? So I don't know. If they haven't seen that Rice Street news, I wonder if maybe one person will, when they're debating the witness credibility, if they deliberate that detail. Do we believe Kenneth Copeland now, or do we believe Kenneth Copeland back then? Do we believe him in the January interview, or do we believe him in the June interview? Right? All that takes is for one person to mention, hey, I've heard it's crazy in there. I've heard it's crazy. So I really think that at this point, Ike, that DOJ news, the Rice Street, might outweigh, you know, the political optics surrounding RICO in Georgia. But just speculation, of course, I'm not a juror. Chloe Alberts-Erven says, these fools look like the Noid from the old Pizza Hut commercials and all that crimson. Oh my gosh, this is a throwback. Do you guys ever be like driving around and you see like a credit union or like a car dealership that opens in what used to be obviously a Pizza Hut building? Like it's still built like the hut. And you can tell they just bought the real estate. Oh man. Wait, was it Domino's? Or Pizza Hut? Either way. Because when I don't know the difference, but I think it was Domino's, right? Oh man. And the ears could be like Atkins' arms. Hold on, there's something called Godfather's Pizza. Be careful now with the RICO. Hilarious. Thank you so much, Chloe. Y Turner says, I know plenty of people that had their mates' names tattooed, but weren't permanent relationships. Good point. Good point. And you never know the kind of things that jurors will care about, right? They could care about something small like this. They keep talking about the tattoos, but I've got a tattoo of my ex's name. You know, we were only together 3 months and I was stupid. Like, something like that. That seems like a small detail, but it could be something that a juror brings up and everyone goes, yeah, that's crazy. So... Apunanu giving us the 403 with the 2 green amphibious emojis. Let's see. Nini, so I think as a team they look cohesive, and maybe that's a strong point for the state, but I think overall wearing red is crazy when they're focusing on colors signifying gang affiliation. So, I don't know. I think overall it's a net negative for the state. Because it just seems like it's hypocritical, right? Jenny, not from the block, is celebrating her 3-month Slimeanniversary, her slime ship. Shout out to Jenny, not from the block. Thanks so much for being a member for 3 months. Harp City says Atkins looks like a conductor with the baton. Oh boy. A little bit like he's casting a spell. Blue Dream, if you were on a quick break for not too long, I think they've been on a lunch break for the most part. So if you were gone just for like 40 minutes or less, it's all been lunch break. So we're about to get into the defense's closing arguments. So I should update this banner. Let's see. Well. All right, I think my banner doesn't really say that we're currently listening to Adkins, so it's fine. Tatflocker's out here gifting a membership. Let's get you in the banner. Big thank you to Tatflocker. Another one. Sniping. One by one, making the chat green. Oh, and I wonder if this is them moving the podium. Why we keep seeing there's like a bald head that keeps running across the screen. I wonder if they're trying to get that podium going. Let's see. Oh, William Fagan says love is charging Fonny by the word. That's why she put Adkins up there? Is that your theory? Because he gets more words out faster than she does? Because her opening statement was like this. She spaced out all the different words. Like, it was unnecessarily slow. Hilarious. That could be one theory. It could be one theory. We're going to bill by the words. But we're not going to line item out why we're billing, right? We're just going to pick a random number. Thank you so much, William. Peter Ortiz says 2 things. 1, why does the state get 5 hours compared to the defense getting 2? I guess the state represents the Bloods. Now, so statute allows 2 hours per party. I think the defense gets 2 hours each. And the parties can ask the judge for a longer time to present closing arguments, and the judge shall decide to grant additional time that they may deem necessary and fair. So they don't have to give more time, but they need to make a consideration. And if they decide that, hey, it would be fair to give the state a party additional time as requested to make it fair, we can do whatever time extension we feel is fair and necessary. So I imagine that the state probably said, hey, if they have all this time, plus it's a complicated case, can we have a time extension? And Whitaker said, okay. So that's the explanation there. They have the room to ask for more time than what's given by statute. So at some point that was requested. And yeah, I guess the state represents the Bloods because they're wearing all that red. Let's see. Sassy Experience says, I swear if I were defense, I'd find a slick, indirect way to reference wearing red as a group like the Bloods. I think that's what everybody in the chat's going to be listening to. Just a slick comment. So next time you go somewhere and you're wearing green or red, right? Just a little mention. Give us a little something. Yeah, Sassy, I agree. Sassy says it's too easy and the state was too dumb. Yep, I think it's too easy. It's right in front of their faces, so. Ganja, thanks for being a member for a month. And the kind words here. Thanks, Kat, for your coverage. Right back at you. Thanks for being here. KC Dog says that the red is subliminally saying, loves case. She's like, we can't get this PowerPoint in during our case, this Operation Planters. So we'll put some pictures in our closing presentation and we'll all wear red. That's what we're going to do. Hilarious. Y Turner says, for baby, just remember, I don't recall Fonny used it. Oh, for the baby that they put in that picture? Yeah, that picture's kind of, or that video is bizarre. It's like, I feel like they're trying to inflame the jury by saying, like, this gang is so dangerous, they're imprinting on children, which is something, like, very real. Like, you can appeal, even though Atkins has this slide about how you're not supposed to appeal to emotions and passion, and things outside of the case, right? That baby's not part of this case. But showing the baby imitating what you're saying is a violent gang enterprise that's participating in all this criminal street activity that we should put an end to. Like, at the same time, you still need to prove that these individuals you're charging are conspiring to do things, and actually, some of the things you're saying that they actually did. So, if you're showing a baby that's doing the same things you say means somebody does something, When common sense, you told us we can use common sense. Common sense is going to tell me that that baby is not out here committing crimes. But you're telling me to make an inference because that baby's doing the same things that these guys are doing. It's a weird... I think there's two ways to look at it, and I can't guess. I think there will be some jurors that see it one way and some jurors that see it another way. But just a weird thing for the state to harp on. So... But yeah, just teach that baby to say, I don't recall. William Fagan says, don't what else to say some evidence. Well, I think Hylton's supposed to deliver that, and we've got to grade her on the cohesivity. And I think they have a huge advantage that they only need to present really focusing on this Donovan Thomas and Shymel Drinks. It seems like they're not going to go into the Wayne bus shooting and the Dexter Montgomery shooting more than Adkins already touched on it to show, a broader pattern and activities of the whole enterprise. But we'll see. Because there are times where you would have thought the state tidied up loose ends and could have brought it together, wound it down a little bit more, that they haven't quite done so. So, we'll see. Isabella says, he had some good bits, but they were small. I agree, and some of the good things that he was saying, I think it was between, it's possible that the jury was distracted trying to read the 1,000 words that were on the screen at the time and not really being able to pay attention to what he was saying, right? Some of those slides had so many words on it, and he wasn't always talking about something that was on the screen. So it's not just like if you're looking at the screen, you're following along with what he's saying, right? So I think there are times where he was making a point, but it could have been drowned out because there's 30 things I'm trying to read on the screen. So a little bit of a mess there, even when something could have landed as a good point. STS says, not Looney Tunes. Ocean's 11 is closer. Oh, another reference. I gotta watch more movies, you guys. I gotta watch more movies. Gotta watch more movies. One day. Maybe over the holiday, I'll just watch a bunch of movies that you guys have told me to get together and watch so I can get the references. But thank you, STS. KC Dog says, Day-Day shot Slim, then Tony shot Johnny P, Kiki robbed Lil D, Big T did a drive-by, Slow Joe sold weed, Bobby D stole from Randy G, SB, I shouldn't say SB because it sounds like Shannon Stillwell. What's the expletive? B died because Tommy T was there. All of them was YSL, find him guilty. KC, you forgot the main two culprits. You forgot the main two. Maybe three if we include Big Nick. But how did you leave Lil Mike and Quez out of this? Oh, all these people. Oh, and let's put a 1 in the chat if you think we'll get a reference to Lil Mike and Quez in the defense's closing statements. Put a 2 if you think we'll skip it. Because I'm a vote for 1. I think we'll get the Lil Mike and Quez. Remember Lil Mike and Quez? Kenneth Copeland told you about them. I think that's one of those references we're gonna get. And I want it. I want to hear it. I'll just turn my screen off and walk off laughing. All right, Sheriff says no. All right, so the if this was a real bet, these odds would be a good payout for you, Sheriff. If you end up being right. Got one happy white girl with it too. But yeah, shout out to KC Dog, because I'm going to link to something that Jim R. is working on. It's a case that Love prosecuted and has made wild representations all the way throughout from what I've seen Jim R. post so far. I'm just going to link to his ex. Last night he did several posts on it. I think it's State v. Stevens. And I think it's a 2013 case. But guest appearance by attorney Charles Scheib. Was it Charles? Attorney Scheib. who was the attorney that was representing Quindarrius Zachary, he also makes an appearance and calls out Love for more interesting plea deal issues. So definitely go and check that out. If we have time, we can look at some of it. But incredible details that Jim is going back and pulling out of. It's gonna feel like deja vu. And there's a ton of names that are being mentioned. Love doesn't give context to who the names are, the who's doing what, when, how, or why. Just blathering on a bunch of names and hoping that, hey, people are doing things out here, so let's just find the 2 people in this room guilty of something. So, just crazy stuff. Oh. And very helpfully, I mean, I'm not going to go through it because they're supposed to be coming back from lunch. But Jim goes through and highlights the key parts and also does explanations. So it makes it easy to follow along with. Really good stuff that he's doing looking back at these older cases. So definitely check that out. And I joke, this is why I don't watch movies, because at night, instead of like putting a movie on, I'm like going and reading these case deep dives by people like Jim R. Let's see. Harp City says YouTubers and networks over 30,000 watching. And I'm glad, and I really think that there's something incredibly powerful that there are so many people that are just like, this isn't the way to do it, right? And there are people that say, I think they're innocent, and this isn't the way they should be doing it. Or, I don't know if they're innocent, or I don't think they're innocent, and this is the way we shouldn't be doing it. So there's that common thread across, I'd say like 28.5 thousand of those watching, right? That are saying something to the effect of, whatever the facts are, whoever did what, this is not the way to do this. This is not how the system should function, right? This isn't how the statute should be. This isn't how investigations should go. There is such a unison on that particular point. So, let's see. Move this up. All right, so my feed was like 30 seconds behind, but they're still not live again anyway. Why Turner talking about that slide with the gang investigators, the gang experts. I didn't see one expert on there. Because remember, they all train themselves. Viverito said, I came up kind of under the guidance of Kimberly Underwood, Mark Belknap, and Tyrone Dennis, who are all well-versed in the YSL and YFN world. Now, what's the problem when you pass something along? If you get the initial story wrong, so say Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither put the initial storyline together from their interviews with Kenneth Copeland, well, they pass that information along to Kimberly Underwood, maybe to Belknap when it's relevant to his investigations, and then fast forward to 2020, they pass it along to Viverito. Well, you're giving the person after you the foundation. So if the foundation's cracked, by the time you get that, but by the time you buy that house, the foundation doesn't just uncrack because you think you're God's gift to the gang investigation world, right? You can't undo the premise, the foundation that someone else has already messed up. Especially when you put blinders on because you're so confident in your own work that you won't ever do any self-reflection or consider that maybe you could have been wrong about the way you read into something. So all the way problematic. Like literally from January 10th, Paulette. 100% from the beginning. Oh boy. KC Doc says, to be fair, Adkins started strong before he started presenting this case as a National Geographic episode. It's rushed and confusing, unorganized. Yeah, as soon as that slide with the "this is the pack," I mean, my brain immediately pictured this. The bushes, the binoculars with Viverito. Like, here we go. Here we go. And we heard him hint at the makeup of who was in the cars the night of the Shymel Drinks shooting. I wonder. And I think the defense has to be ready. Well, not Doug so much because Kendrick isn't really involved in the Shymel Drinks shooting. But Schardt would have to be really sharp on his toes if Hylton says something weird in closing that gives like a new theory of how everything went down the night that Shymel Drinks was killed at the stoplight. Right? And I'm waiting to see what direction Hylton goes. Because last we heard from her, she's not even sure. So how's she gonna make this case to the jury? That this is what happened that night, and that's why you should go in that deliberation room and come back with a verdict form that says guilty on these counts. So... But yeah, I agree. As soon as you see the word pack on that screen, that was love. That was 100% a love slide that they whittled down. Violet says, where's the money to prove YSL is an enterprise? And what really bothered me about that slide that had the two subsections for conspiracy to violate RICO, where the one was to, like, get money. The conspiracy was italicized, but it was the same font color as the rest. But they changed the color of get money, which... I don't know. And the defense will have to clean this up and explain what they think the jury should go in and how they need to look at line by line what each of these things means. But to me, that was Adkins' way. That was the state's way of highlighting, if you think these people were making money selling drugs, then you need to find them guilty, right? That's what the visual to me was implying, and that's not correct. That's not correct. I think it was deceptive on purpose. All right? Because it's not just about someone made money selling drugs. But if the jury thinks that that's what this is about, they might come back and say, yeah, somebody sold some drugs and somebody made money from it, and not get the whole conspiracy, it's an enterprise part. Hoytus says, gotta give it to the state to be consistent throughout and be confusing till the end. True, true. But Violet, I agree. Where's the money? And these gang experts were so happy every time to tell us, well, they didn't look at the financials, so they don't know. They don't know. Convenient. Violet says, state will be smart not to let love do part of the, quote, closing. I agree. This is a smart move for them. 100% a smart move. I don't think the jury would have been listening at all if it was love doing. I know we, like, take moments from it when love is presenting, but I think that would be hard to listen to in a room without a chat room to hang out with. So Mrs. Hemp says, I really hope the defense spotlights the misrepresentation of evidence. Oh, they will. I think that's going to be just a guess, but I think that's going to be a centerpiece of at least one of their arguments, right? All of the things you've heard, you were told how to hear them. But if you listen for yourself, you very well could hear something totally different. Totally different. So, and a great example, I hope Max pulls up that, well, I guess it could be Doug, it could be either of them. That clip with Dolly on the phone. Right? Play the whole, they swear to God. Play it right back. And it's just frustrating. I don't think that a prosecutor should ever do this to win a case. That's how I feel. And that's why I get that I'm like on a YouTube channel, and next time I get called for jury duty, maybe they'll see that I have this trial stream and they'll be like, strike her, and we don't want her on here. I don't think that everybody's innocent. I really don't. But I do take the burden of proof very seriously. I do take the process very seriously. Because if that process isn't there for everybody, even those that are actually guilty of something, it's not going to be there for someone that's actually innocent. So, a lot of my takes, a lot of my opinions, that's where I'm grounded. That's where my feet are planted. And here I think there's a good amount of things that these individuals are being accused of just because they associate with people, right? This RICO is so broad, and I just don't think that that's right. Thank you to Mrs. Hemp. Tony Angel says, "Hi, I'm behind. Devil Red definitely look like the bad guys." Every time, I don't know why, when I think of the devil, is it Cow and Chicken that has that devil character? You could tell exactly what time period I used to watch a lot of TV with the Looney Tunes and Cow and Chicken references. I think it was Cow and Chicken. Where is the Cow and Chicken devil? Yeah, this character with the butt. Like, that's what's kind of in my head when I think of the devil in red, and now looking at the state in their red today. What a show that was. Oh yeah, the Powerpuff Girls character. I'm glad you said the name because I never would have known. This one. It's Hylton going up to the podium to deliver her half of closing. Just merrily on her way up to the lectern or podium. Yeah, I never would have known. Thank you, Leo. Never would have known that character's name. Let's see. Danielle, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. William Fagan says, state's down bad if they let Adkins close at all. I think they had no choice. I really think they had no choice. I mean, can you imagine? I really cannot imagine Love trying to argue the meaning. It would have been error all over the board. And I believe we would have gotten objections, fair objections, reasonable objections from the defense if Love was up there trying to define the statutes and what the jury's supposed to go back there and find, what the instructions are supposed to mean. I think there would have been several steps over the line if Love was doing the definitions. So we would have had an objection counter. I think we would have had to do an objection counter for closing arguments if Love presented. So in a way, yes, I think they're down bad enough that they have to have Adkins up there. And we've got some action, you guys. Here's Schardt. Schardt closing arguments. Whitaker clearing her throat all the way.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Schardt, you may present your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton County. It's a different matter entirely. The state has spent the past year with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence. Banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory. And the reality is that square peg does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count 1 of violating the Georgia, conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. In count 2, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015, shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count 2. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022, shot and killed Shymel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Schardt, and I represent Shannon Stillwell.
There you go,
But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, my wonderful legal assistant, Shaquille Kokomo, and it's been our honor to represent Mr. Shannon Stillwell throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk to all of you about the evidence that we have heard over this past year. But before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the sacrifice to your vacation plans. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And, while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote unquote expert witnesses, more specifically the gang investigators that they have called.
He's going
Ms.
there.
Kokomo, if you could put on page 4. They've called, as you probably recall, a gentleman named Belknap, investigator Underwood, investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and investigator Viverito. Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote-unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction, 130-130, about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Adkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness, and you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about the testimony and what we observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about their training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot, about how there's 20 members. Remember? And we asked about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip-hop, anyone from the hip-hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito. The more we ask these witnesses
these experts about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang-related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary, commentary, commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me? Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 VV? Remember this? Ms. Kokomo, that's not 471 VV.
This is the affidavit, the Viverito affidavit. The 24
And actually, could you put up
carat,
471 VVA first?
I mean the 24 million diamond. Here we go.
Okay, we saw that video. But first, actually, VV. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us. Not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember? This came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Shymel Drinks. I run with what you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers. Blooded killers. That's Quindarrius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? What do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Could you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, a whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond for whatever so desperately wanted you guys to see.
Hello.
We're on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post. She goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols. Words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? .530 VV, this is the affidavit. Remember we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she
Hello? Why did it stop? Oh. Hold on, let's see. I don't know why it's doing that.
conversation, a text thread, where
We're gonna
Mr.
go
Williams...
back. We'll go back like 20 seconds. Yeah, you can see the stream restarted itself. It says the stream's only been on for 1 minute. So something happened with the court camera feed.
And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am, I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on the end's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang. All right. Let's start talking about count one. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 14 up for me. And I did not envy Mr. Adkins because this is very complicated to even discuss. But essentially,
subtle.
The way I'm going to try to break this down is that the state needs to prove all elements of this case and all elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element. And I'm going to focus on two different aspects as it relates to the case against Shymel Drinks, this RICO case, count one. The knowing and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's the first thing we're going to focus on, whether it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Knowingly and willfully. Not he was just there, not he just hangs around. Knowingly and willfully conspired. And then the second part that we're going to focus on a little bit later is number 6 and 7. That someone committed, or that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed an overt act to further the criminal objective of this conspiracy. So, thank you, Mr. Fulton. So when we're talking about the question about whether Mr. Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to basically take part in racketeering activity, a pattern of racketeering activity, I think we have to look at this whole case in context. I think we have to consider the origin story of what everyone's calling YSL, whatever you want to call it. The state seems to suggest that a bunch of people all came together to commit crimes. Just a big conspiracy. We're all going to come together and we're going to be a racketeering organization. That's not the case. Now, let me be clear. Of course, crimes were committed. Crimes were committed by people with YSL tattoos on their face. Crimes were committed by people that use YSL emojis on social media. Crimes, I'm sure, were committed by people that use the word slap. But that's not the issue here. The issue is whether Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to be part of this RICO organization. We've heard from different young men, and again, we heard from them in the year 2024, talking about things that happened in 2012, 2013. So please keep in mind, when you see a 28-year-old testifying in 2024, we're talking about maybe a 16-year-old back in 2012. And we've heard testimony from people from Cleveland Avenue. We heard from Walter Murphy. We heard from Trontavious Stevens. We heard testimony from people from Capitol Homes. We heard from Quindarrius Zachary. We heard from Antonio Sledge. We know that my client, Mr. Stillwell, is from Thomasville. We know that he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was never part of his life due to her drug addiction. We know about these communities, about poverty, about the lack of education. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. This does not apply to everyone in these communities. But as a whole, we know the struggles that these communities have had. Lack of education, underemployment, drug addiction, kids looking for food, sharing clothes with peers, hopelessness, a sad, tacit acceptance that it's either rap, prison, or death. That's the reality where a lot of these kids at the time were living. And the state, throughout their presentation of this case, has played several videos of people, of young people in parking lots, at parks. Some of them might have a gun, using foul language. Someone might be smoking marijuana. Some might be saying slap. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. You know, cap. We saw those videos, and I'm watching all these videos, and I'm wondering, you know, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show, like, bad kids, or who they feel are bad kids, just to show who they feel are future criminals? Like, what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And then they played this video, and it's marked 54W, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to pull it up, but not play it yet. And it's a video where you see a group of people hanging out in the park, in a parking lot in the park, and you see Jeffrey Williams. Shannon Stillwell's not in this video. And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car. And you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants that are clearly too short, too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Fitz Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket. And I'm not talking about like the cool Letterman jacket that you might get at Mitchell and Ness. That's where you get like high-priced sporting goods, throwback stuff. Not cool like that. Like one that was probably made in the 80s. The Letterman the sleeves are all nasty, and the thing comes down to like his navel. And people are picking at him. Not in a harmful way, but picking at him, picking at his clothes. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo.
Checking out here. Hold on, look. My partner say this man stole his swag. No. Hey, Jay, how you say he do it? Hold on. Let me wind it out. Hold on. My nigga, Lil Jeff say he the king of white swagging, right? Shut up one time. Let these folks see what you doing now.
Brought out right here, man. Know what I'm saying?
All right, you check him out now.
What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about, if I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide, I would run, I would stay inside, I'd be ashamed, I might lash out at people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it. He turns it around. Now, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You can take it down. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means, and I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And lo and behold, what happens? Everyone starts wearing the skinny jeans. Now think about if you're Walter Murphy. Think about if you're Trontavious Stevens in that Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. You're struggling, you're dealing with the same things that Jeffrey Williams is. And you're ashamed and you don't feel good about yourself. But then all of a sudden you see someone with confidence. Someone that's not ashamed. And all of a sudden, you know what else? They can rap. And people are starting to pay attention. And the shows start being booked. And 1 second it's around the corner, next second it's up the street, and then all of a sudden it's downtown Atlanta. Think about the pride. If you have nothing and you see someone that you know making it, and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing. Many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio. And you want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time. Because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. And you know he has connections. And you know those connections have paid off. B Slime, we know he's been on songs with B Slime. Vito, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment. Dolly, Rooney Lee, a signed artist. Shannon's been on songs with him. If you're Shannon Stillwell, isn't that exactly where you'd want to be? Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? Not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. What have we learned about this quote-unquote gang that they're saying exists. You know, Detective Belknap, the first time he testified, talked about gangs and talked about red and blue don't mix. They have a solid hierarchy and structure, strict rules, chain of command. You're beaten in. You can't get out. If you try to get out, you're beaten out. If you're false flagging, if you're claiming to be part of the gang and you're not, severe repercussions occur. Well, what do we know about YSL? This group of young men, many of whom are musicians, many of whom have known Jeffrey Williams since they were little, who are thrilled for his success, who are living through him. Well, there's no initiation, no dues, no money sharing at all, no rules or organizational structure, no hierarchy, no rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL. And there's no exclusions. You're a square, you're in. Sure. Whatever you want. You're a blood? Yeah, you can hang out. You're a Crip? Yeah, you can hang out. You're not affiliated at all? Yeah, you can hang out. You an athlete? Sure, you can hang out. You a musician? Yeah, you can hang out. You a nerd? Yeah, you can hang out. No one sent anyone away because it's not a game. It's not exclusive. The only people that say this is a gang are those people that all talk to each other at GGIA, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, that don't want to hear from anyone else and just want to have their conclusions. Those people are also very biased in this case. So, has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Adkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shymel Drinks, that's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shymel Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? Okay? He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay? He uses the word slack. Uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. He posted, he spends time in a recording studio with other people that know Jeffrey Williams. Yeah, of course he does. He makes rap videos and posts them online. Yep. Are his friends in the videos? Yep. He uses hand signs such as wiping his nose. Yeah. Post video. The state played one video in their closing about Shannon Stillwell calling out game. Look at the bottom of that video. What's it say? Baller alert. Shannon wants to be a rapper. It's picked up on Baller Alert. It's aggregated throughout the internet. This is not coming off of Shannon's Instagram feed. This is national. Think about how many eyes are seeing that. Someone that no one knows calling out, trying to pick a fight with a well-known rapper. The Game. It's exactly what any music person, not necessarily a lawyer, I wouldn't tell Shannon to do that. But it's exactly what any music person would tell Shannon, who's trying to make it in the rap game. They would tell him to do exactly that. Get noticed. That doesn't mean he's knowingly and willfully conspiring to be part of any RICO organization. Mr. Kokomo, will you please put up page 13? This photo was put in by Attorney Steele. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member?
I mean, he's wearing two colors.
In
He's got
fact,
the yellow.
We just heard that the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warm-ups? Does that make any sense? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not. Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state. Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people that are in social media posts, that are in evidence in this case, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label. And when Jeffrey says slat in a song or slime in a song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this, and we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging, about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley. A person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive. And turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes. And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavious Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you, with you, on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? And look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is a $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts. They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, we have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event, horrible, complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock, 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. This list is an overt act in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAT. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment like to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell? What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with their own little, hatch their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overt acts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Has nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has an armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, get down, boy! And he has a gun. And he gets into it, the officer, and shoots. And runs. And then another officer shoots at him, and he shoots back, and he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there, no one's saying, hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL. Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest trying to stay free, completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested, somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined? Doesn't make any sense. In review of count one, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell, in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Trontavious Stevens and Quindarrius Nichols, his good friend, and Miles Farley and others, and Wooney Lee, he wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted. And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count one must be not guilty. Let's talk about count two. Mr. Kokomo, if you would, pull up page 21. Actually, you don't need to do it. Count two is the charge from January 10, 2015, the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay? But before we start talking about the evidence in the case, and we will, let's talk about music. Okay? We know that Shannon was working on music. I think we've made that clear. Through his phone, through the fact that he's always at the studio, through the fact that he has songs on his phone, multiple songs, some we've heard, some we haven't heard. Clearly, that's what he's doing in life. And we've also heard about drill music. We heard from investigator Viverito. We heard from Antonio Sumlin. We heard from other people. We heard about the common themes of drill music, the things that make you marketable in that space. Okay? Violence, confrontation, having bodies, homicide, guns, more guns, bigger guns, being the toughest, being the baddest, not being scared, being a danger. Okay? And I'm not asking any of you to like that. I'm not suggesting I like that. Detective Underwood, she clearly didn't like it, and I'm not saying she's wrong. But it is what it is. That type of music exists. That type of music is popular. And that's the type of music that Shannon Stillwell was doing. We heard about the common terms in this drill music. Ops, glizzy, blicky, red lights. And we heard 5 of Shannon's songs. We heard Slap Talk, Lizard Walk, Red Light, featuring B-Slime and Vito. Bull, S-H-I-T, with Dolly, Jeffrey's sister, and Ran This Money with Slime Life Shorty, a signed artist who had already made it, at least to a certain degree. And in those songs, I agree. We hear about all sorts of violence. We hear about red lights. We hear about glizzies, walk them down, homicides, FNs. We hear it all. And out of context, it doesn't paint Shannon Stillwell in the best light. And I don't think I've ever claimed that Shannon Stillwell is an angel either. But it is art. And when he references beating a homicide, when he references beating a murder rap, when he keeps bringing up Donovan Thomas, it's not a confession. That's how he's known. That's what he's known for. That's his selling point in this type of music that celebrates it, much to some of our chagrin. It just is what it is. We saw a post that Shannon Stillwell made on January 27, 2022, on page 24, Mr. Kokomo. And
that's
this
a classy
is,
gang in the chat.
This is the untranslated version, but I'm not hiding from it. The translated version says peanut stone grave. But what does it say? I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back. Life size, hashtag life size lizard. Lizard, what he's rapping under, lizard walk. Okay? And it says Manny Tumpa de Piedra. What's he talking about here? Fell off 100 times. Why does he keep referencing Donovan Thomas? Years later, he's already been arrested for this charge. Wouldn't he be quiet about it? He would if he did it. But why does he keep bringing up Donovan Thomas? Well, I have two things for you to consider. First, maybe, just maybe, on that particular day in June of 2022, Shannon Stillwell had enough. For 7 years, the police put a target on his back, and people had been shooting at him. He was shot at the green store. They shot at his head. He was so bold to go to JJ's Chicken and Fish to get himself some food with the mother of his child and another female who was driving. He was so bold to do that, that when they left that parking lot, 3 men in a car sped up behind him and shot at that car, riddling the back of that car with bullets, shooting poor Tierra Jones in the face, instantly killing the driver, Miss Jones, causing the car to careen and turn over and over and over, severely injuring Mr. Stillwell, scarring his head to this day, putting him in the hospital for months, putting the mother of his child in the hospital for a month. And then, when the police come to talk to Mr. Stillwell, remember what he does? He feels bad about the situation. He feels awful. He asks the officer, can I write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family? And he does. And then the officer says, well, can you talk to me about the case? And know what he does? He talks to the officers about the case. And he gives names. He gives names of the people that he feels were in that car, that red car that sped up behind him, tried to kill him, and killed Tierra Jones. He gave up those names. And what was his reward? Page 26, Mr. Kokomo. I think it was Investigator Griffin, I think is the investigator that was investigating that case. And what did he tell you? The discovery got out, and it was posted online. And the fact that Shannon Stillwell had dared talk to the police to try to help solve the senseless murder of an innocent woman was broadcast on Instagram and social media. And people were chastising Shannon Stillwell and coming at him on social media and in real life over the fact that he was made such a ridiculous decision as to try to bring justice to Tierra Jones's family. That was his reward for that. So yeah, people shooting at his head, narrowly missing at the Green Store. People shooting at him in a car, killing someone in the car and putting him in the hospital. People chastising him online for being so bold to tell the police what happened, who killed Tierra Jones, poor Tierra Jones. So yeah, maybe in January 2022, just maybe, possibly, he had enough. He was sick of the nonsense. If you want to say it, then I'll be it. You keep putting me down 100 times, you're making me fall, and I keep getting back up. And what's it all, ultimately, what's the origin story of it all? The death of Donovan Thomas. That's how it started. It doesn't mean he did it. That's how it started. That's why he has that target on his back. There's another possibility as well. Mr. Stillwell is just a kid who was raised by his grandmother in Thomasville. Nothing more, nothing less. But all of a sudden, he was known as a tough guy behind this. Wasn't true, but that was the public perception. That was the persona that was thrust on him. And maybe, while he was sick of it, sick of being shot at, sick of being chastised, sick of being threatened, maybe also a calculation was made, you know what? If they're going to keep shooting at me, I might as well lean into this a little bit. That does have traction in the streets. That does have traction in the music industry. Maybe that's why he's hashtagging his rap name in the post. The bottom line is, yes, I acknowledge he's referencing Donovan Thomas in songs. He's not giving any inside information in these songs that wasn't publicly known. Remember, he had been arrested. He'd been at prelims. He knows what the case is about. He's heard testimony about the case by this time, by the time he's making his songs. So he's not sharing any information that only the killer would know. Of course he's not, because he's not the killer. But maybe he is leaning into the bad boy image a little bit. But here's the thing. You might like my explanation or not. But could you put on 27, please? But let's just think. If songs were confessions, what would that really mean? Could you put on 28? Remember that song, Homicide, by Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland? Who played the role of the assassin? Threat, Trevante Turner. You watched the video. I don't think we need to watch it again. Who gets killed? Someone who looks like Donovan Thomas. Who put money on his head? Kenneth Copeland. If songs are confessions, then Kenneth Copeland is confessed. He hasn't been charged. He's not sitting here on this indictment. So maybe songs are just songs. And posts are just posts. So let's talk about Donovan Thomas and some of the evidence in this case. Eyewitnesses. Who did we hear from? We heard from Reginald Hendricks. He was a gentleman that was shot. He was standing near Donovan Thomas. He didn't identify anyone. We heard from two witnesses, two people that were in the barbershop, working in the barbershop. They heard shots. They ducked. They described what happened afterwards. No one identified anyone out of those two witnesses. We heard from a man named Sammy Davis, an older gentleman who lived across the street, who knew Donovan Thomas. They called him Car Wash. He washed Donovan Thomas's car. He didn't see anyone in the car. That was his testimony. And then we didn't hear from, but we heard about someone named Spencer Wright. Well, actually, we heard about someone named Nicholas Robinson. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? And Investigator Thorpe talked about it, and definitely District Attorney Sprinkle talked about this as well. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? We heard about Nicholas Robinson September of 2015. He was being arrested for felony theft and a probation matter. And when he's being arrested, and when I say he's being arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, by an officer, and he's hours away from having, you know, what I like to talk about, the Fulton County Blues. He's hours away from having that blue jumpsuit on, right? And what did we learn that Nicholas Robinson did? He said, "Whoa, you guys are arresting me. I want to go talk to a detective about a case." So they take him to Thorpe. He wanted to talk to him about the Donovan Thomas homicide. They take him to Thorpe, and Thorpe starts to interview him. Okay? And Nicholas Robinson claims he's at the scene and starts talking to Investigator Thorpe about what he saw. And that would be hearsay to talk about because he didn't testify. But we also heard that in the middle of that interview, Lieutenant Gaither was there. She's doing research into the background of this Nicholas Robinson. And what does Lieutenant Gaither realize? Wait a second. This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man is telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do? He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And in the very next day, he goes out and takes warrants on 4 people, including my client. Then we hear about DA Sprinkle taking over this case in the investigation in early 2016. And him seeing this mention of this Nicholas Robinson, who was really Spencer Wright, and where he said he was when he witnessed events. And we hear about DA Sprinkle getting the surveillance and checking into it and talking to Spencer Wright. Where did you say you were? On what bench? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see? An empty bench. Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe. We're going to get back to Spencer Wright in a minute. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, no DNA or fingerprints. We have an infinity car, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this case, this Donovan Thomas case, comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about people wearing the Fulton County Blues. That was the theme of my opening. Because as it's played out, it turns out Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful. And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street. You don't believe me? Spencer Wright, Nicholas Robinson. He's the proof of concept right there. Getting locked up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed. This is not some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. He's not the only one who did it. So the state has these two witnesses, Quindarrius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland. Those are the two witnesses. And I've been doing this long enough. They're horrible witnesses. They're liars. They have every reason to lie. They have every motivation to lie. They are inconsistent. They tell different stories every time they talk about the things they talk about. The state knows they're horrible witnesses. But here's what happens. In closing, the state says, they're not our witnesses. We didn't choose those witnesses. They're Shannon Stillwell's friends. He chose those witnesses. That's their line. They might not use it now because I already said it. But that's their line. But let's think about that for a second. That's not their witnesses. First of all, they're the ones that called them to the stand. But that's not their witnesses. Look at this indictment. 28 names. Quindarrius Zachary? Is he on this indictment? No. Kenneth Copeland? Is he on this indictment? No. Nope. Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment? Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave in 2014, 2015. Yet, he's not on this indictment. Quindarrius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarrius Zachary was right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overt acts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this. And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. Of course they did. And why did they choose them? What are the qualifications that Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary both had when it really comes down to it? They're two people that are willing to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. That was one qualification that they had. And two, they are two people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their two qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment. Let's talk about Kenneth Copeland's credibility. So use the same test you do for those quote-unquote expert witnesses. What's his bias, his motive? How's he come across on the stand? What are his motivations? Well, we know he really hates jail. That was clear. I submit to you that it seems that not only does he hate jail, but he almost has a mental disorder about, he literally said, I'd rather die than go to Rice Street. That's extreme. He's told us, I would do anything to stay out of jail. I would lie on anyone to get myself out of trouble. He has his own term for what he does, the finesse. He really hates jail. What else do we know about Kenneth Copeland? Well, we know about, I'm going to ask y'all to think back and remember this when he was on the stand, a case, 21 CP 197618, State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland. Remember that? When he was actually in jail and he picked up another charge because he claimed that a jail worker attacked him and sprayed him with OC spray for no good cause. And he brought charges, or tried to bring charges, against this poor jail worker. What do we know? The surveillance from the jail was pulled. The investigators looked at it, as they should. Even Kenneth Copeland, a known liar, when he makes allegations against the police, yes, it should be looked into. And it was. And what did they find? No OC spray was emitted. In fact, the officer that was accused didn't even have OC spray on them at the time. So what happened to Kenneth Copeland in that case? Well, he was charged with false statement and false report of a crime. 2 felonies, excuse me. So as a result of his lie, he gets charged with these 2 felonies. False statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden, as this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take the stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies, all of a sudden, on January 18th, 2024, Fonnie Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland, the case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Why did they do it, according to that sheet? Was it, oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. But they decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it? Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yep, sure was. State took care of you. You're not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Well, we learned that Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. We learned that he met with Investigator Thorpe on January 11th. Now, mind you, all these meetings, presumably, if it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling him that Shannon Stillwell is involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Places himself at the Green Store, which is less than a minute away from the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder. And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th. That's the night going into the morning after of the Donovan Thomas homicide. And of course, we know that's a lie because Kenneth Copeland was in the Infiniti on the night of January 9th with Quindarrius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. January 28th, he meets with Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither. Again, never mentions this supposed statement by Demekion Garlington about Shannon Stillwell being involved. In fact, he's asked specifically who he thought killed Donovan Thomas. He mentions his friend Doc and goes back and forth about whether Doc could have done it or not. He shares a theory about Donovan Thomas running off with someone's drugs. He shares a theory about Kelvin Watts robbing people and Donovan Thomas being caught in that situation. And he's also asked on January 28th about a rumor that he stole Donovan Thomas's chain. And what's he say? Oh no, I didn't do that. Someone else apparently stole Donovan Thomas' chain, and they brought it to me, and I realized it was Donovan Thomas's stuff, and I returned it. I don't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. Me and Donovan Thomas are cool. He also said that on the 11th. So then we go to February 20th, the third statement he gave. Again, never mentions anything about what Demarco Garlington supposedly told him. And Curry, investigator Curry, asked him about the Donovan Thomas case. Doesn't know anything. And then on February 21st, with Gaither and Thorpe, he's again asked about the Donovan Thomas case. Never mentions, oh, Demarco Garlington at the McDonald's told me that Shannon Stillwell did it. Again, he's asked about Donovan Thomas's chain, and it's another lie. Oh, well, someone brought it to me. He sticks with that lie. Lie after lie after lie. Denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an infinity. Those are the statements that Kenneth Copeland gave leading up to June 10, 2015. Could you put on page 33, Mr. Kokomo? So, this is a picture from June 10, 2015 that's in evidence, and it is misleading. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit, but let's not get confused, let's not get it twisted. On June 10, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges. That's what's different about this interview. He was headed to Rice Street. He had a gun charge from the Dunbar Rec Center. Remember when he brought the stick into the rec center and left it on the bleachers? He had just been arrested on that warrant from when he did that. And when they arrested him on the warrant, they came into his girlfriend Deshawn Quarterman's apartment. And what did they find? They find another gun, a stolen Smith & Wesson, in Deshawn's kitchen. And they find a stolen MacBook in Deshawn's apartment. And they find stolen IDs and stolen property in Deshawn's car. And so now we got two guns, stolen property. Oh, and then the police are saying, oh, this stolen property, it's linked to auto breakings that have happened in your neighborhood. So he's got guns, and he's got a federal agent in there as well, Agent Cunningham, who's talking about these cases going federal. He's got a lot going on. And promises are made. Well, let's talk about the threats first. And all these officers say, oh, I wouldn't threaten him. I wouldn't threaten him. I threatened no bodily harm on him. I'm going to tell you. Max Schardt said this here today. Y'all threaten to punch me in the face anytime. But don't threaten to put me in prison for 25 years, no parole. That's a real threat that gets my attention. You can punch me. But the state and the police act like statements that Agent Cunningham made, like, you're an armed career criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. No parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. That's a threat. That's a lot more bigger threat than I'm going to punch you in the face or we're going to beat you until you confess. That's a threat. What else do they say? It's totally up to you if these charges go federal or not. You have to help yourself. I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and they're going to ask me, what did he do to help himself? You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48, and then, oh, but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. And yes, that was enough to make self-admitted liar, self-admitted finesser, a person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. And that was actually enough to put his plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demarco Garlington and try to get Demarco Garlington to go out and go on with the story, which of course Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Or he's upset with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Maybe you say, Max, we get it. He's a liar. He was jammed up. But maybe this threat of prosecution was what was needed to bring out the truth. Maybe he was being truthful on June 10, 2015. Well, let's think about what else he said on June 10, 2015. Remember when they were talking about those auto breakings that they suspected him of? And said, you're going to have to answer these auto breakings. Why do you have all this property in these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah. That was Lil Mike and Quez that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quez, Lil Mike and Quez. Well, what did we learn in the cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland? Little Mike and Quez, not only did they not do the auto breakings that Kenneth Copeland claimed they did on June 10, 2015, Little Mike and Quez, they don't exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, nope. He was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives. Mr. Kokomo, if you could play what's on page 35. And what did Kenneth Copeland say on a call from the Fayette County Jail on December 21st, 2022, on a recorded call that Attorney Steele brought out?
First thing I did it. First thing I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on to it because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that. I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean? It's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
He admitted. He said, I lied on Thug. In the very same interview, he was saying all sorts of things about Thug. He admitted he was lying. He was making stuff up to get himself out of trouble, to get out of his situation. And he got caught on a recorded line saying as much. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Thorpe fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland said it was easy. Lieutenant Gaither fell for the finesse. The police report fell for the police department fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland got up on the stand and explained the finesse to you, to your faces. We know better than to fall for Kenneth Copeland's finesse. We know better than to just accept his words. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 36. This is the other state's witness, the other witness that they chose to bring in front of you, Quindarrius Zachary. And yes, he's wearing the jail blues, and he had every reason to lie to get himself out of trouble. First of all, what did Quindarrius Zachary say at trial? He admitted that he lied on Shannon in 2 prior statements. One August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those 2 statements, those 2 lies he told about Shannon Stillwell, were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. Why? Remember his lie? His lie was, oh, the night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in really a bunch of other cases. Cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. He admitted that he knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither, we heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness. A serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. And then he also has the motivation of the April 28, 2015 case, which he was facing at this time. He told you, I was under the impression, and I didn't do the math, this may be right, this may be wrong, but this was his impression, that he was facing something like 185 years. Yeah, that's pretty good motivation to lie. And then he was also concerned because he got caught with a gun on May 7th, 2015, that he knew was ballistically linked to other crimes. So that was a reason for him to lie. And finally, why Shannon? Because he wanted to get back at Demarco Garlington, because Demarco had told the police about the April 28, 2015 incident. And he figured blaming Shannon for things was a way to get back at Demarco, because at that time, Demarco and Shannon were close friends. So those were his motivations. Let's talk about the statements he gave. We heard about Investigator Gaither being called repeatedly to go down there and talk to him on August 5th, 2015. And she said, okay. Remember, he wanted to talk about other stuff. He didn't want to talk about his case. He wanted to immediately get to the point where he's telling lies on other people to get bond or get released, get consideration. And Gaither, to her credit, said, no, we got to talk about your case first. Let's talk about April 28, 2015. And what he said, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demarco Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home, I'm always sick, I wasn't there, and the only reason I know about this is because Demarco Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern? Everyone's always confessing to Quindarrius Zachary, according to Quindarrius Zachary. Of course, that was a lie. Demarco Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. he made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there. Gaither called him on it. He about 2 or 3 times said, I swear I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. And finally he gave up the lie. And then he proceeded to move on to other cases and make up lies on Shannon. March 3rd, 2017 was the second statement set up by his lawyers. You got to understand where the proper session is, that it was a session for him to give as much information as he could about as many instances as he could, and the DAs were in the room. They can consider the information given, and then they can give any consideration that they deem appropriate to Quindarrius Zachary for his assistance in providing information. Those were the 2 statements. But here's the thing. You know, it's not complicated to keep a story straight if it's the truth. But if you're making up lies, the context, the details tend to change. It's a little bit more difficult to keep everything straight. And I think about all of us. You know, I think about when I was a kid. I saw a space shuttle explode on TV when I was sitting in the classroom watching it take off. And I remember exactly where I was. I remember who was sitting next to me. I remember whose class it was. I remember what grade I was in. It's etched into my memory. I remember when my favorite football team first won their Super Bowl in my lifetime. I remember everything about that. I remember who the announcers were. I remember who won the MVP. I remember what room I was watching the game in. I remember who I was watching the game with. I remember when this country elected their first black president, our first black president. I remember who I was watching TV with that night, the emotions, what room I was in, what channel I was watching. I remember even silly things. I remember watching the Oscars and seeing a man run up on another man and slap him in the face while I was watching with my wife on our bed in our old house while she talked on the phone with her sister. I remember those details, those things that are etched into my mind. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if a friend of mine came up to me in real life like this, if it really happened, if a friend of mine came up to me and said, Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on, where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindarrius Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell? It changed. It changed from August 5th, 2015 to March 3rd of 2017. On August 5th, 2015, he claimed that Shannon Stillwell confessed, but just said, we caught Nut down bad. On August 5th, 2015, he said, we caught Nut down bad. And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad, and he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car. What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindarrius Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo. And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house, and we crossed paths, and he confessed to me. On March 3rd, 2017, what was the story? No, Shannon wasn't there when I arrived at the Sky House. Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindarrius Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else to save himself. It's a sick game. It is a sick, sick game. So we got these two liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these two known liars claim? Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Bernie some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You've got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did 88 Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. The Green Store that is what? A minute away from the barber shop? What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on the highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick? What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember when he was so desperate to get out of jail, I'll wear a wire, I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. You're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video. And this is where this gets kind of ugly. Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the Green Store, not outside the barber shop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the Green Store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the Green Store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any. Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same Green Store, and I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the Green Store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe, so you tried to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the Green Store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh, no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the Green Store. Why would I go to the Green Store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers. And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we ask Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to the McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here.
Everyone.
You ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where it just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So, does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating? I don't think so. But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from DA Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shoot, DA Sprinkle. What did DA Sprinkle said when we asked him about it? Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did DA Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something he would have brought up. Detective Thorpe lied. Either that, or he did go get the footage, and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims, and it's in his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied. All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas? It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear. It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who is the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014, and when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. A shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS-24?
The green light.
F.
The green light clip. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I got somebody, I don't know his name. He was there. He ill there. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about, it was blood. Everything blood. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I mean, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that was the nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all those guns. The same night gave every last one a gun. Said, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and he told me everything, and he said, is this person a friend of yours?
That's good. The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti. An Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland by Jeffrey Williams. Because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat. In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell. He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards. Once APD falsely accused him, once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime, that's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA, no cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just two witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape, right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. Two people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But two witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you that. Other than that, there's no corroboration at all. All right. We got a little more to go, okay?
Let's take.
That was my hint.
All right. Dropping hints, dropping subliminals. All right, so I believe this is pretty clear to me at this point that defense has 2 hours each. There's two defendants, but Doug is letting Max use some of the time. So either that or Whitaker's not doing a hard line on the stop, because we are 3 minutes shy of the 2 hour mark for Schardt at this point. But I imagine Doug said, take some of my 2 hours. So, especially I think Doug won't repeat too much of he won't belabor some of the tedious points. He might emphasize certain things again, but look at them too. Look at them.
Everybody try to be back as soon as you can, and as soon as we can get all the jurors taken care of, we'll all get back, because it's going to be a long day.
So, by the way, I see people, it's not just destined to be, a lot of people are asking, who is the lady in red? That is Katie Hingerty. She is part of the same law firm that Doug works for, so we've seen her in court before on days that Doug had other obligations. She's done some stand-in work before. But that is Katie Hingerty. I think in some of the pre-trial days, she was in the courtroom as well. So she is a familiar face, just not there all that often. But that's who that is. You guys are all jumping on that she's wearing red as well. But this count too, Donovan Thomas, I do think there's a few things to address. Guys, closing arguments aren't supposed to be considered testimony or evidence. There's a little bit more leeway, not full leeway. You can't just talk about everything under the sun that you want to with an opening or closing statement. But for example, the defense here, since the state has the burden of proof, the defense does get to raise issue with things that were not presented, the absence of evidence. So that's why it's okay for Schardt to say, hey, where's this McDonald's video? You know, did it just never exist? Or maybe there's another explanation for why you guys didn't get to see it. They get to raise that concern. Additionally, the reason we're spending so much time on this Donovan Thomas is not only is it, you know, they're trying to accuse this guy of murdering Donovan Thomas in furtherance of the conspiracy, but there wasn't any exculpatory evidence. There's no alibi. There's nothing that has we don't have a video that disproves. We don't have a McDonald's video that may disprove something. So whether there could have been exculpatory evidence or not, Schardt doesn't have that to present for his client, right? He's got to sow the seeds of doubt. He's got to say there's somebody else that had motive. I know somebody who probably was the one that did this. I know somebody that if the state's telling you Shannon Stillwell had something to do with this because of his song lyrics, then why did they selectively ignore this homicide video? Why did they ignore Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary as suspects in any of this whole January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas and the spillover retaliatory back and forth shooting that spilled out over the next few months, when one was a straw man purchaser for the guns, the firearms, and then the other's the one that had beef and was consistently lying about it. So if you're wondering why he's spending so much time on this and not talking about the Shymel Drinks, I think it's two reasons. You know, a lot of what he's laying the groundwork for about bad gang experts, they put a course together and they circular echo chamber themselves into a conclusion when they investigate a case. They have a bias when they investigate a case. The state chooses who they want to indict, even when they know they shouldn't listen to the word of a certain witness. Even when they know that an investigator could have been wrong about something, they run with it anyway. So a lot of that's going to apply for the Shymel Drinks, but the additional part of the Shymel Drinks is Schardt, and me too, there's video that is exculpatory. If that FedEx video didn't exist, I think Shannon Stillwell would be SOL. But we have that FedEx video, and there's an additional car in there that the state and the detectives all chose to ignore. Similar to the homicide video, which is just lyrics, right? That's circumstantial at best, right? That's a piece of art that could just be subjective. How much does that really look like Donovan Thomas is getting money put on his head in that video? But with the FedEx video, that's actual exculpatory evidence. It's video of the direct incident. So he can shrink down how much he needs to dive into that, because he can pull up that video and say, they didn't even look at this third car. Now tell me how it's possible that you heard the medical examiner say instantaneous immobilization. He would not have been able to lift his foot and then press the brake pedal again. But what happens after Stillwell's already gone? So I'm sure he's going to spend some time on it. It seems like Doug's giving him some of his 2 hours, which makes sense. But we don't have this same type of exculpatory evidence for Donovan Thomas that we, in my opinion, have with Shymel Drinks. So, but there we go. Am I yelling? My bad. My bad. You know what? Let me half this. Let me half this down. That's probably why I'm yelling. There's a lot of background noise here from the court feed itself. And yeah, so the count we took the break about 2 hours on the dot, like a minute shy of 2 hours on the dot for Max Schardt. So, and for anyone that's joining late, the state gets to go again. So we're not done with the state's closing arguments. I believe their second half will be longer than what we saw with Adkins. So just brace yourself for that. I'm sure everybody's looking forward to that. But it is what it is. And I think we had another squeak. And then we've also, thank you guys for the gifted memberships today. We're up to 29, so that's all up to date. And then, oh, we got to get Madison Mom. Thank you, Madison Mom. Hold on. Let's take this banner right back down and get Madison Mom in there. But let's shout out Madison Mom in the chat. Just gifted 2 memberships here. If you got one, make sure you're saying thank you. And then suburb content or superb content. I'll take either one, you know. I'm outside of the, well, I think I'm City of Cocoa, but whatever. It counts either way. Thank you so much, Madison Mom, for the support and for hanging out with us today. Touche says, if the jury is like me, this is the first time that the Spencer Wright lie that Sprinkle kept talking about made any sense. Actually, this is great to hear. The Spencer Wright thing stood out to me. I think Gaither was on the stand the first time around for several days, and it was all chopped up because there were so many like arguments between the defense attorneys without the jury present. But the first time she was on the stand, they did talk about this, and to me, it helped me like understand what was going to happen, right? We heard, I think that was like, I don't know, in the 70s, day 70 or something, that Gaither was on the stand. Like 67 through 73 were the days that she was on the stand, around that time frame. And the state has still not wanted to abandon or address something that hinged on somebody giving a statement saying that they knew what happened one night, had information on a murder, and they were caught lying about it. From day 67 to 73, even though this is put in front of the jury, the state still wants to attach themselves to it. And I think it's a blessing for the defense that Sprinkle doesn't seem to be willing to lie. So I think touche, I think it's easy to tune out what Sprinkle was rattling on about. But it was a really big deal to hear that, look, you have someone that's in jail trying to get out, making a call, and he's on a wiretap call, or a jail call with his friend saying, you don't actually know anything about that. but the state used it anyway. The state used it anyway. Just completely nuts. But I think this is really great feedback that if you didn't pick that up, this is why opening and closings can be so important, even in shorter trials, but especially in a longer one, because they underscore these things that might have been missed. Just like this. We know that there's questionable things about Kenneth Copeland and maybe Quindarrius Zachary. But we've also got these other questionable leads where we have someone on a jail call saying, well, you don't actually know that. Why did you tell them that? Well, I just want to go home. And you get to paint this picture of how the DA's office ignored what they didn't want to see. I wonder what the dynamic was like when Sprinkle or anyone in the office tried to say, hey, I think maybe these 4 that we initially charged are the wrong people. Was it like when a toddler grabs a handful of rice or whatever, they don't want to let it go? But Sprinkle was like, no, like seriously guys, we can't, this one's not that. So definitely good to hear your feedback here. I'm sure a lot of this is stuff that the jury might be piecing together. And that's why I think I don't think that Adkins was as effective as a speaker as Max Schardt is. Max Schardt punctuates and he tells us when he's transitioning from one topic to another. I think those little improvements, I think, could make Adkins a little bit more dangerous if he sharpened that up, his communication skills. Thank you so much, Touche. Jennifer Devine says, Doug just gonna show Burrito wearing the watch and drop the mic. Oh boy. Shout out to Dougie. Shout out to Dougie. I think it has been his style to be more short and concise, and he has definitely become the watch guy. So I would imagine they are going to, you know, if they split up, who's going to talk about what. And I'm sure there's certain things that Doug will repeat for emphasis, right? Say it twice, right? Just like if you guys are going to put up 5 gang experts, we're going to highlight certain key points, the both of us up on the stand, with respect to our clients individually and these guys as a whole. And it's interesting because you saw Schardt take some time to point out the idiocracy of overt acts that really didn't involve his client at all. He took a broader reach at the overall RICO and the supposed enterprise. But definitely would love to see this. I don't know if we'll get any bombshells about this missing watch, but I really think it's enough that she pretended she did not know that that watch was valuable. And then we hear her a few minutes later, or I don't know exactly what point in time on that day of the raid, but we hear her talk about the value of those brands of watches on body cam audio. Not a good look, girl. Thank you so much for the 10. Gina says, this is what you call a superb closing argument. I agree, and this isn't easy to do. Imagine if you had to sum up 166 days of material in 2 hours. We'll say 3 hours, because it seems like he's getting some of Doug's time. And he's got to address certain things. He can't just go up there and expect that the jury is like this chat might be. This chat leans 90% not guilty just because either we don't like the state or don't think they've met their burden, right? He can't just go up there and assume that the jury is like that. He's got to go up there and assume, even if he's hoping otherwise, that the 12 jurors might be convinced by the state's closing argument. And he knows that the state's going to get the last word. They get to go up again before we send the jury to deliberate. He's got to address certain things. So, for example, the jury might be seeing a lot of drugs. Well, Schardt addressed that. Schardt said, I'm not going to tell you he didn't sell drugs, but he did that for himself. He didn't have a lot of drugs. He wasn't doing it to help the enterprise profit or YSL make money. He did that for himself. Right? And I saw a few comments in the chat like, oh my God, this doesn't help him. Well, you can't just ignore the obvious. You have to understand that the jury is going to look at certain things and might go back to the deliberation room and say, well, but they still had weed though. There was still weed. So should we find them guilty of that thing? Because we saw pictures of weed. No, you've got to underscore that. You've got to embrace it. You've got to send it right back to the jury and tell them why, even if you saw the weed, it doesn't match what they're actually being charged with here. You've got to address it. So, it would be disingenuous. It would be exactly like the state. It would be exactly what they're calling the state out for doing if they acted like that wasn't the case. Right? So, and overall, his overarching theme that this, as a whole, it's not a conspiracy to violate RICO. It's just people trying to make it on their own, right? They're not going to the studio to further their gang. They're going to the studio to record. And they like being around Jeffrey Williams because not only do they get to be in the studio with the equipment, and maybe they're not paying for studio time the same way you'd have to if you paid a private producer to record for you or whatever. But Jeffrey Williams is known for always laying down tracks. He goes in there, he'll freestyle, he'll spit something, put a beat on, he's recording something. He's got no problem doing that. So, in addition to not having to pay for studio time, the motive could just be to go hang around somebody who's actually doing it, who's actually getting it done. Some people treat studio time like an opportunity to sit around and get high, and then they never actually record anything. If you really want to make it in music, why wouldn't you surround yourself with the person that has the equipment and the drive and is already doing it. And I think Schardt did a really, really good job of underscoring that. And we're probably going to see him circle back around to that with the Shymel Drinks shooting, because the plan was they're going to this BP gas station and then they're going to the studio. So, Angie Lay sniping out here. Thank you so much, Angie. Love the picture. Love the picture. Allie B, I think this was from the part where he was talking about, you know, starting from nothing and trying to get out of it. The video where Jeffrey Williams, he said, looks emaciated. And then skinny jeans become a trend. Allie B says, y'all, this is going to make me cry. And, you know, remember, Adkins was trying to bookend on the front side. Hey, you're not supposed to go back in the deliberation room and deliberate and consider how passionate you feel about certain things that you've heard. Even though we're going to show you autopsy photos in our closing presentation, you can feel passionate about the stuff we put in our PowerPoint. But when the defense goes, don't feel any passion or sympathy for anybody on trial here or the unindicted co-conspirators, don't do that, right? So, Allie B, I feel you. I think chat shared a similar sentiment here. Renee Stevenson says, Ashley in the chat, oh, I missed it, just asked a great question. I've been wondering the same thing. Did the defense ever receive all those emails between the lawyers that had clients who pleaded? Yes. So Doug referenced it in court Wednesday. It was like a week or two after, I think they had some non-court days during that time period, but it was about 2 weeks after. We do hear Doug say that it was received, and he was still going through it. But what I didn't ever hear, I don't have an update on if there was ever an actual in-chambers review to make that happen. So yes, those emails were turned over. I don't really know if we heard much of it. And, you know, they never ended up calling Martinez Arnold, so that would have been fun to see. That would have been fun to see. So, sorry I missed that question earlier. Thank you, Renee, for bringing it to the surface. And good recall there, Ashley. Berta S says, 2 months with the best cat, chat with the capital C, and Mlat mod love all the time. Love it. Thanks for being a member for 2 months. Annie, a same sentiment, says, best community, love all of you, sending love from Great Britain. Shout out to our overseas friends over there. You guys know I'm over on the East Coast. I'm down here in Florida. But we've got people from all over that tune in. So feel free to shout out where you're from. We're a hybrid geographic gang in here, worldwide. Cat chat rules the world. Are they going to come get me if I say that? Gotta be careful here. Thank you so much, Annie. Squirrel Brain Gang, perfect picture for the occasion, says Adkins told the jury they are now gang experts. What? They have not completed the Detective Burrito / APD online training that we based on the movie Boys in the Hood. And this is another thing. I think Schardt, I laughed when he put up the PowerPoint slide of the gang expert training. There were 4 points, and it said training, and there was one single sub-bullet under training. And I said, oh, that is hilarious. All it listed was this GGIA conference. And then Schardt 2 or 3 times mentioned, oh, we'll put this thing together. It'll make us sound official. And we'll just get together for 2 hours and talk about the meaning of lyrics. So that was hilarious. Thank you so much, Squirrel Brain Gang. Always good to see you.
Longer.
All right. So that was quiet, but Paige said, all right, you're past your time, but I'll give you a little leeway. So. Oh, and shout out to Dee Dee. Show Dee Dee some love in the chat. Drop in 10 gifted memberships. That's super nice. Let's get this banner up and going. And big shout out to Dee Dee, always supporting, you know, this channel. I see her supporting a lot with like Tay-Biz, seen you over at Flesh of the Gods. Always good to hang out with you outside of, you know, when I get to be chat side more. So thank you so much for gifting here and good to see you. The mic as Schardt's bouncing.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Schardt.
Thank you, Honor. Please support. I see the coffee. I can take a hint. We're almost there, okay? We're going to move on to the Shymel Drinks murder from March 14, 2022. And there are several counts regarding this case. Count 49 charges my client, Mr. Stillwell, with murder. Mr. Kokomo, if you could show 50. 50 charges participation in criminal street gang activity based on the murder. 51 charges criminal street gang activity based on the murder. And 52 charges possession of a firearm by a convicted felon for March 14th, 2022, based on the belief that if a murder was committed by Mr. Stillwell, he must have had a gun. And count 54 is charged possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, being the murder. My point is all of these counts are predicated on the murder charge. And so I'm not going to focus on any of the other counts. I'm just going to focus on count 49, which is the murder charge. Okay, so turning the page to the March 14th, 2022 Shymel Drinks murder case. Let's start out by just reviewing kind of the basic evidence, standard evidence, and then we're going to get into some of the more complicated matters that came up during trial. There's no eyewitnesses. There's no DNA. There's a fingerprint that was briefly alluded to that was found on Shymel Drinks' car that does not belong to Mr. Stillwell or anyone else in this case. There's no ballistic matches. We know that the projectiles or the bullets that hit Mr. Drinks twice, once in the neck, once in the arm. We know that they were .40 caliber bullets. Okay? That's what we know. What else have we heard through trial? We heard about a phone that Mr. Stillwell had. We heard a lot of his songs off that phone, and we also heard about some other things. We heard about a article that Mr. Stillwell, or someone with Mr. Stillwell's phone, we'll say Mr. Stillwell, clicked on March 17th, 2022. Okay, it was a Fox News article about a shooting on Windsor Street. Okay, that's 3 days after the homicide. That is after Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time, Miss Alexander, alerted him to the fact that there was a shooting on Windsor Street. It's after the fact, it's after she sent a post posted by someone else on Instagram about this shooting on Windsor Street. It's after his grandmother, Miss Jackson, reached out to him to check if he was okay because she saw the news report about this shooting on the news. All that happened on the evening of March 14th. That's how quickly news traveled. It should be of no surprise that by March 17th, probably sooner than that, there was an article about this incident on the internet, on the Fox News website, the local Fox 5 website. Mr. Stillwell clicked on an article 3 days afterwards. Additionally, we heard about Mr. Stillwell being in we know that he's in the rap, or he's trying to make his way in the rap game. And we know that on the evening of March 14th, going into March 15th, Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. And we know there was a note in his phone that talked about a very standard, very common, not a particularly unique line at all, not unique at all, to be quite honest, from drill music, about ops. That was put in his notes while he was in the studio making drill music. So we have that. Neither of those two things in his phone are particularly noteworthy. They're not strong evidence of anything. But they were brought to your attention by Investigator Viverito, who searched his phone far and wide for any information she could find, and that was what she found. We heard about social media posts. And we heard that those social media posts were collected by Investigator Viverito. And we went back and forth with Investigator Viverito, we being me, about her work collecting those posts. There's no reports on who she was following, what she was looking for, who she was checking out on Instagram, who she wasn't checking out on Instagram. We also know from the post by Mr. Nichols that was presented to you initially in a far different form than it was actually on the internet, that Investigator Viverito was not only collecting posts, but she was manipulating posts to present to you in the way that she deemed fit, because she is biased. We learned that there were several people that made posts about the goings-ons in March of 2022. We know, and I'm not going to hide from it, that Mr. Stillwell made posts about Maine Christian McMiller's death on March 11th, about Darius Ford's death, about how his heart is broken, about how he ain't going to be the only one crying. We know that there were posts on both sides from everyone in the community about what was going on in March 2022. But the takeaway from the posts is this, and it actually came from Investigator Viverito. I don't think she really wanted to admit it, but she did. We talked to her about the March 11th killing of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and about that investigation. Now we're talking about 2 years and 8 months ago now. How it remains unsolved, how no one's been charged. Okay? And we looked at some of the posts that were made in reference to that incident. We learned about a Big Nick who posted just after that incident, slime and chalk. And we know what that, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we know about these other accounts. Edgewood, I think it was Edgewood James and Joey Hurst, two other accounts that weren't necessarily their names, may have been kind of like pseudo accounts or fictitious accounts, celebrating in really the most vile ways possible, celebrating the deaths of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And I asked Investigator Viverito, and she confirmed, even if they're fictitious accounts, you can see who was posting. You could pull an IP address. You could try to look into that and figure out who was posting. If you really thought that these posts, if you really thought posting about the crime was a confession to murder. And she agreed, she could, but they didn't, because it's not. We learned about Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Cal, and we saw the post that he made right after the murder of the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, about him putting 2 shells under Donovan Thomas's eyes, about him looking in the camera and putting 2 shells under his eyes. 4 different posts. Another post about with 2 shells and lips sealed. And we talked to investigator Viverito about what those shells meant. And they meant bodies in her estimation. So Kelvin Watts is sitting there posting, putting symbols of dead bodies under his own eyes in his own way with the shells. And I asked investigator Viverito, oh, and he also made a song. We heard about the song he made, Mafia Story, where he's celebrating the death, where he's describing the death, how they were in a fast car, and how they died on the freeway. Direct references to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so I asked investigator Viverito, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes, that's not enough to charge someone. That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford deaths. So when we're analyzing crude, inappropriate, idiotic posts that are made by Demekion Garlington, or even my client, Mr. Stillwell, let's keep that in mind. Those aren't confessions. Those are posts, and they're common. And even Investigator Viverito, who I have maintained pretty clearly is not an honest broker, was biased, even she had to admit that. The ballistics is interesting because we know about the FN that Mr. Stillwell is allegedly being linked with, 5-7 FN, and that was always a hole in the state's case, right? Mr. Drinks was shot with a .40 caliber bullets. Mr. Stillwell has never been linked to any weapon that shoots .40 caliber bullets, at least not in 2022. So Investigator Viverito shows up in court, looking to put her stamp on the case, looking to sway the jurors, and she looks at a video, and she says, yeah, on that table, I think that's a Glock 27 based on the bottom of the grip. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27, and they shoot .40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias, and her trying to sway you and identify, or claim to identify, a firearm and a make and model from that picture, and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? She just can't answer no, because of course there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever possessed that gun. She says, well, do you have any evidence? Or I don't have any evidence that he didn't. Well, geez, that's an interesting shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shymel Drinks case. And she tried to solve that problem for the state with her little trick and her little identification based on one time handling a gun in some pawn shop or some gun store somewhere. Don't fall for it. It just shows her bias. So we heard the wiretaps. State brought on the wiretaps. And yes, the wiretaps do show Mr. Stillwell. We heard a call with Mr. Stillwell laughing about sneaking out when the police showed up and talking about taking a stick and his FN from the house after the police showed up. We own that. We acknowledge that. Neither of those guns could shoot the bullets that killed Mr. Drinks. But there was another wiretap that was played that I'd like us to just hear again. And Mr. Kokomo, you know where I'm going? Okay. It was from a call on April 1st, 12:29 a.m. And the state made such a big deal of this. Of course, the wiretap, hold on one second, just don't play it yet. Thank you. The state made a big deal of this because it's a wiretap. Demarco Garlington's on one end on his cell phone. And the state made such a big deal about Mr. Stillwell, what he was doing on this call on April 1st. Of course, we know he was in jail. He'd been arrested on March 17th. So he's in jail, and he's talking to Demarco Garlington. And they make a big deal. He's on a contraband phone. He's on a contraband phone. Now, I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded. Mr. Stillwell's on a cell phone. He doesn't know Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? First, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 239 to 310?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about it. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, oh, like, y'all ain't did, ain't kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling Lil. I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know.
Yeah, cause they saying he panicked.
Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. It seems as it got gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh, no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're at the gas station, which is a fact that we have never denied. They were, in fact, at the gas station. They're having a private conversation, and they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong, and Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. So let's go to 1210 to 1225, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you.
I already know, like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them, you know, how they gunpowder, forensics, all this shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean, you see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's consider that comment. First of all, no one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. And now, listen to what Mr. Stillwell says. Once they GD going to wipe it down, doing GD, you know, the gunpowder forensic, all that S, H-I-T, the gunpowder forensic, does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things? No. He sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. It's not some devious mastermind that's got some inside information on the forensic work. He barely knows what he's talking about. You know that gunpowder forensic? All that S-H-I-T. That's the comment of someone that knows where they were on March 14th and where they were driving and what they did not do. And what they did not do was fire a gun. Let's talk about the rental car. State made a big deal of this rental car. Yes, Mr. Stillwell rented a car on March 14, 2022. First of all, we've seen the BP tape. There was no plan, okay? This was a chance encounter. It was unforeseen that Shymel Drinks would ever show up at a gas station. So there's no indication that people would be renting a car in anticipation of running into Shymel Drinks, okay? The reality is we heard about what was going on in Mr. Stillwell's life. We know from his phone. We heard from Miss Alexander, who testified. Remember what she said? March 9th, I was robbed. I said she's in the cash business. She said, no, I dance. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to put it out there, but she did. She dances. She carries large amounts of money. And people ran up on her with their guns out and tried to rob her. Remember what she said? I said, you shot at them in self-defense. She said, no, I shot them. She didn't have any remorse about that because people ran up on her to try to take her stuff at gunpoint. But she was concerned about the blowback. She was concerned about people coming back to get her. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Stillwell has had a target on his back since 2015. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were just ruthlessly murdered on the freeway while driving in a car that obviously someone knew who they were and had an idea of what kind of car they were in. Is it really any wonder why a car was rented by Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander on March 14th? If it's such a secret, if there was such a plan behind this car, isn't it odd that Mr. Stillwell, first of all, they ordered it online ahead of time. Mr. Stillwell walks in there on surveillance, gives his ID, gives his name. It wasn't no secret. They were renting a car because things had gotten dangerous. They were trying to survive. And then we make a big deal of these tints. Yeah, they did put a tint on the car. That was kind of the point. It was exactly the point. No one's hiding from that. Mr. Stillwell was scared for his safety. He was scared for Miss Alexander's safety. And the first thing he did that night is went and got window tints on the car. And yes, he broke the rental agreement in doing so. We acknowledge that as well. If this was a car that was involved in a homicide on March 14th, let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car. Distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video on Windsor Street. There's surveillance cameras all over the place in Atlanta. The first thing anyone would do if they committed a crime as heinous as this in a rental car is get rid of it. Well, what do we know that Mr. Stillwell does? Well, first of all, he runs into investigator Viverito at 2830 Waters Road a day after the homicide, wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the BP, by the way, not really concealing his identity there. And he tells investigator Viverito, yeah, that's the car I'm in. That's the car I'm riding in. And then what does he do later in the day on the 16th? Does he go into Griffin, Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere? Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourselves, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley. She was the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Shymel Drinks. She was very important. We didn't realize how important she was at the time, but she was very important. She testified that there were 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, one to his arm and one to his neck. We don't know which order they came in, but we know the shot to the neck was the fatal injury. It caused a massive injury to the base of his skull and the base of his brain. Dr. Sims Stanley testified about the effects of such an injury. Death would be immediate, and if not immediate, imminent. But more importantly, conscious control of bodily movements would be immediately lost due to this massive injury to the base of the brain. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now, the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot? Is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sims Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible, after being shot, that shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake? And unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sims Stanley said, no, that would not be possible. It would not be possible for Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. And we're going to get to why that, I'm certain many of you know why that's important, but we're going to get to why that's important in a minute. Let's talk about gunshot residue. Detective Hogan was the lead detective in this case. We know, much like the video, he took out warrants without ever having watched the video in this case, the FedEx video. He relied on a FedEx employee to describe it to him. We also know that he didn't wait for any gunshot residue results to come back before taking out warrants either, before assuming the guilt of my client, Mr. Stillwell. He, in fact, when he testified, seemed unaware that there was even any gunshot residue tests performed or anything had been collected. But then we talked to Antoinette Green, who was the crime scene tech, who processed the the white Audi. And she processed the red Versa, but she processed the white Audi. And she informed us that it was, in fact, Detective Hogan who requested that she collect the headliner for the purpose of testing for gunshot residue. And I asked crime scene tech Green, did that seem like an appropriate request to you, collecting the headliner to test for gunshot residue within that car? And she said, yes. The location seemed appropriate, the location of the headliner seemed appropriate, and the fabric that the headliner was made of made it a very appropriate piece of the car to collect, to be later tested for gunshot residue. And so she collected it. In fact, she didn't just collect the part over the sunroof, she cut out around that part as well and collected it all and sealed it up just like she does in every other case. She did her job, she collected it, she sealed it, and she sent it to GBI for testing. I asked scientist, Mr. Colvin, who tested for gunshot residue. I said, well, how about you? What is your thoughts? You ever test headliners before? Yeah, all the time. Okay, does that seem an appropriate part of the car to collect, to test for gunshot residue? Absolutely. The fabric is the type of fabric that would tend to hold on to the gunshot residue, to maintain the gunshot residue as opposed to someone's hands or something like that. And also the location is very appropriate. So we heard what Mr. Colvin did. We heard about his process, which is all by the books, all by procedure, how he dabbed that headliner. And he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he's been dabbing on the headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope, under an electron beam, to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results were negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means zero. Zero particles collected off that headliner that was collected from the white Audi. So, of course, we're going to talk about the video. The video that Investigator Viverito couldn't wait to talk about when she was on the stand, and I wanted to ask her questions about other things. The video that Detective Hogan had not watched at the time that he took out warrants for my client. Mr. Kokomo, could you pull up the video? Okay. And I just want to give a little timeline of what I submit we're going to see from this video. we're going to see 3 cars in a line. We're going to see a 4th car, a white car, pull up behind Mr. Stillwell and driving fast. We're going to see Mr. Stillwell pull off. 16 seconds later, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights go on and off. 16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a 5th car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights flicker on and off again. And finally, for a 3rd time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video. And we're going to watch it. Pause. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drinks, red Versa on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state, and Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you, when you're deliberating, I invite you right now, when you're deliberating later on, if you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash. At any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. Drinks. We see a 4th car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell. Pause. And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about, Red Light? Is it Future's song, Red Light? Yeah, and this shit real out here, running through the red light, looking through your rear view, and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you? Is that what's going on in Mr. Stillwell's mind? Is that what he's thinking about as he sees this 4th car speed up behind him? Or maybe he's thinking about that night, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones in this Duncan, and that car sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield. Either way, Mr. Stillwell gets on. Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. Okay, pause. Pause. Okay. That 4th car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that 4th car that has never been identified, has never been tested for gunshot residue, is now next to Mr. Drinks. And there's a 5th car driving up the street, driving up Windsor Street. And let's see what happens. Stop. Okay, back it up, Mr. Kokomo, a couple of seconds. Okay, pause. Okay, I want you to look closely. Right here, we're going to see the fifth car make a sudden U-turn. Is there someone in the street? Is there someone waving at that car to make that U-turn? Is there an obstruction? Is there anything going on that would explain why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time? No, there's not. There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. That means he's not dead. He has not been shot in the neck yet. That's science. That's from Dr. Stanley herself. What could be happening, I submit to you, because we don't know the order of the wounds, what could be happening, what makes the most sense, is that at this exact moment, that car that's next to Mr. Drinks fires a shot into the car. And remember, there's 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, but there's really 3 shots. Because one projectile ends up going into his arm, and it's on the seat, and is collected by Miss Green, CST Green. Another projectile ends up, sadly, in his body, and is collected by the ME. A third projectile goes through Mr. Drinks' car because we see the exit wound, where the bullet exited Mr. Drinks' driver's side front door. So there's at least 3 shots that are fired into Mr. Drinks' car. I submit to you, at this exact moment, first shot is being fired, that car hears it, is making a U-turn, and Mr. Drinks is trying to react, perhaps moving around, going up and down off the brake, trying to figure out what's going on, perhaps trying to find the firearm that he has in his car, trying to figure out what's going on, as he's certainly not anticipating or expecting to be shot at that exact moment. That car, that white car, remains next to Mr. Drinks. Up. Back it up, Mr. Kokomo. And before he leaves, we see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that 4th car into Mr. Drinks' red Versa, going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control, and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that 4th car, leaves the scene. That last brake light flicker was 34 seconds after Mr. Stillwell had already left. It is scientifically impossible that Mr. Stillwell killed Mr. Drinks. Couple that with the gunshot residue test that proves that a gun was not fired from the car. Couple that with Mr. Stillwell's behavior, him not distancing himself from the car, but extending his rental. Couple that with the call that we heard on the wiretap of him and Mr. Garlington speaking candidly, talking about how the police are just making an assumption that they know they did nothing to Mr. Drinks. This case is clear. Mr. Stillwell, as convenient as it is, inconvenient as it is for the state to admit it, He didn't kill Mr. Drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to conclude. For nearly a decade, the prosecution, the police, the gang investigators, they have focused on this group of people. Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, and many others. They're young men that grew up in hard times and had dreams of their own. They saw something different in Mr. Williams, a confidence, an ability to turn negative to positive, like so many hip-hop artists before him. They were attracted to Mr. Williams. They identified with him, but they also saw opportunity to chase their own dreams, to get in the studio, to make connections, to hopefully make it big. And it worked out for some of them. Wooney Lee is now a signed artist. He's not alone. But for nearly a decade, these gentlemen have been followed on social media. Prosecutors and police officers have listened to their music, have scrutinized their artistic expression, leaving no room for artistic license, leaving no room for hyperbole. They've searched residences, they've taken jewelry, they've seized cars, they've subpoenaed phone records, they've taken people's cell phones, they've extracted the contents of those cell phones, they've tapped phones, and most egregiously, they have systematically sought out people. People that are so weak, so scared of jail, so scared of the consequences of their own action, that they are willing to lie on others to save their own skin. And they have systematically sought out those people. And systematically sought out those people at the very time when those people were in crisis. And they've made threats to those people about how they're going to be locked up for decades, not get out till they're 48 years old. And they've made implicit promises to those people. Help me help you. You're a small fish. We're interested in the big fish. I'll be on the phone with the DA as soon as we are done. This ain't 68 plus 1. I'm not going to do you and you owe me one. It don't work like that. You have to give information. You're an armed career criminal. You're going away for 25 years, no parole. It's all up to you. They're going to ask, what did he do to help himself out? That's the game, the sick game that has been played, that's built this case from its inception. It needs to stop. For over a year, the prosecutors and gang investigators in this case have had their hammer out, trying to bang that square peg, their evidence, into that round hole, which is their narrative. And it still doesn't fit. It never will fit. The album cover that they tried to bang on and make it be a gang declaration of war, it never was, it never will be. That video of Antonio Sledge that they claim is an overt act, that they wouldn't, where Antonio Sledge is threatening another man because they're both having sex with the same lady, and he's upset and he's in his emotions. Remember that? And how they wouldn't let Antonio Sledge enter a guilty plea. They wouldn't let him go home to his sick mother, go home to his kids, until he signed the plea deal that said that somehow that this is gang-related. Just banging, trying to make it fit. Of course it wasn't gang-related. They're both having relations with the same girl. It was over a girl. It had nothing to do with gangs. But they tried to make it fit. 24M on the end's head. They say it's putting money on someone's head, ordering an assassination, and they bang and bang and bang and bang and try to make it fit. Of course, it had nothing to do with that. We all know what that was about. And that gang investigators do it too. No rules, no initiation, no jumping in, nothing that is synonymous with gangs as we know it, letting whomever wants to be part of the group in on their own terms, out on their own terms, worldwide, people identifying with YSL, and they bang and bang and bang and try to make it something it's not, and label it a hybrid gang. Think about the FedEx video. How many different versions did we hear? How many different hypotheticals from the state? Oh, no muzzle flash, must have been shot inside the car. Oh, well, no GSR, must be shot from outside the car. Oh, well, the windows were just tinted, can't roll down the window, must have opened the door. Oh, no GSR, must have been cleaned. Oh, no evidence of it being cleaned, must have been vacuumed. Oh, or maybe scientist Colvin with the GBI, maybe he tested it incorrectly. Maybe he only dabbed on certain parts that didn't have GSR, as if GSR all accumulates in one little spot, as if it's not a plume, as if it's not all over an object where it's shot. These are all their theories that they try to use. Oh, the GSR must have fallen off in the bag, the sealed bag, this bag that was sealed and protected from the elements, just like every other piece of evidence they use in prosecutions of other cases. Just throwing stuff out there. Just continuing to try to bang, 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 bang. Just make it fit. Make it look good. It's never going to fit because it's not the truth. They don't have an explanation of why that car did a U-turn. There's only one logical explanation. They don't have an explanation for that negative GSR test. They don't have an explanation of why their own witness, a doctor, the ME, said that upon that shot, all bodily control would be lost, and we see the brake light go on and off 3 times after Shannon Stillwell's gone. They don't have explanations, but they just want to bang, bang, bang and try so hard to make it fit. I've had enough of the hammering. I've had enough of the square peg. I've had enough of their narrative and their theory. It's been a year. It's time to put the hammer down. Let's follow the evidence and not the state's narrative. If we follow the real evidence in this case, not what they're trying to sell you, you will come to the conclusion that the state has not proven count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will return the only just verdict in that case and find Mr. Stillwell not guilty. If we follow the evidence and not the narrative about count 2, Donovan Thomas, you will find that the testimony, the uncorroborated testimony of admitted liar Kenneth Copeland and admitted liar Quindarrius Zachary is woefully insufficient. That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty of count 2. And if we follow the evidence, you will find that not only has the state not proven that that Shannon Stillwell shot Shymel Drinks. Not only have they not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's crystal clear that Mr. Stillwell did not commit that crime. And the only just verdict for counts 49 through 54 will be not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time and attention.
There we go. Time for Doug.
Let's all approach real fast for me.
They're going to probably talk about scheduling. I've got to ask Chad a question. Do you think you know, the makeup of the jury is slightly leaning like middle-aged. Do you think the whole peg not fitting is supposed to, without stating it out loud, is it something that's meant to elicit a memory of the OJ trial? If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. Right? He doesn't need to spell it out to make that connection. And I get what you're saying. You guys are like, wrap it up, wrap it up. I don't think Doug is going to take his full 2 hours. And you need to remember that the state is about to get back up and give 2 to 3 more hours. So for him to be hammering a point, making the sound effects, he's got to do it because he needs his closing to be memorable. Because they still have, the jury's still going to have 3 hours more of the state pushing away at their brain, the information in their brain. He's got to be memorable. He cannot just say it one time and hope that it lands and sticks. So I do think that they're going to just be doing a scheduling thing here. So we'll see. And not for nothing, but the jury's probably aware that he didn't put on a case in chief. So he hasn't wasted their time.
I'm trying to figure out timing. I know y'all were told that this might be a late day, and it's going to be a late day. We're going to hear from Mr. Weinstein. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll hear the state's close, and then we'll be done for the day. We'll come back tomorrow and get the instructions.
They're planning to close it all today.
Go ahead, Mr. Weinstein.
So there we go. Doug Weinstein. He's miking up, and he's got a whiteboard.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Weinstein, as y'all know, and I have the pleasure of representing Diamante Kendrick, along with my co-counsel, Katie Hagerty, who's sitting back there right now. Mr. J. Apt also represents Mr. Kendrick, but he can't be here right now. And good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon, counsel. I am thrilled to finally be able to speak directly to you all. We've seen each other in the hallways, we've seen each other in the break room, and here in court, but I haven't been able to address you directly. The first thing I have to say is thank you. Thank you for your time over the last year. Thank you for your attention. It is sincerely appreciated. And I am going to do something that you have not seen much of. I am going to try to move at a brisk and deliberate pace and not take up any more of your time than I need to, because I think we have already taxed that enough at this point. I know that your time is valuable. I know you want to be able to spend the holidays with your family. I would also like Mr. Kendrick to be able to spend the holidays with his family without the weight of this trial hanging over him. So let's get a move on. You have heard a bit about Diamante Kendrick over the course of this trial. So I want to just talk about him for a few minutes. As you heard, Diamante, first of all, he originates from Miami. He came from Miami, he moved here. But he was a football star at Grady. And he had a scholarship to UGA to play football. That's a path out that a lot of people take. That is a path up. For a lot of folks in Diamante's situation, the path out is football, either as a career or as a scholarship opportunity to get a college education, to make a better life for yourself. And then another alternative is often music. And while he had that chance to go to UGA, it got derailed. And it got derailed through something that was at no point Mr. Kendrick's responsibility, but it got derailed. So he had to look for something else. And what did he look for? He looked for music. He turned to music because he didn't want to live in that life anymore. He wanted to move beyond it. But yeah, he made some mistakes back then. He made some mistakes back in 2015. And he has paid his price for that. He has paid his dues that he owed society for that. And since that time, he has done nothing but turn to his art, turn to his music, writing lyric after lyric after lyric, laying down tracks. But instead of allowing him to move on with his life, he has become sucked up in this targeting of Jeffrey Williams and has become collateral damage. And these attacks and use of his lyrics against him, the use of the lyrics against Jeffrey Williams, is frankly shameful. It's an attack on the First Amendment. And there's been so many rights, so many notions that I think we hold dear as a nation that the state has simply swept away. So why has the state taken a year of your life away from the work that you enjoy, the family that you love, your travel, your vacations, your children, grandchildren, parents? Why have they done that? What has been the point? The state told you in their opening that there was a point. And the point was that Jeffrey Williams was the head of a wolf pack. That is what they told you. But I don't think anyone sitting in here has seen that. You'll make that decision, not me. But I don't think anyone has seen that. What have they proven about Jeffrey Williams? They have proven that he was a man that through incredible hard work, dedication, and talent came up out of Cleveland Avenue. And instead of forgetting everyone back there, instead of leaving them behind, he tried to reach out to those people that were friends of his that he came up with and say, you don't have to live this life. You can come with me. You can get into music. You can hone your craft. I can take you on the road with me. I can take you out of this. And some people took advantage of that and pulled themselves out, took advantage of Jeffrey's help. Some people tried to do that and failed, and Jeffrey Williams sent them back home. They didn't succeed. And Mr. Kendrick took a hold of that. And Mr. Kendrick took advantage of that opportunity that Jeffrey helped him. But instead, law enforcement put a target on Jeffrey Williams' back. Because God forbid anybody pull themselves out of that. Because what does society want to do? Drag them back again. Never let them leave their past behind. God forbid someone leave that behind and pull themselves up from their bootstraps. That's what we tell ourselves as a country. If you work hard enough, you can pull yourself out. Let's see what you guys say. So I would argue that we have not wasted your time here for a year. I'm going to argue that the state hasn't wasted your time, that this court hasn't wasted your time, and that we can salvage something out of this year that we have taken from you. And that is to send a message. And you're going to send a message by going in the back, looking at the evidence that's presented to you, and I think any review of that evidence would have you come back with findings of not guilty on all the charges against Mr. Kendrick. Diamante Kendrick is one of Jeffrey Williams' best friends. And as I said, he's a casualty of law enforcement's war on Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick is charged with racketeering, murder, and several other charges, about 4, all relating to drugs and guns that were found at Jeffrey Williams' house when Mr. Kendrick was over there visiting. What evidence, what testimony, what witnesses, what physical evidence has the state shown you that Mr. Kendrick committed these crimes? I would say almost nothing that you've seen in this courtroom. Sure, they've played some videotapes, but what have you seen from this witness stand? Nothing. When this case began, we stood up here in opening and we told you the state would not be able to present evidence against Mr. Kendrick. We told you they're not going to be able to show you guns tied to him, that there would not be ballistics tied to Mr. Kendrick. There wouldn't be fingerprints tied to Mr. Kendrick. There would not be witnesses putting Mr. Kendrick at the scenes of these crimes. There wouldn't be any video of Mr. Kendrick involved in the tragic murder of Donovan Thomas. We told you that this case was a Krispy Kreme donut hole. I think the phrase I might prefer is a nothing burger. But that's what we told you. That's what we promised you. And that is a bold promise for a defense attorney to make. And it's one you'll rarely hear. But we made you that promise. And we also told you what would happen, that the state was going to parade hundreds of witnesses through here to throw everything they could against the wall to see what would stick. And frankly, I would submit that nothing has stuck, that we have kept our promises to you. What did the state promise you? Again, a wolf pack with a ruthless wolf pack leader. It's late in the day. With a ruthless wolf pack leader that is here. And instead, you saw that man that wouldn't leave his friends behind. As the state has told you, as Mr. Schardt told you, the state has to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to prove every element of these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So let's just talk about reasonable doubt for a moment. So, when the state began today, they told you that you don't have to seek out doubt. They don't want you to think about doubt. But the standard is they have to prove their case to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove their state to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the charges, for each of the elements. It can't be down here as highly unlikely. It is a very high standard. Possibly guilty, probably guilty doesn't do it. It has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The court is going to charge you. They're going to tell you, for example, that grave suspicion is not sufficient. And let me read you the charge you're going to hear. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raises a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Mr. Schardt already explained so much about the evidence presented regarding the tragic killing of Donovan Thomas. And I need to start by saying I have deep, deep sympathy for the Thomas family. I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a loved one to gun violence or any type of violence like that. I myself have 5 children, and just the thought of losing a child tears me up. So I don't know what they must be going through. But I think the evidence that has been shown to you does not demonstrate in any way that Mr. Kendrick is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the killing of Donovan Thomas. And as Mr. Schardt so ably demonstrated to you, I think that there are others whose perhaps guilt or responsibility for Donovan Thomas's death has been demonstrated far more than my client's alleged responsibility. Briefly, to not belabor the point that Mr. Schardt brought up, let's talk about Kenneth Copeland, Little Woody. He was a character, right? I mean, he sat in that witness box, and he's a charismatic fellow, a very interesting guy. And he has certainly made the most of his star turn in this courtroom. But he never testified on this stand that Diamante had anything to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas. He never testified on the stand that Demarco Garlington told him all this stuff, that Kendrick was involved in killing Donovan Thomas. He didn't tell you anything about at the McDonald's he learned anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Diamante Kendrick was involved in. You didn't hear it at Sky House. You don't hear that from the stand from him. To the degree you heard any of that, it is in that June interrogation tape that was played to you. He was not under oath during that interrogation. And you heard the circumstances from Mr. Schardt, all the pressure that he was under. That was his 5th interrogation following the murder of Donovan Thomas, and the first time he comes up with this story clearly concocted by Demarco Garlington. How'd you like the testimony of Demarco Garlington? Oh, you didn't hear any testimony from Demarco Garlington. Everything Garlington allegedly said, you heard through other people. And again, why did he lie to police? To use Mr. Schart's phrase, because I always steal from the best. He didn't want to wear the blue jumpsuit. He didn't want to go to Rice Street. He didn't want to be in the Fulton County Jail. He didn't want to face years of prison. He finessed the police. He finessed the police. He is a master liar. He is an admitted master liar. And he has methodologies he uses to lie and try to make it convincing. And he explained all of that to you. Again, why doesn't he want to go to Rice Street? Well, he told you what jail was like. On my cross, he explained what jail was like. When he most recently spent time in jail, he had a broken toilet full of feces. There were flies everywhere. He had no food to eat. He had to put his shirt over his face to act as a mask to try to keep the smell down. What rational person wouldn't do everything they can to avoid that? And of course, now is the next question. How do you know when to ever believe Kenneth Copeland? And I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you what he said on the stand during my cross. You know, he said, hand to God, I am telling the truth now. I have God in my heart. I have God in my head. Now, the state would have you believe about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary, who I'll address next, that they got on the stand and they lied here. And they lied here, I'm sure they're going to say, because they're afraid of the defendants. And that is why they lie. But I'm going to argue to you that actually they got on the stand here and they told the truth, and they did it really almost in an act of bravery, because when they get on the stand, the people they're afraid of is the state. They're afraid of the state. The state is the one that has the power to prosecute them. The state is the one that has the power to put them in prison. The state is the one that has the power to put Mr. Copeland in that jail cell with the non-working toilets and the feces and everything else that he is trying to avoid. But despite being afraid of the state, Mr. Copeland gets up here and tells you the truth. Quindarrius Zachary, again, he lies to police. He lies to police repeatedly. And when I confronted him with those lies, why did you lie? You know, he said, Yak never told me nothing. Yak never showed me nothing but love. Never showed me nothing but love. But he lied on him anyway. And why did he lie? Because Garlington came to him with a play. And what's the play? The play is to blame other people for the death of Donovan Thomas. Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac. He goes, you've seen this video 1,000 times. Well, maybe not that many, but it must feel like it. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco. And he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac. He talks to another car that pulls up. He gets back in the Pontiac. And he leaves in the Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the infinity? Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the infinity? No. I mean, presumably, he teleports into the infinity. I have no idea what their theory is going to be when they argue to you, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear it, because there's been no testimony about him in an infinity. How do we know it's an infinity in a drive-by? Well, the state is pretty sure it's an infinity. The state put on, this is one of my favorite experts of all of the state's experts, they put on an infinity identification expert who has worked with, infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by. It is absurd. So again, there's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in the shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics. No fingerprints. No gunpowder residue. No DNA. Nothing. Nothing that you would expect to see. Now, the state has told you, well, you can look at circumstantial evidence. This is true. You can. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spin that dollar bill anywhere, because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh, you poor folks. You had to spend days listening to experts come in here and talk to you about cell phone location data. Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data putting him there? They didn't show you any. Who killed Donovan Thomas? I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas, but I think Mr. Schart's theory has some merit. Let's turn to the allegations that YSL is a gang. The state had to bring in 5 different gang experts. You guys had to sit through 5 different gang experts to try to convince you that YSL is a gang. Now, they gave you the definition of a traditional gang, and these gang experts, who, as Mr. Schardt pointed out, all sit there and train each other in this insular little unit, but they told you, yeah, they're not a traditional gang. They don't meet the definition of a traditional gang. But lo and behold, we have another category of gang. It's a hybrid gang. Ooh, a hybrid gang. This is fascinating. Let's talk about hybrid gangs. What's a hybrid gang? Oh, a hybrid gang is whatever we say it is at any given point in time to fit our narrative. That's what a hybrid gang is. I use the term nose of wax. They can twist it any way they want to fit the group of people they want and say they're a hybrid gang. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all used to throw all kinds of people together and say, well, you don't meet the definition of a gang, but because we are gang experts that train each other, we have decided you are a hybrid gang. Well, hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang apparently is one where, according to their experts, Bloods and Crips can live together in peace and harmony with each other to accomplish some type of goal. Does that make sense to anyone in here that has any basic understanding of the way that gangs work? You've had the state's own witnesses come here on the stand and talk about how ridiculous it is that you can say, that anyone can say, that YSL is a gang when you can have Bloods and Crips and Independents and all of these people be members of this alleged gang. As Mr. Schardt talked about, there's none of the traditional gang elements. There's no beating in. Anybody can call themselves a member of YSL. You know, someone, I guess, alleged there might be a $25 dues fee or something ridiculous to that effect. But there's nothing that shows them together as a gang. Oh, well, wait. They are a gang because look at these pictures of YSL wearing green clothing. That must mean they're a gang. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN. I guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and in his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL. So it's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they don't have some criminal objective. Well, I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that. Everything gang investigators see is viewed from the viewpoint of it must be a gang. Mr. Kendrick, look at the photo they showed you of Mr. Kendrick in the bandana shirt. Go back and look at it in color. The gang investigator says it's red. It is orange. Orange as the sun. You look at it, you decide, don't take my word for it, don't take their word for it, don't take the state's words for it. Use your own eyes. But when you're a gang investigator, everything has to fit the narrative. And that's the narrative. The snake on Mr. Kendrick's chest. Did he get that snake because YSL is a gang? Or did he get that snake because it represents the tree of knowledge in the Adam and Eve story? Well, they can tell you. I saw a mentalist Saturday night at a show, and this mentalist was amazing. This mentalist, you would think of something, and the mentalist would tell you, "Oh my gosh, you're thinking of a number between 1 and 50. It's 47." It's actually quite impressive. Apparently, investigator Viverito and these other gang experts are mentalists. Maybe they will be at the next fundraiser I go to. I'd like to see some more of their tricks. Mr. Kendrick does modeling shots. So someone will say to Mr. Kendrick, "Hey, hold this hat." Oh, that's gang. The hat has a rat with a line through it. That's a gang activity. We're sending a message to everybody. There's a photo taken outside at the time of a video shoot for music. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Gang activity. There's photos of Mr. Kendrick wearing clothes that say SLAT outside of a recording studio. More gang activity. More people trying to pull themselves out, get into music, exercise their First Amendment rights. More gang activity. It's just exhausting, folks. All right. The racketeering charge. Racketeering is very complicated, as you all know. And the state explained racketeering to you. So I'm not going to go into all of the details of what it takes for you guys to find racketeering. Although I do want to repeat, you have to find each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're not going to be able to do that with Mr. Kendrick. So I only want to focus on a few parts. Just bear with me. It's late in the day. Late in the day. Just give me a little more time. A few parts of the racketeering charge. First of all, the state has not shown a conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a conspiracy? It is an understanding to accomplish or pursue a common criminal objective. Criminal. There's been no common criminal objective shown. What has been shown to you, and what was shown to you even earlier today? A series of independent, disparate acts over and over again. All kinds of different people committing criminal acts. I'm not going to argue to you that criminal acts were not committed, but they have not shown any relationship between these acts. They have not shown you anything that's shown it was done for a common criminal objective. That was not demonstrated. Again, as Mr. Schardt said, when Mr. Stevens was here, Tick, and Mr. Stevens was talking about selling pot, he did that for his own benefit. He's not paying up the ladder. And by the way, there is no ladder. Investigator Viverito told you because this is a hybrid gang, there's no structure to it. So I don't know how Mr. Tick is supposed to, Mr. Stevens is supposed to spread the money around. But it doesn't matter. They're going to say there's a common criminal objective. Nothing has been shown. Tick. I have to go on a side note on Tick, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, they were trying to avoid the fate of Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, remember, I'd love you to go back and listen, read his testimony. Remember, look at your notes. At the age of 11, society threw him away. They threw him away. They tossed him in juvie, where he learned about gangs and drugs and everything else. Threw his life away. And he's trying to get his life in order again. And he's dragged back into this. State says the objective, one of the objectives was money and power. Where's the money flowing? Where's the money? Where's the money coming in? The state had the power of the courts, their subpoena power. They could have gotten Jeffrey Williams' banking and financial records. They could have subpoenaed his accountants. They could have gotten all of that to see the money flowing. Did they do it? No. Why didn't they do it? Well, I'm going to argue to you they didn't do it because there was nothing there. If they did it, it would undercut their case about seizing Mr. Williams' assets, about seizing $8 million worth of jewelry that he earned in the music business, about seizing all of those cars, about seizing the ring off of his finger and keeping it. We don't want to see those records because we don't want evidence that he earned all of this from his music and his hard work. No efforts of money and power as part of a conspiracy deriving from this gang. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Mere association. And that's what you have here, mere association. A bunch of guys that grew up together, were around each other, and that some of whom were trying to make it out, and some of whom were trying to help others make it out. Mr. Kendrick was trying to make it out. Mr. Kendrick would not let himself be thrown away like happened to Mr. Stevens. So I don't believe there's a conspiracy that's been shown beyond a reasonable doubt. What else has the state not shown? Well, they've not shown a lot, but I'm just going to focus on a few. The state hasn't shown that Diamante Kendrick knowingly and willingly joined this conspiracy, and they must show that. Well, first of all, I understand their difficulty. I understand their problem. How do you show that you knowingly and willingly joined a conspiracy with a criminal purpose when one doesn't exist? So that's their first challenge. That's their first challenge. What did they do to try to show knowing and willing join? Well, he hung out with some guys that did some bad things. He allegedly is part of this YSL gang that's not a gang. And by the way, you heard testimony, Mr. Kendrick was signed to the YSL record label. So I guess he knowingly and willingly signed to the YSL record label. But that is not the same as knowingly and willingly joining a conspiracy. Depending on the outcome of this case, at least to this point, being signed to a record label, even a rap record label, is not a crime in the U.S. What else hasn't the state shown? They haven't shown a pattern of racketeering activity. And the key here is pattern. And part of the key to pattern is there has to be interrelatedness. And I'm sorry about the legalese. I promise I am. But I have to talk about it. These acts have to be interrelated. And instead, what you've seen for a year of your time is isolated incident after isolated incident. We're going to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. But even if a few things stick, if they're not interrelated, it is not a pattern. So I believe that when you look at all of the evidence, you're going to need to go back to the jury room. And I believe once you deliberate, you're going to find that Mr. Kendrick is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of conspiracy to violate RICO. The last charges are easier to discuss and will go faster. Every count, counts 57, 58, 61, and 63. These are the last four counts against Mr. Kendrick. All of those relate or based upon drugs and guns found at Jeffrey Williams' house. Not a single witness, photograph, fingerprint, lab test, DNA, everything you can imagine. Nothing shows that Mr. Kendrick possessed any of those guns and drugs. Nothing. When they arrested Mr. Kendrick that day, did they test his clothing for any type of samples that there might be drugs or... No, nothing, nothing. You didn't see any of that. Why was he arrested? Why is he arrested for drugs and guns? It's merely his presence at Jeffrey Williams' house that day. The judge is also going to tell you this, and bear with me while I read this, because it's too long to memorize. You are not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time was committed guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. They're trying to show Mr. Kendrick guilty of those crimes just by being at Jeffrey Williams' house. I don't know about y'all, but when someone invites me over to their home, I do not ask before I go there, do you have drugs stashed away throughout your house? I do not ask before I go there, have you got a machine gun hidden under the couch in the basement? Have you got guns stashed in your cabinets? I don't ask that. And when I get to their house, I don't go looking for those things. Why did they charge him with this? Why did they charge Mr. Kendrick with this? Because, as I have told you, from what you could see in this courtroom, Mr. Kendrick has done nothing but work on his music. But they have to drag him in. They have to suck him in to this vortex caused by their relentless, ridiculous pursuit of Jeffrey Williams. It is offensive and it is absurd, and presumably they felt they needed to do it to help out on the RICO case and to help get Jeffrey Williams. Briefly turning to each of those counts. Count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity. That is purely based on his alleged possession of marijuana and a firearm. But again, no one got up here and said Mr. Kendrick possessed any of the firearms or any of the drugs at the house. Now, here's what the state is likely to say. This is what I'm anticipating. Possession can be one of two ways, and you will hear the judge instruct you on this as well. It can be actual possession, you're holding it, or constructive possession. Constructive possession requires the state to show that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons, intended to possess those drugs. So when the state tells you that, I want you to please remember what I've just told you and think, what witnesses have you seen? What evidence has been presented that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons or those drugs or that marijuana? Nothing. Zero. Donut hole, nothing burger. The other three counts, 58, 61, 63, those are all marijuana or firearms. And again, I don't need to repeat myself. While I have had wonderful help from Ms. Hingerty and Mr. Apt on this case, for the most part, Diamante only has me up here representing him. The state has an army of prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement to assist them. So, Diamante only has David. And I just pray that I have done my best to slay this giant Goliath that is pursuing him. The state has not met their high burden of showing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would even argue The state hasn't met these lower standards either. It's just not been done. I think when you go back there and deliberate, you'll come up with the same idea, the same conclusion. This case against Mr. Kendrick should have never been brought. That same Saturday night when I saw The Mentalist, a friend was saying to me, well, your problem is that the state has the last word. You're going to get up and talk to the jury, but then the state gets to go again. And they're great lawyers from the state. And they may not remember what you say. They're going to have the last word. And I said, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The state does not have the last word. The jury has the last word. You guys have the last word. Each of you will decide the fate of Mr. Kendrick. Each of you individually will decide whether the state has met their high burden on each of these counts and on each of the elements of the counts to show that he committed this beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back and deliberate, I believe that you can go back and send the message that targeting people, fixating on individuals who have managed to climb out of their circumstance, attacking people for their music and their lyrics and their art is wrong. Is wrong. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong. Winnie Lee, when he was on the stand, told you, he told all of us, even though I am a black man, not everything I write about is true or autobiographical. He has an imagination. Mr. Kendrick has an imagination. He has things to say about what he sees in the world around him, as does Winnie Lee, as does Jeffrey Williams. And the use of lyrics and artistic expression against individuals is wrong, it's un-American, and it shows the desperation of the state that they have to reach to that level in order to try to make a case against Mr. Kendrick. You can show that maybe, just maybe, we really do believe it when we tell people that through hard work, you can pull yourself up from wherever you came from. And that we, as Americans, as people, we believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing, to remember that when you're deliberating, to remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to ask for the sale, because that is what you're supposed to do, right? And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, and come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Kendrick on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the last year of your life that you sacrificed to be here and fulfill your roles as citizens. I really appreciate it.
All right, let's take a short break, which is going to be our last break of the day. Then we will hear from the state again. Then I will release y'all for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll give you the instructions. So let's take, maybe a 10, 15-minute break.
Right, so the defense kept it under there 4 hours. So because Max Schardt took 2 hours and 53 minutes about, and then Doug was about 45 minutes. So they were under there 4 hours there. What do you guys think? And it's really, in my opinion, I think it's really nice to see the defense attorneys kind of get to bolster each other.
Right, be our last break for the day as well.
And closing statements, they're not evidence, it's not testimony, but it was nice to have two parties in the row get up there and say the same thing, when this whole trial we've seen expert quote unquote expert after expert get up there and try to repeat what the last expert said. So I also loved Doug's, I want you to believe the infinity guy, but geez, what was that? Like, yeah, it was an infinity, and my client was not in an infinity. Use your own eyes. A lot of this was just great all around. I mean, there's so much to talk about, and the more I sit here, the more it'll marinate. And now the state has to rebut this, right? I'm thinking at the beginning of the stream, I felt like they'd want to get up there and couch it so they'd get the last word. But at the same time, I think you're just down bad at this point. And you've got to get up there and you've got to lay out your evidence after Schardt just showed you how this video from FedEx demolishes the theory that it was Shannon Stillwell that fired the shot that killed Shymel Drinks. You've got to get up there and talk about how the evidence shows that Shannon Stillwell's the one who fired the shot that killed Shymel Drinks. What are you going to get up there and say? Discredit our medical examiner expert? Discredit your eyes? Like, this is rough. This is rough. And secondly, and maybe this shouldn't matter, right? If I was sitting up here just trying to evaluate the arguments, this might be different. But we're humans. The energy that Doug just brought, and the energy that Schardt brought, the clear communication, topic stayed within one topic when Schardt was presenting. That was a huge contrast to the way Adkins presented. Adkins just rolled from one point to the next. The presentation, the likability, the charisma of these two defense attorneys, I think incredibly powerful. And again, maybe that's not something that we should consider if we're thinking about the evidence in the trial, but at the same time, we're human. The jury's human. And now it's going to be 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This is going to be like the longest day of trial for them. And they get to hear the state. Maybe the state will prune it up and they won't take the remaining 2.5, 3 hours that they have. I think it'd be smart for them to try to trim it down. But the way Love was passing notes over, Love is trying to make longer, pad more on. I don't think that's going to be good. So, yeah, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. And of course, we still have state response. But that was kind of like a substitute for getting a case in chief from the defense, right? All of the evidence they're relying on for their closing arguments just happened to be brought in through the state. So let's do a poll. And this poll would be, let's do your opinion, not what the jury thinks. Or what would you do? What would you do if you were on the jury? And there's a fourth option on this poll for nullification, where maybe you think that there's enough evidence that the state's proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, but on principle, you're just going to decide to vote not guilty anyway. So there is a fourth option for that option there. So read the poll before you vote. There's 4 choices. I see the chat's going crazy. A lot of thoughts here. A lot of thoughts. So a lot of not guilties. And it's one of those things, if you think that the Donovan Thomas thing is up in the air, thinking that it's up in the air is reasonable doubt, right? That standard, that visual of the reasonable doubt standard, I think was extremely helpful that Doug put up there. Here's all the different standards, and you have to get to this very high bar all the way up here. And if this is what you're presenting for the Shymel Drinks, where they actually did the right thing, right? They actually tested for gunshot residue, they tested the ballistics, and nothing matches. Nothing ties back to Shannon Stillwell. Well, they didn't do these same things when they tried to investigate and then pursue prosecution for the Donovan Thomas murder. The best thing that happened was Sprinkle came around and said, this is ridiculous. This guy's clearly lying about seeing what he saw at a bus stop on a bench. So if you guys went this far to charge the original 4 people, like, this is crazy, rewind it, right? None of that looks good for the state, in my opinion. So I would say, personally, I would vote not guilty. And I really think I'd vote not guilty on more, like, all the non-murder charges as well. And maybe a little bit of that is spite from my side. However, I don't really think they've met the burden to show that Diamante Kendrick was responsible for anything in Jeffrey Williams' home, right? Constructive possession. I don't think we've met that. And as far as the guns being thrown out of the car, I don't know. Technically, maybe he was in possession, but was he the one throwing it out of the car? Was he the one that actually owned those guns? I don't know. I would think, yeah, maybe he had his passenger throw them out the car because he said, this is going to look bad, even though it's not me. I think I would still vote not guilty at this point. So, straight across the board there for me. Straight across the board. And it's crazy though, because the jury could still look and say, there's these pictures though. There were guns. There was gang stuff happening. And I really think the defense, both attorneys, did the best job they could to address those points. They didn't just pretend that those facts don't exist. They didn't pretend that there were no drugs and that there were no guns. I think that's probably one of the most critical things for the defense attorneys to do in closing. So, a shout out to the Nick Star raid. Hello, hello. The Vikings are in the building. Shout out to the Vikings. And yeah, Sprinkle saw a putty cat. And I think I see, is Love gonna do the reclose? I think it's Hylton. They've said Hylton, so. Positive Q with the positivity. Thanks so much. Says hi, Cat, mods, and the chat. Doug, aka Pitbull. Yeah, with the clean shaven head. It's growing back already. It's growing back throughout the day. Good to see you, Positive Q. FFS said, shots fired, states wearing red, they are a gang, shots fired. I think everybody wanted that moment and could kind of see it coming, but it was still delivered in such a punchy way, even though we've all been sitting here like, are they going to mention that the state's wearing red? Like, it's still punched. It still landed. And there were a few times, did anybody hear what seemed like noises, responses, sighs, giggles coming from the jury pool area? Maybe it was the media pool, but it seemed like it was a bit away from the camera and not coming from the right side of the courtroom. So what would you make of that? I feel like I heard it 3 or 4 times. And to me, that's very good for the defense if they're engaging in that way and are very responsive to the points as the defense are making them. So, and again, unclear exactly where the sounds were coming from, but seemed like that's where it was coming from. Thank you, FFS. Orlando Antonio says the state passes more notes than evidence. Trial by post-it note. Trial by post-it note. More post-its than reports, for sure. And again, they've really hammered out the no reports with every single witness. They've hammered out, that's unusual about the surveillance with a lot of the witnesses. But this closing did a great job underscoring, you know, how this would mean reasonable doubt. And then they also gave an alternative, right? It's one thing to say, well, there's not enough to show that my client did it. They didn't meet their burden. If a jury feels inclined, psychologically, we want to find closure. We want to know who did it. Somebody had to have done it. Both defense attorneys very effectively pointed out an alternative culprit. Not just for the Donovan Thomas murder, but also for this 4th vehicle that pulled up to that intersection, speeding up behind Shannon Stillwell before he pulled away. They gave a possible alternative culprit, which I think is extremely important. Thank you, Orlando Antonio. I agree, passing more notes than evidence. Harp City says, can jurors take notes for closings? Yes, they can. And Dougie Fresh. Shout out to Dougie Fresh. Thanks for the 2. Miss AB said he's on fire, but he's about to burn the rice. Oh, wait, was this about Schardt, maybe? This may have been about Schardt. You guys wanted him to move along with the quickness, but what was happening was they split their time. You saw them speak before that longer lunch break. I'm sure Doug and Max coordinated that, but you guys were like, he's taking too long. We want Doug. I think it was all planned. Good to see you, Miss AB. J.E. says YSL will change the laws, and we watched it together. I hope so, but it'd have to change through a change in legislation, right? If this is an acquittal, right, there's not going to be an appeal for these two defendants. If the other trials, let's say, however long they take, let's say they take 6 months. If there's a guilty verdict there and then that goes up on appeal, then maybe. But if there's an acquittal, the sad effect of an acquittal here, and it shouldn't take away from an acquittal for the individuals, but without the appeal, there's no mechanism to establish the case law to prevent something like this from happening again. Certain interpretations. I would love to see case law that changes what falls under the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule. I would love to see case law challenging that. But if we don't get an appeal, we can't get there. The mechanism doesn't exist. And I wouldn't wish a guilty verdict on anybody just for the bigger picture, right? It's kind of twisted how it works that way. So really the real change with an acquittal would have to be a change in the legislation. So got to pay attention to that. And I know at the federal level, we've got that RAP Act bill. So something to pay attention to nationally. But of course, if you're local, that's where you guys that are boots on the ground here in Fulton County, really, really important. Georgia State, really, really important. So pay attention to those things and pay attention to similar things in your own, wherever you live. I don't even want to say states because, you know, outside of the US as well. So, but yeah, I agree. Something's got to change, right? Definitely agree on that. Sassy Experience says, love is frustrated. Earl Glanville would have never let him do all this. How dare Schardt? Simone better use my quote from Birth of a Nation that I gave her. No. Oh my gosh. She's probably sending a note like, bring up the wolf pack, bring up the wolf pack, bring up the wolf pack. Oh boy. Great point here, Sassy. I think at least Love probably really is missing Glanville. Because I don't know if Glanville would have allowed the defense to split their 2 hours each the way Whitaker did. Maybe he would have. I don't know. So, great point here. Thank you for the 5. Sheriff Chuck says, oh wait, let's do this the other way. Sheriff Chuck says, I hope Max is reading the jury as well as I think he can, because he's starting to lose chat's focus. And Sheriff Chuck also says, the investigator said there was no other cars. Shows his bias. Yeah. And then to highlight that he didn't look at that until after he put the warrants out. No bueno all around. Big thank you here to Sheriff Chuck. It looks like we're getting back in with the jury for the state's closing. Oh. And the court has us muted.
Where'd she go? She needs to. She's getting here.
Is Hylton missing? Also, big shout out here to Flesh of the Gods gifting 5 memberships. Super nice of you. Loved hanging out with you this weekend. You've been in the banner for like 8 years. Sorry I'm late on getting to this. And I bet you're probably going live tomorrow, right? Tuesday? So tomorrow night, you guys, dropping the link of Flesh of the Gods, or you can look up Flesh of the Gods on your own. But come hang out with us tomorrow. Usually on Tuesdays he goes live. Great time over there.
Batting cleanup, I guess, but keep in mind they're going to be watching the clock. They're not used to staying until 7 or 8. Let's hope she doesn't do that one, but yeah. Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Hylton.
Good evening. I know y'all tired. And I get the harsh responsibility of closing you out for the next couple of, for a little while. I ain't gonna tell you how long it's gonna be, but for a little while. And I just want you all to bear with me and bear with us as a state. Mr. Adkins told you this morning that this is kind of like that marathon. They were kind of at that last spot, right before the finish line. And I know this has been a long trial, and like every one of us has said, we thank you for your sacrifice. We know that we have taken you away from family, friends, trips, work. Maybe y'all didn't want to go to work, but from work to be here with us. And so we're going to ask of you just to bear with us for a little while longer. Now, Mr. Weinstein said something very interesting as he closed. He said something to the effect of, the state should be ashamed of themselves for targeting people of color. And I was a little taken aback. Why? Because I am a person of color. The majority of this prosecution team are people of color. And we are not targeting people of color. We are targeting gang members who decided to wreak havoc on communities in Fulton County. And the ironic part of the community that they violated were those communities were communities of color. See, no one rarely talks about the victims in this case. But the victims in this case, most of them are people of color. Because in Fulton County, you don't get to victimize anyone in our county without being held accountable for your actions. And what we're going to ask of you today is hold both of these defendants accountable for their actions. Because they are guilty of every single crime for which they are charged with. But as both Mr. Schardt and Mr. Weinstein were talking, I was reminded that what is right is often forgotten by what is convenient. And see, in this case for them, it's convenient to blame Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Well, we're going to talk about that. That doesn't even make sense. For them, it is convenient to tell you that we have not met the elements of RICO because they're just not a gang. They just get YSL tatted on them. They just get snakes tatted on them just for the fun of it. That's convenient for them. But that's not the truth. And while it may have taken some time for us to get all that evidence out here, it took a while. Some days the evidence came out good. Some days the evidence came out bad. Some days I had to take a couple of breaks. At the end of the day, the evidence shows what is clear. YSL is a gang. YSL is an enterprise. They commit criminal street gang activity. They murdered Donovan Thomas, murdered Shymel Drinks, and they're guilty. And then I'm also reminded of a story that a colleague told me a long time ago about someone who worked as a Border Patrol officer. And this person worked as a Border Patrol officer for a number of years. And while they were working Border Patrol, a guy would come through the border with a red bike every day. And every day that that person would come through with the red bike, he had a basket on the front of the bike. And inside of the basket was some sand. Now, every day, this guy would come through, and the Border Patrol officer thought something was kind of fishy, but he never found anything. He always found baskets with sand inside of it. This happened for a few months. Well, one day, the Border Patrol guy was leaving that job. He was going to a new job, and he was at a bar. And who walks into the bar? The guy with the red bike. So the Border Patrol guy says to him, I'm getting ready to leave my job, but I'm interested. There's something was fishy about that red bike. What were you doing with that red bike? And the guy was like, nothing, don't worry about it. Congratulations to you. The night proceeded. The Border Patrol guy got some more drinks in his system and said, you know what? Can you tell me about this red bike? Because something just doesn't seem right. Every time I would see the red bike, you would have sand in the basket. Tell me what was going on. Guys said, don't worry about it. Finally, it's the end of the night. Border Patrol guy is really complicated. He said, just tell me. I'm not going to remember what happened. You're not going to get in trouble. Tell me what you were doing. And what the guy said was, you know how every day you were focused on the basket with the sand? I was smuggling in a new red bike every single day. So you were so focused on what was in the basket that you was missing what was right in front of you. And if you listen to what the defense counsel told you for the last about 3.5 hours that they argued, you're going to miss what's right in front of you. So what's staying in the basket in this case? First things first, stolen jewelry. APD, somebody stole this watch. No one stole the watch. The watch is left back in the house. But they want you to focus on this watch, because if you focus on the watch, you're going to miss the evidence in front of you. Talked about no reports. You know, Viverito, she didn't write any reports. Well, what she told you is, she wrote her information in the affidavits. Affidavits that get sworn before a judge. Probably better than reports, because a judge has to actually read that information. But if you focus on the fact that Viverito didn't write any reports, you're going to miss what's right in front of you. Mr. Weinstein talked about length of time. We talked about that. Knowledge of co-conspirators. I think at one point in time, Mr. Schardt said, Mr. Myrick, who stabbed Lucci, he doesn't know Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell? Maybe not. But he knows Khalif Adams, who's the one who helped set up stabbing Lucci. Khalif Adams knows those two. Well, knows Mr. Stillwell. Khalif Adams knows Garlington. And so some way, somehow, though, Mr. Stillwell knew on February 9th that Lucci got stabbed. Well, how does he know that? How is that in a text message? That wasn't broadcast to the world. So this idea that just because Mr. Myrick doesn't know him specifically does not mean that they're not guilty of the crime that was being committed. They talk about witness credibility, specifically about experts and what our experts said. But if you go back to any of our experts' testimony, Belknap, Dennis, Gaither, Underwood, the things that they talked about, there were examples of it. They talked about YSL was a hybrid gang. It was Bloods and Crips, and they kind of got together. Well, we know that's true because Martinez Arnold's a Crip. Some of them, Mr. Williams was a Blood. You saw when he talked about sex, money, murder. You see them hanging out together. You see them committing crimes together. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold in a car with guns on their way to Trestle Tree. We can infer, go shoot it up. That's what they talked about when it says a hybrid gang. They talked about the music, and we're going to get to the music in a minute. They talked about the fact that gang members use their music in order to brag, promote what they've done in the gang. And we'll see examples of that in a moment. We talked about your duty earlier today, but again, just to be reminded, you're supposed to be a fair and impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. You are not to seek doubt. So when you go in the bank, you're supposed to say to yourself, what happened on January 10th? What is the truth about that? And is there evidence towards the truth? That is what you're here for. Seek the truth, you follow the law, and you deliberate. Now, I want to tell you this. If you go to the bank to deliberate, and one of your numbers says, I'm not deliberating, I'm going into the bathroom, I'm not doing any of this, you need to bring that to the deputy's attention so they can bring it to the court's attention. Because you have a duty to deliberate. A duty to sit down, evaluate the facts, evaluate the evidence, and apply it to the law. So let's talk about the evidence of the defendant's guilt. So earlier this morning, Mr. Adkins talked to you about count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity. Talking about count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act, and counts 50 and 51. I'm not going to harp on that again, but I thought it interesting when Mr. Weinstein said, well, we haven't proved counts 50 and 51 and 57. You know, the state, they're all dressed in red. We are. Red's probably my favorite color. But you know the one thing that's different? We don't do criminal gang activity. And the court's going to define what that is. See, we're not here because people wear the same colors. They can wear all the greens they want. They can wear all the snakes they want. If they all want a tattoo YSL on them, that's fine. We told it's not a crime to be a part of a gang. The crime is when you start doing criminal street gang activity, like murdering Donovan Thomas, murdering Shymel Drinks, murdering Demarco Boyer. That is what the violation is, not being a member of a gang. So you'll see, and we said it again, that on the left-hand side were the charges for Mr. Kendrick, on the right-hand side were the charges for Mr. Stillwell, and in the middle is what they were both charged with. So Mr. Kendrick is charged with possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. That's from May 9, 2022, when he was found running from Mr. Williams' house. Remember, the officer came and said that they both must have been out of breath and he ran from the house. And the drugs and the guns that were found inside of the house. The marijuana and the guns that were found in the house. So in order to prove this, we have to show that the defendant possessed with the intent to distribute any amount of marijuana. Marijuana includes all parts of the plant. What it does not include is the hemp products and all those other technical terms that I'm not going to try to pronounce for you tonight. We have to show that he possessed it, and it has possessed the marijuana or the firearm. We're going to talk about the firearm in a moment. Possession must be actual, constructive, sold, or joint. So we're going to tell you that it's not actual possession. No one caught him with the marijuana in the hand. We're going to talk about constructive possession. At the time of the alleged offense, he did not have direct physical control over the marijuana or firearm, but did not only have both the ability and the intention to exercise control over the marijuana. We know he doesn't have sole possession, so we'll focus on joint possession. Defendants share possession of marijuana or firearms with at least one other person. What evidence do we have of it? And I know Mr. Weinstein said we didn't have any evidence. We do. Pictures are evidence. That's direct evidence like we talked about earlier. This is inside of the home of Mr. Williams. That's the money counter that was sitting next to the Tupperware bowl full with the marijuana. That's the Tupperware bowl full with the marijuana. That's the more marijuana that was in that cabinet in that same kitchen right across from where the Tupperware bowl with the marijuana was. And those are the two guns that were found inside that area. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the testimony that SWAT, when they came, did not immediately make entry into the house. It was like announced, it was loud. So I submit to you that they had the opportunity to put stuff away, to hide stuff, because they didn't just come in immediately, ladies and gentlemen. So you can take that into consideration as you deliberate. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. So the state must prove that the defendant had a firearm on his person or within arm's reach while committing a crime against or involving another person. For Mr. Stillwell, it's murder. For Mr. Kendrick, it's the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. So how do we show this? On the left is Shannon Stillwell. That is Mr. Drinks inside of the vehicle. We know that Mr. Drinks was shot with a 40 caliber gun, possibly of a glock, and we're going to talk about this glock in a moment. So you can infer, although we do not have the gun, that Mr. Stillwell possessed the gun that shot and killed Mr. Drinks because he's dead and because we have the bullets. You can infer that. That's that circumstantial evidence. Your direct evidence is someone is deceased. You have bullets. We know those bullets come from a Glock firearm. So the only way you can infer that the shooter, Mr. Stillwell, possessed a firearm. Mr. Kendrick, again, you have the firearms inside of the house at the time when the house was raided. There were two found inside of that cabinet. There was the one that's found on this counter. Now, they're also both charged with possession of firearm by a convicted felon. You have to show for Mr. Stillwell, he has 2 counts, and interestingly enough, I was listening, Mr. Schardt never talked about count 64. So, but we're going to talk about count 64. But count 52 is that he's a convicted felon and he had a firearm when he murdered Shymel Drinks. And in count 64, which is when he was apprehended, the gun that was found in the middle of the road, that we charged him with that weapon as well. And then again with Mr. Kendrick, that there were guns and drugs at Allison Drive on May 9th. And let me also say that in the indictment, possession of firearm by a convicted felon is going to be a lesser included of what is charged. What is charged is a different charge, but possession of firearm by a convicted felon is a lesser charge, and the court is going to instruct you, and you can find both of them guilty so long as you believe that both of them possess a firearm and they have been previously convicted of a felony. What do you have in evidence? You have State's Exhibit 60G and State's Exhibit 30Q. Both of those are the indictments of Mr. Stillwell, which he was charged with and convicted of a felony. So that is the felony that we're saying he should not have been in violation of, or he should not have possessed the firearm. As I just discussed, because he's a convicted felon, he should have never had a firearm when he murdered Shymel Drinks. For count 64, what do we have? Remember, this is on March 17th, after they fled from the Chick-fil-A, and remember Trooper Campbell came in and said that he found the gun in the middle of the road. You saw the dash cam video where he kind of turned around and said, and found this gun. Then we brought in Mr. Stillwell's former girlfriend at the time, Taisha Alexander. She said that she had bought the gun. That was her gun. That gun came back to Ms. Alexander, where we were able to compare the serial numbers on both the gun that was collected and the receipt from Arrowhead Pond. And further, we played these wiretap calls for you.
Hello? Yeah. I don't know. China called like you get played on a hockey tape to the Baba house.
Yeah.
Why have he in a hockey tape if he in a rental? His rental legit.
Yeah.
He got my legit gun.
So the fact that she says he got my legit gun, which is that gun right here, he should never have ever even been in possession of it.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on either, because usually they'll call, like how he got my gun.
Yeah.
They'll call me like, come get your gun, but they ain't even call me. So I don't know if where my gun is, I don't know what's going on.
And again, this phone call was done on March 17th, the day he got arrested. The day Mr. Stillwell, got arrested. Now for Mr. Kendrick, you have in evidence State's Exhibit 487 BV, which is a certified copy of conviction of Mr. Kendrick. And again, because he's a convicted felon, he should not have been in constructive possession of any of these guns that are inside the home. So now, based upon what we have shown you, they are guilty of, right now, count 1, count 50, 51, 52, 54, 57, 58, 61, 63, and 64. So let's spend some time on the murders, because that is what we need to talk about. So for the murders, Mr. Stillwell is charged with count 2 and count 49, which is Donovan Thomas Jr. and Shymel Drinks. And Mr. Kendrick's charged solely with count 2, which is the death of Donovan Thomas Jr. You're going to hear the court read you an instruction about intent. Intent is every essential element of any crime must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. It may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be in your discretion inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Intent does not mean the intention to violate the law or to violate a criminal statute, but it means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by the statute. So what are the elements that we have to prove for murder? That Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick caused the death of another person, here, Donovan Thomas and Shymel Drinks, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. What is malice? It is not necessarily ill will or hatred, rather it is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person, or where there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. You often hear about premeditation.
I'm going to pause right there because it's my understanding, and maybe it wasn't all of the language, but I think I remember that when they were going through this jury instruction, they decided to take out the language about provocation or an unjustified, like there's no reason for us to react and shoot somebody. I thought they took that language out when figuring out the malice aforethought clause. But it's here in the instructions that she's given in her closing.
Some of you like watching these crime shows. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. So we don't just sit and say you planned it out and you all mapped it out and that you knew you were going to kill Donovan Thomas or Shymel Drinks right at that moment. If the killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. So when Demarco Kendrick rode by the barbershop and they saw Donovan Thomas sitting outside with his friends, and I'm going to submit to you, they started calling saying, yo, Donovan's out here. Let's go do this. That's enough. Or with Shymel Drinks, when Shannon and Garlington are sitting in the car and they're backed in and they see Mr. Drinks pull in and they realize, oh snap, that's the dude from the Shell Cal post. And they see him walking up and they decide at that moment they're going to get him because they're going to get revenge, they're going to get back. That's enough right there. Doesn't have to be days planned. Within moments, that is enough. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. It may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act of the killing and moves the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Now, motive. The law says we don't have to prove motive. You want to know why? Because oftentimes I can't get into the mind of why someone wants to murder somebody. But here, and we're going to talk about it, we have some evidence of motive. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. So you heard Mr. Adkins talk earlier about parties to a crime. I'm not going to go over all the principles again. But he gave you the example of the bank robbery, right? Everyone who is a part of the crime is responsible. So in this case, for Donovan Thomas, Mr. Kendrick, the driver. Mr. Kendrick, the state's belief, the state's theory, is that he alerted them about where Donovan Thomas was. Because he was the one that was at the Texaco. He's the one that waited 40-something minutes for the Infinity to pull up. He's the one who got out of the Bonneville and went to the Infinity. He's just as guilty as the ones who pulled the trigger. Nard and Mr. Jackson. He's just as responsible. And that's what parties to a crime says. Every person involved in the murder is just as responsible as the person who pulls the trigger, because you all acted together. Now, we have in Shymel Drinks an individual that you kept hearing about, Demarco Boyer. and someone brought up that Demarco Boyer isn't on the indictment. Well, this is the law that's going to be instructed to you. Any party to a crime who did not directly commit the crime may be prosecuted for commission of the crime upon proof that the crime was committed and that that person was a party to it, even though the person alleged to have directly committed the crime has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable to justice, or has been acquitted. Mr. Boyer's day is for another day. We're not going to talk about Mr. Boyer today. Today, we're going to talk about Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick. You can look at presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the commission of the alleged offense. And those things may be considered by you in determining whether or not such circumstances, if any, give rise to an inference or the existence of a conspiracy. So what does that mean? You can look at what they did before, what they did during, and what they did after. And for both of those murders, we're going to talk about conduct before, conduct during, and conduct after. So let's talk about Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. You heard from his mother, you heard from his father. He's from Atlanta, he had kids, he was in the gang, but he had started to kind of try to get into the music business. And he had started doing that by, one, he had a relationship with Rich Homie Quan. Two, he had just put Lucci on, YSL Lucci. So he was trying to kind of turn that mark and do something different. When did you also hear about Donovan Thomas? That on the night that he was gunned down, that he was at the barbershop, getting his hair cut, his brother was there, and what were they getting ready to do? Meet with their daddy and go watch the football game. I think it was the Ravens and the Patriots. Don't quote if I'm wrong, but I think it was the Ravens and the Patriots. And that's what he was getting ready to do. Spend time with his father. You know that he has a biological brother, but he also has a brother, which Kelvin Watts, who's super close to him, that they are brothers, but not biologically, but they share a brother, so they call themselves brothers. He said he was trying to get in the music industry. That's him with YSL Lucci. That's him with Rich Homie Quan. And so much so that after his death, Lucci had a whole album dedicated to him, Long Live Nut. And we know that Peanuts was his nickname. Now let's go over some timelines, because I think oftentimes we focus just on the murder, but there's some things that led up to that day that is very important for you to consider as you continue to live. So we know September 2014, Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop shooting. Now, Mr. Copeland, we're going to talk about Mr. Copeland, told you on the stand here that him and Threat were responsible for that. YSL members responsible for shooting up the shop of a YFN gang member. Or shoot the father of a if gang associate. Then, if you can recall, in all of the different interviews, majority of them, Mr. Copeland talked about this shooting at the Lakewood gambling house. He talked about it in mostly every interview when he kept on telling them about the history of him and Kelvin. And he talked about the fact that Kelvin had shot up the gambling house and shot up Thug's car. Then he talks about, in multiple interviews, a meeting at Cascade Stadium, in which him and Kel were there. Kel wanted Copeland to call Thug so they can maybe squash whatever issue that they had. And that when Thug, Mr. Williams, got on the phone, he asked Kelvin, "Are you going to pay for my car window?" Kelvin said no. They got into it, and it kept on going. You heard about the January 6th fight at Club Crucial, in which Copeland was jumped at the club, and then upon leaving the club, there was a fight with Bloody J, that some YSL members jumped on Bloody J, and that Kendrick and Arnold, they were arrested when they left the club. And that's going to be important, because when we talk about phone records, why we don't have some phone records from Mr. Kendrick. Then we had the January 8th shooting at TIG Studio, where Rich Homie Quan's purple truck was shot up. There was some alluding to the fact that Copeland did that shooting. I think Quindarrius Zachary may have said in his interview that Copeland did that shooting. Then there was that blood meeting the night before the murder. Now, I know that Mr. Schardt played for you the clip in which Copeland said that the blood meal was about him. But remember, the blood meal was also about Mr. Williams. And he said that in one of his interviews. That the blood meal just wasn't about him, but it was about him, Copeland, and Mr. Williams. Then on January 10th, you have the death or the murder of Mr. Donovan Thomas at 330 McDaniel Street. Then you have the retaliatory shootings begin immediately. See, the streets knew what it took the state and the government a long time to figure out. They went directly to who they thought killed Donovan Thomas. They immediately started shooting at Jeffrey Williams' family's house and Kenneth Copeland's family's house because they thought that both of them were in on it. Also, in the late morning hours, early on January 11th, Kenneth Copeland meets with the Atlanta Police Department and many of the YSL members, they flee to Miami. You have more retaliatory shootings. Then in April, between April and May of 2015, you have the incident at the Dunbar Center where Copeland is found with that gun. They don't arrest him then. He calls Gaither. Gaither speaks to him. They let him go. But once they did more investigation, they got the video surveillance from the Dunbar Center. They arrest him on June 10th. And then that's when he does the 9-hour interview that we'll discuss. In August of 2015 was Quindarrius Zachary's interview. In September of 2015, Shannon becomes the target of 2 shootings, one at the Green Store, the other one with Miss Tierra Jones. In October 2015, arrest warrants are taken out for Garlington, Copeland, Sledge, and Stillwell. In November 2015, there was a preliminary hearing. The case was dismissed against Sledge. In 2016, the case was dismissed against Garlington and Copeland, and Stillwell received a bond. Between 2016 and 2018, there was some additional investigation and follow-up, and the indictment came in 2022. We're going to talk more about these dates, but I want to give everyone a general timeline overview. As Mr. Adkins talked to you about earlier, you determine the credibility of the witnesses. And I can't remember if it was Mr. Schardt or Mr. Weinstein who said it, but they are absolutely right. We don't choose our witnesses. The witnesses and our victims are chosen by the crimes that are committed. So when you do your gang murder and you brag to your gang member friends that you murdered someone, then the person I have to bring in here to tell you what happened is the gang member friend. And the gang member friend isn't going to want to tell you in front of them what they told the police. So that's why I have to fight. Ms. Love got to fight. We got to argue with them back and forth because now they have to come in here and confront the people that they snitched on in front of them. So, and they know that. They know that none of these witnesses want to come in here and say what they told police. And they're begging on you to say, I don't know, I mean, he did swore an oath in court and said that he told the God's honest truth. Mr. Coleman told him God's honest truth in this courtroom. Maybe some of the stuff he told was truthful. Here and there, like he said, he's doing a little bit of truth sometimes. That's what he said, right? That he did that a little bit, and we'll talk about that in a moment. What's going to be important are prior statements. It is important because you as a juror get to determine the witness credibility, right? And this may be affected by you comparing and contrasting the testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before trial started. You, the jury, can decide whether there's a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pre-trial statements or testimony when compared to that same trial testimony. And we're going to actually apply common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. So let's go through the evolution of Kenneth Booty Copeland. Let's take some time. All right?
Booty? What is
January
this?
11th.
Guys, if you were just listening, please take a second to look at your screen right now and look at this PowerPoint and how Booty is spelled. It is W-O-O-T-I-E.
This is hours after the murder. His girlfriend's house just got shot up, and they call him. Thorpe calls the girlfriend to kind of check in on, see what's happening with their shooting, and they put Copeland on the phone. See, on January 11th, when he walks inside, he real strong YSL. Right? He's not trying to give up his friends. He want to let the police know, I didn't murder. Now, let me tell you something. I didn't murder Donovan Thomas. I'm going to tell you I was at my girlfriend's house. I'm going to tell you I went to the green stove. I went to McDonald's. He's not going to give you too much information because here, he's trying to still protect his friends. That's just common sense. The police don't really know what's going on yet. So when he first goes in, he's trying to protect his friends. But then we get January 28th. See, if y'all remember, y'all, this is after he gets out the shootout on the highway. See, this is after he came from the little pool party, and he on his way home, and they shoot at him at the highway. And remember, in this interview, he talks about, I believe, Shannon being upset with him because he didn't want to shoot back. So here, he's trying to tell them everything that YFN people are doing to him, but he's still not trying to give up his friends. Just to stay his friends. But he's a little frustrated because everyone's blaming him for murdering Donovan Thomas, and everyone's shooting back at him, and he didn't do anything. Then we get February 20th. Now this was the worst one because that's when he's trying to come out the house to take his baby to the hospital, and they come down the street shooting at him. So now he's like, they are shooting at me, they're shooting at my baby and my girl. Look, this is too much. And he tells them about what happened. Again, this is the interview where he really didn't want to give up who shot at him. He knew who did it, but see that gang street code is he still didn't even want to give up the person who shot at him and his baby. And that's when Curry was like, you're not going to tell me who just shot at you and your baby? Then the next day was February 21st. They had arrested him for a violation of probation. He was upset because they arrested him on violation of probation. And Gaither talks to him, one, about the shooting that had happened the day before, and trying to get more information about the murder, trying to figure out what is going on. What is going on with this back and forth? Because by this time, and ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to go through that whole litany, we're going to call it Operation Planner shooting, but you heard evidence of all those shootings that were happening back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they're trying to get a grasp of what is happening. And then we get to the 9-hour interview. So what happened between February and June? A lot. We got some back and forth shootings. Remember, Mr. Copeland went to jail for that violation of probation. He came out. He went to Henry County for a little while. And then on June 10th, he gets arrested for the gun that he had at the Dunbar Center back in May. And what's going on here?
He was asking Gaither for help.
Copeland is tired. He been getting shot at. His family been getting shot at. Homes getting shot up. Remember Kenneth Hurst or Kenny Boo's house? His sister-in-law, his sister's child's father's home has been broken, getting shot at. And Shannon and Mr. Williams not talking to him. Remember Shannon, and he thought Mr. Williams was trying to kill him. That's everything he talks about in this 9-hour interview. And let me say this, if some reason y'all want to watch all these interviews again, y'all can. Y'all just gotta let them know. I don't know if you want to sit there and watch a 9-hour interview again, but if you wanted to, you can. But in this interview, he is at the place where enough is enough for him. And I'm going to tell you about Mr. Copeland, I'm going to tell you about Quindarrius Zachary. They are self-preservationists. What do I mean by that? They're going to not talk about what they've done because they don't want to go to jail. But if telling on them is going to get me out of jail, I'm going to tell you what's happened. Because I don't want to go to jail. He's absolutely right. He did not want to go to jail. But he's not going to lie to the police about what they did. He's going to minimize what he's done. And that's what he did in this interview.
Yes, he did minimize what he did.
He minimized his involvement in some things, but he told everything that they did. And if you don't believe what he told the police, well, let's listen to what he told his girlfriend on the jail call.
Sorry. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Yeah. Which are you with? Come on, right? Yeah.
So in that call to his girlfriend, to the love of his life at the time, he told them, I need D to come in so they can move, so they can know what I told them is true. They had to verify what I said. So when he came in and said, I would finesse the police, I would lie to them. No, because you wanted them to verify what you told them. And we're going to talk about how the police and Mike Sprinkle was able to verify what he told them. Let's listen to this June 16, 2015 call.
The video was up, man. I think that's how they take my shit. I think traffic and I could beat so they could lock you up, bro. And the whole time, it's just like you try to pick you up, bro. But you got so mad, bro. Like, keep up my name, you didn't even know that.
They don't go all the way, son, man.
I did. It's like, these folks already come back and see sooner than about something you know ain't true. Why did we put the straw like that and have folks really think that easy? You know what I mean? Now, say, he should put his name, he should put his name down. You know what I mean? Put my name for shit, bro. I'm trying to get out of my family, bro. I don't even fucking see you, clearly, bro. I'm not out of this seat on the bill. I don't want to go to that, bro. Like,
Oh.
man, there's not thinking of shit, man. He was out there with that shit the whole time. I ain't got niggas, man. I mean, I already know shit, bro. These this shit, I ain't even have a conversation with this, bro. This shit's so crazy, man. They had a comedy store, bro.
Who is on so nothing?
Yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
Because that's what, this thing, that's what he meant.
That's about
So what is he saying then? Why you put my name in the song? He know who did it. Because they all know who did it. They knew that it was Yak, Dua, Shannon, and Nard. And Kendrick is, Coleman is the second. He's like, why you put my name in the song? Put the ones who did it in the song. So they can stop targeting me. Now, let's talk about his trial testimony. You know, I actually do like rap music, contrary to popular belief. And there is an artist, Young Jeezy, and he has a song called Put On. And I'm telling you what Copeland and Zachary did while they testified here was they put on for YSL. They came in here acting all types of foolishness. And that's because they wanted to show their gang member friends, look, I'm still part of the conspiracy, y'all. I know I snitched on y'all back in 2015, but I'm gonna try to help y'all out as best as I can. And that's what they did this entire time. They friends. They've been friends for a long time. They wear the same clothes. They lay together. What makes you think that Demarco, when he got into that car at McDonald's and say, yo, let me tell y'all what they just did. Let me tell you what our homie, our boy for the last couple of years just did. They just killed Nut. Because the kid wasn't around. He was sleeping at his girlfriend's house. So he missed the action. So you don't think when Demarco get in the car, he's not going to say, yo, let me tell you what Shannon just did, Joe. They friends. And they want you to believe that Demarco did not tell Copeland what happened moments after it happened? That don't even make sense. And we gonna ask you your common sense. This is them. And these weren't all taken in 2015, because some of these are older pictures. They look super young. This is how long they've been friends. Now, it was interesting when Mr. Schardt asked, why we show you this video from 2009? Let me tell you why. Because Quindarrius been around for a long time. Quindarrius been around since 2009. So Quindarrius knows about what's happening. See, we didn't just bring you stuff. I know some days you're like, why does the state bring me a video from 2009 in the park? It's to show the evolution of their relationships. Quindarrius is a little bit different than Copeland. Because see, he's been around Mr. Williams much longer than Copeland has ever been in the picture. See, Mr. Copeland started coming around in 2014. Mr. Zachary's loyalty is a little bit different. He's been around since 2009. So when Zachary tells you in his interview, Doug ain't know nothing about that murder. Yes, he did. But his loyalty is a little different because he's been around. 2012. That's Mr. Zachary. You want to know why we showed you the video of them outside in the apartment complex? To show their association. Again, Zachary's been around again for a long time. He's real better than it. He rocked through YSL. So he has a motive to lie for Jeffrey Williams that Kenneth doesn't have as much of. In his interview. See, when Quindarrius interviewed, he asked to come and speak to the police. And you're going to watch his interview, because what both of them do in their interviews, both Copeland and Quindarrius, and this is how you know they were telling the truth, they would correct the officers. If the officers were repeating something that was wrong, they would say, no, I didn't say it like that. I said it like this. That's what they would do. That's how you know that what they were trying to tell them, they were trying to be as truthful as they could so that they would get it right. They, meaning the police, would get it right. And again, same thing. He come in here talking about he wanted to take one of the investigators out, all types of nonsense. But again, putting on for YSL. And again, he's been around. They friends. They friends. And why would they lie on their friends? If they knew to make up stuff and make up lies, why would you lie and say your friends committed a murder? That doesn't make sense. Why lie? You could just say anybody made up the murder. If you were just lying, you don't want anybody to verify what you were saying, you could have said anybody committed the murder. But that's not what they did. So there were a lot of different witnesses that came in about Donovan Thomas' murder, but we're going to talk specifically about these individuals. Investigator Thorpe, he was the original detective on the case. He took out those arrest warrants in October, and that was after talking to an individual by the name of Spencer Wright. He then turned his file over to Mike Sprinkle. Then we have both Dennis and Gaither. They were both, just because of the back and forth that they were investigating, just ended up talking a lot about the murder with these different individuals. And then you have Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary. And then what did Mike Sprinkle tell you? When he got the file, he reviewed it, and the first thing he did was realize that Spencer Wright was lying, and said, okay, I have to get rid of this information. And it was something that Mr. Schardt said, which I found interesting. Mr. Schardt said that Nicholas Robinson, aka Spencer Wright, is an example of individuals who would say anything to get out of jail. But the difference between Nicholas Robinson and Quindarrius and Kenneth Copeland is that Mr. Sprinkle couldn't verify what Nicholas Robinson said. But he was able to verify what Quindarrius and what Kenneth Copeland said. So, did Mike Sprinkle corroborate Kenneth Copeland and Quindarrius Zachary? Emphatically, yes. So let's talk about the activity before the murder. And some of these are the videos, but there was no dispute about the Lakewood shooting and Club Crucial. And what you have in both of those interviews is that both Copeland and Zachary actually sat and talked about those shootings. I'm not going to play the video for you, just in an abundance of time, but we know that those two things, at least, were not disputed. So let's talk about the day of and the days after the murder. So what did Copeland tell you about that morning?
So my book, they know she had a come to you to mom. So I was she said, yeah, that's how we do it. She like, oh, I don't know, she don't want the kind of head, we go home. But I think you know, with all the short, so I don't know, this is near where we're at. Yeah, so this is great tonight. So I did, I had home that night birthday.
What did the phone records tell you? I know that's kind of small, but you'll have the phone records in the back. That between 6:37 and 7:26, Copeland's phone was in the area of his girlfriend's house, right? That's QR's, Copeland's girlfriend's residence, which was on Maury. His phone was pinging in that area, and that's between 6:37 and 7:26. If you can recall, the 911 call for the murder came in at 7:22. At 7:26, he is still at his girlfriend's house after the murder. So this notion, when they say, well, Kenneth Copeland did it, I know somebody who could have done it, well, it wasn't Kenneth Copeland. The person who did it is Stillwell, Yet, Nard, and Duwop. Because Kenneth Copeland was at his girlfriend's house at 7:26. Then he says he went to the green store.
That night birthday. And then it's like, and like, you know, it up. He got my way, which is big down there. I don't talk to one. So I talk to he like, no, clean, bro. I don't think it comes to come. It's a white choice. Alright. So I'm on the front house. I love to car. Give me the car. I get the car full of information. Why that's information? Now I throw a car back in there. I throw it in there. So I was like, car. I got full of information. I ain't allowed. So I'm talking to the Rick. Man, the Rick talking like coffee. They don't see it. So Rick had I want you to go. You try out. And I'm looking to get her. You know, alright.
What did the phone records tell you? He went to the green store. He's at the green store at 7:28. Between 7:28, he's at the clean store. And then he travels down towards the McDonald's, like he told him. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, about cooperation and phone records. He doesn't know we're going to pull the phone records later. He doesn't know that Mike Sprinkle in 2016, almost 8 months after this, that we're going to pull the phone records to see whether or not what he's saying is true. I know he came in here and said, I got 2 phones, I had 2 phones and all this other stuff. He didn't have 2 phones. If he had 2 phones, the main phone is the phone that he was calling his girlfriend on. You can look at the records will show who he's talking to. He's talking to his brother and his girlfriend on the phone he's talking about. Cooperation, I'm not going to play it, but he says, you just heard him say he goes out to the McDonald's.
I get in the car, I ride the I pull up at the McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, pull it outside. The one that's my music, so I pull it at the McDonald's. So, he got it put in. So they put in, who was he with? He was Benjamin. So they put in, Benjamin who he said, I know that, he didn't know that he was. It was B, D, Noah, and Ben, I think those are. No, they the white key, it was B, Noah, Bentley, Doe, Shannon, and yeah. All of it is one concept. What kind of concept? The Jeep, the actual he got, the white, boom. They got out. No, he got out. So when he got to come in, he got it. But he.
So we talked about the white nitro. Ladies and gentlemen, that is from the Dexter Montgomery shooting. What is that? That's the white nitro that Nard and DK came in from OG Bentley's house. So is it ironic that, oh my goodness, OG Bentley has a white Dodge nitro? That small fact is corroborated. He talks about getting the call from Antonio Sledge.
I got a call. Social baseline, but she knows she got shot. I had to heard what. Like, what's his name? I know you discriminate, but I'm telling you, I think he got coach.
And what I say is, and we'll just go back just very quickly, he told you that he FaceTimed with Antonio Sledge. We know that FaceTimes don't come up on phone records, but that entire night, him, Antonio Sledge, and Zachary are in communication. What you will see is none of those 3 people rarely talk to another group of individuals that we'll talk about next. So again, things are corroborated that Coleman is saying. Here he's going to talk about that everybody went to Jeffrey Williams' condo.
So I'm got a car, he stopped talking. So we don't get on the point. Where are they following y'all? Yeah, they're going to follow them. Oh, they don't follow this. Yeah, but when he told me, I didn't follow it. But I said, you even got covered. I was trying to keep these actually here going on. So we found at the store. They stayed downtown on Schardt. There's it. I found them there. So I found them there. And she doing it up. So now I got covered. Like, what did he kill with? I'm like, who? Like, he did point me. Now, he had point to his arm. Yeah. So I'm like, what happened? He's like, what? So, first thing I say, what? Hell no. I ain't.
So here you'll have these phone records in the back. This shows phone activity near Mr. Williams' condo between that time of 7:31 and 11:22. Again, he talks about the condo. And remember, in this call, in this interview, he first talked to Gaither and the ATF agent. Then later, Schardt came in. He kind of repeats what happened. Right? And that's what is going on, but again, consistently talking about being around the condo. They both talk about going to Miami after the murder.
Totally. This is the same night that we got kids in 1930. All the time. Name is like the people that drive around, he called him. And the person driving around is the person, like, person man. So he didn't have to drive him straight to Florida to Birmingham.
the things that they talked about, that they all went to Miami. But they all said they went for this concert in Miami. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we showed you all the flyers, and there's no flyer in Miami for January 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. The only flyer in Miami, or in Florida, was in Tampa Bay. So the question becomes, why are y'all going to Florida right after Donovan Thomas was murdered? To flee. Because YSL knew what they did. And they had to get up out of Dodge. And they went down to Birdman's house to lay low until things, maybe some of the dust starts to settle. And we had the phone records to show you all that they all went to Miami, all the different phone records in Miami after the murder, and the times that they all went after the murder. Now, we talked about the Grand Infinity. They both discussed, well, Copeland said it was Thug that rented the Grand Infinity. Zachary, I told you his voice is a little bit different. He didn't want to say Thug rented the Grand Infinity. He talked about it was a meaning. But we both know that this Grand Infinity was rented. And I won't play the video for you, but there are the two clips. If you want to play it later, you can play it. And how was that corroborated? Mr. Sprinkle found a Hertz rental car record in order to corroborate, is what Mr. Copeland said accurate? Was there a vintage gray vehicle? Almost a year later, he finds the rental car. That is corroboration of what Kenneth Copeland said. He literally took everything that Kenneth Copeland said and said, can I corroborate this? And that's what he did. Now let's talk about who they both said. Now remember, Copeland is in June, Zachary is in August.
So who was in the car? This was this drive out of This was a legit broke story. And he said, I think he was in a huge house. And he said, they rolled past the same place, standing outside. They went somewhere and changed car. Now, they go in the water. I dropped Shandy out the door. I went home my big mom. And then, Doug lived and was home at nothing, seen him. And went to the gas station, seen Jack, and he pumped. To the gas station, we heard some gas station. I just did the store, so. They just seen him, they switched cars to the gas station. Doug got in the car with the girl. Doug, I think, was he. They got in the car with the girl. And they were folded up in the car. Jack, Shannon, Noah, and Dubois.
Alright, that's Copeland in June. Here's Zachary in August.
This is all what Shannon is telling me. That was it's both. Shannon had told, but this Shannon told me. Shannon told me first. So Shannon told me, they both told me the same story. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? The same day or the day after? Same night. Shannon, I walked into it. I just walked in and they pulled up at the house. And Shannon was in the little girl house. And all the boys were going out the gun, like, he got me got no gun up there, he wants some gun. Right. I'm just like, I'm hanging on. Then he wants some gun and goes to the store. So he went, I don't put it. And Shannon started calling. Don't come serious, he knows that night. Right. He ain't gonna do that, I ain't gonna kill. Now, he knew that they had killed, he knew that they'll have some talk to him. That's what I heard. And then Shannon tell me the story. Say they were going to be bushes, but they woke up and seen nothing. Say they had to roll back around. And then started shooting up. So Jack, Nard, and Dubois. So
He said it was Jack, Nard, and Dubois. This is two different interviews. Copeland is telling them what Demarco told him, and Zachary is telling the police what Stillwell and Yak told him. But how do we have the same people? Yak, Nard, Dubois, Stillwell. That does not change. That's corroboration of each other. Two different interviews. Two different times. Saying the same people? Ladies and gentlemen, that's evidence. That ain't no coincidence. And remember what Copeland said, which I found interesting. when they asked, do you remember what gas station? He's like, I don't know what gas station. How would he know that Yak was at the gas station and that they circled the block and pulled up and saw Donovan outside? If they didn't tell him that. He didn't even know what gas station they were at. But what did Mike Sprinkle do? He said, well, let me go pull the gas station footage and see if I can corroborate what he's saying. And that's exactly what he did. He pulled up the January 10th Texaco gas station and see when the car pulled into the gas station, the Bonneville. And in that same interview, they asked him, well, what kind of car was Yak? And initially, he tells them it was a Bonneville. How would he know? He doesn't know that we're going to find a surveillance video. But they want you to believe Kenneth is lying? For what?
I've got to pause because they did not check his phone records. How do they know? You didn't do a good enough investigation. How do you know that there wasn't another way for Kenneth Copeland to find out that someone went to a Texaco gas station? One that they probably frequently stop at. Another detective could have said something because they're trying to get information out of Woody. That's how he could have heard it. Or he could have heard it from Yak himself, but we didn't pull Yak's phone records. So
You have Yak going inside the gas station. That's him in the gas station. They sit at Texaco from 6:44 to 7:15. They wait for the girlfriend to come, and when the girlfriend comes, that's about the same time that the Infinity pulls up. What you waiting for 30 minutes at the gas station for? Who waits at the gas station that long? You had to meet Bushi at that gas station? What did Reginald Hendricks tell you? YSL folks don't hang around out there. They get their gas, they get on. If they even get gas over there. Because that's not their territory. Their territory is Cleveland Avenue. So why are you sitting there for, I don't do math, well, what was it, almost 40 minutes? But they want you to believe he's just lying. For what? Then that's when the Infinity pulls up. And on the video, Yak walks over to the car. Now, I know Mr. Schardt said, well, my client ain't on the video. Well, we just can't see him on the video. I submit he in the car. Then they both leave at the same time, and they both turn right on Northside Drive. Now, this is the video. We'll speed it up. As a matter of fact, from the still shots, you can see kind of the movement. And I wish I can't pause it because it's running. You see where they came, y'all? They came down McDaniel. Well, what's right about here? It's the barber shop. I know Mr. Weinstein tried to say it's a block away. They ain't a block away. Literally, when you go out here, you look up the street, you see the barber shop. It's not a block away. It's yards away. So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street. He's the one that alerts them. Kendrick. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge. He did that. He's the one who alerted them. That's why he's just as guilty as the ones who shot. This is then when we sped through the video. So now it's about 9:05. That's Doo-Wop getting out I submit to you, that's Doo-Wop getting out the car, smoking a cigarette. I submit probably trying to look to see if he's still out, if Donovan's still outside, so they can see how much time they had before Donovan go inside and go get his hair cut. And they just waiting. That's when we believe Bushi pulls up in that car And that's Kendrick. Initially, he was on the passenger side. And then that's the driver that's I submit to you all, that's Bradford. He gets out the car. Then you see Mr. Kendrick kind of waves to the infinity. Then he walks over to the infinity. I submit that's when they're gonna talk about what they're gonna do, how they're about to kill Donovan, what they're gonna roll around, do what car, what guns in the car, how they gonna do it, who gonna do what.
Why would he be standing like that if this is op territory? Like, that doesn't make sense.
He now gets back in the driver's seat. And we talk about where did they switch cars. I submit to you, behind the gas station. They both made it right in a moment. I'm going to show you what's right behind the gas station where they could have easily switched cars. And remember, we talked about the time, so it's not 8:08. Remember, this time is off by a few moments. And that's them coming down the street and then shooting. Of course, you're going to see, and I'm going to play this all this, the reaction, what happens in the store. You got babies running. Bullets have no names. And they have the audacity to tell you that we're sitting here trying to charge people of color? No. You should not have to be sitting here on a Saturday trying to get your hair cut and have bullets come inside of a barbershop. Bullets have no names. And there was babies in the front. But you just spraying down the street for what? For your status in YSL? So you can show Mr. Williams that you big and bad? That's what this is about. And that's Donovan's brother. Outside. I submit he saw what happened, but you know what? He ain't going to tell us. He ain't going to talk to the police, because that's what the gang culture is. So this is the Texaco. That's Northside Drive. And here are two streets. This one is a one-way street, but they don't follow the law, so I submit that they went up the one-way street. And it's another street. They could have went up either, I submit to you they went up the one-way street because again, they don't follow the law. So when they turn right, they switch cars behind here. They switch behind here. It takes no time to drive up the wrong way street, drive back there, and come back down into their street. That's where they switch the cars at. They both, I guess me and Aaron will show you that. And this is where he talks about it. I'm not going to play it for you, but that's what he said. And let me tell you something. This is how you know they switch cars. We told you he came in the Infinity with Javorth Bradford, right? This is Javorth Bradford phone number. After the murder, this is him between 6:36 and 7:19. You see the crime scene, he's stationary around the crime scene, right? There's a gap in time between 7:19 and 7:24. At 7:24, between 8:08, this is where Bradford's phone is, right? From 7:31 all the way to 8:08. What's over here? Oak Drive. OG Bentley House. Where they said they got rid of the guns. Let me tell you what he's doing. He waiting for them to come back. And you want to know how we know that Yak isn't in the car with him anymore? This call right here.
Security. You may start the conversation now.
So, what is that? I was sitting there like that. Nah, he ain't what is that they got there? Security. Nah, yeah. After? Yeah.
Hey, Goldie, Ma.
Who that is? Boosh. What's up, shortstop?
What are you doing?
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah,
You hear what he said? Where Yak Gotti at? We waiting for him to pull up. That's at 7:42. That's when, let's go back, y'all. That's when he waiting down here. At 7:42, which is one of the calls that's right here, Yak ain't with him. You want to know why? Because Yak with the other 3 murderers. That's where Yak at. What evidence do we have? No, we don't have DNA. You want to know why? They got rid of the car. No, we don't have DNA. You want to know why? Because they got rid of the guns. All we have is what they told their co-conspirators. And that's what I have to bring to you. What I have are the phone records. What I have are the surveillance videos to corroborate what the co-conspirator said. Because I don't have those things. I wish I had them, but they got rid of it. That's Yak the night of. What'd he say? Maniac's back. That's what he said, right? Y'all know me in my Santana voice. You right. The maniac's back. He just drove the car that took somebody's life. For no reason. For no reason. That's just to show you, that's Javorce Bradford in that Pontiac. That's on that surveillance video. This is when they talk about the guns used to commit the murder.
Go back to nothing. Make sure everything's right. The media pretty much told you with him, Shannon, Nard, Bentley. Now, the media still being into and a girl who went to Bentley House. He did. And when they got into it, they supposed to throw the bunk in the house. But I think the girl is the bush. And then the girl is supposed to be skin in it. She knows what's going on. I mean, this the girl Shannon turned easy. You know, they can't try to do a lot of the club. This the girl who I thought told them that I was okay with her. So it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nard with the pistol, and Dewop with the pistol. Now, I don't think Dewop had the pistol. Okay. Right. But you just know what seats, how they got to sit in the car, and all you know is the Yak drive. You got to know that. They said Yak will drive. And that's based on what Amicia told you. Yeah. Lil B. Okay.
We gonna lie. Why not say Dewop had a gun? Let's lie. We gonna lie big. Everybody had a gun. But he didn't do that. He said, nah, I don't think Dewop had a gun. I don't think so, but I definitely know Yak was driving, because if we're gonna lie, say Yak had a gun too. But he didn't do that.
They put you back there, what's wrong? They had AK, something too, right? He said, you can't tell you gonna say what kind of gun they had for the murder, right? So the AK-76, who's gonna say? No, another gun. What else? They're on a 4.5. Who's gonna with 4.5? Shit. You remember what brand it was? HP or something. XP? Yeah.
What are the shell casings? How you know it was a 7.62? That's what Donovan was
maybe
killed
he
with.
had it. Maybe he had the gun.
Those are the bullets that came out of Mr. Thomas. The shell casings that was found, there was multiple types of shell casings. 45s, 9s, and 7.62s. How they know that?
What's the obvious answer here for why he would know that?
This is called corroboration. This is called verification. They don't know that they don't know what bullet was pulled out of Donovan Thomas's body at the autopsy.
Common sense would tell you that. And secondly, the trio of friends, 4 if you include Threat, but Quindarrius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland were very close. They were in that Infinity together that night. And Quindarrius Zachary is a straw man that runs the gun. So Kenneth Copeland probably knew that Quindarrius Zachary could offload this gun if he was the one driving around, or even if it was Threat that was driving around with this. You would know the caliber, and you would know that you got rid of that gun. So it's pretty safe to suggest the caliber, knowing what caliber it was. Because you know that your guy handled the business, right?
They don't know what shell cases the police picked up off the ground? But ironically, they know, it's not ironic, they know the type of gun that they use.
Y'all pull up on Cleveland, and the detail right there, they got somebody, they talking about it. So they got guns, they had 2 guns, got chopped in the handgun. They got guns and put it in the cup, and they just make it roll out to the cup. So when the baby was, you didn't think it was him? Yeah, he was driving a white truck. He wanted to took them to Chicago. I would have said, so they called me after shooting. Yeah, they look where they were on Cleveland. Then the side was on Cleveland. Right. You did. So I gave them a total straight bench spot. And when the total was at bench spot, they pulled up on total, and they got bench spot, they wiped the car down. And then he said, I don't know to do a bench. They had to be somebody, if it went bench, there was somebody that was telling me, he got the cup and woke me up with the cup. You know what I'm saying? And he cleaned up the car and done it. Do you know what kind of car it was? Like, it was an Adkins, I think. Yeah. A new one. You know, was it somebody's registered car or was it a real? It was a real car. Well, that used to bring the car from. Yeah.
And when you finish, he's at the airport.
I don't, when you get to the story, they come with, now they took the guns in the car, OG Rent, you know, Ben, capture, they gave him the guns in the car. What did he do with it? He hit the gun and they took the car back. Do you know where he hit the gun from? I don't know he hit the gun. I know they took it to his spot, please. You know where it was? His spot? Yeah, I don't know that. It's my old gun. Over? Yeah.
That's how the address I showed y'all, right? It's on Oak Drive. That's Bentley spot. And isn't it ironic that that's where the guns was kept in April when Dexter Montgomery, when they went and shot up Dexter Montgomery, they got all the guns from Bentley spot. Bentley keep the guns. That's what happened here. When we talk about interrelatedness, this is the interrelatedness that we are talking about. The same location, you drop one gun off, you pick one gun up. That's what happened. That's what Walter Murphy, I'm not even going to play the clip, but that's what Walter Murphy told you back when he was interviewed in July about OG Bentley spot. You think that that's ironic that both Copeland and Zachary talk about the guns going? Oh, and the phone records corroborate that all the phones was at Bentley house right after the murder? All of those things are corroboration. That's evidence.
Hello? Stream? It doesn't say that it's buffering. It looks like it's still playing. Is it quiet for you guys? Let's fast forward. We're about a minute behind. So maybe it just like froze. Let's let it catch up. We'll speed it up and then try refreshing the stream if that doesn't. Oh, does the feed cut out? What? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go to Law and Crime. Oh my gosh. Okay. On crime. Oh no, their feed is out too. I don't know. And Sylvia's not there, so I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was just Sylvia's not live. I think she left already. And Dennis Byron saying everyone's stream is down. Oh my gosh. What is with this trial and the court feeds in the last few days? Oh boy. Yeah, Sylvia ended her stream 14 minutes ago. So let's keep this up. We'll keep it real time, refresh it for good measure. And remember, in the middle of the day, the feed had restarted itself too, so it's not the only time today that, oh god. The stripes. We have the stripes of doom. Well. Let's check X. All right, so Joseph Papp has been doing updates like every few minutes. So we'll look and see if he keeps giving us text updates. His last one was 3 minutes ago about the Copeland and Zachary interviews that we were just looking at. When I get a notification he's got something new, we can check that out and just keep hoping that this will come back. Why Turner says that Juror 56 pulled the plug. Oh man. He said that's it. 6:40. We gotta go. Is Fox Atlanta? Okay, cool. Fox is back up. Thanks, guys. All right, let me cue it back up to. I'm gonna rewind their feed and then pull it up. Oh, both streams came back. My bad. I'm just over here making it worse. But hey, they have closed captions over here. All right, so we're queued back up.
And I know this is kind of faint, but I'm going to tell you what he says in this call. Let me give you a little background about this call. This is November 19, 2015. This is after his preliminary hearing. Y'all heard about the preliminary hearing, right? And you heard them talk about the fact that a couple things, that they didn't talk about witnesses by name. They said about witness number 1 and witness number 2. This is what he says. Fuck D. Fuck them niggas, bruh. All that fake friend shit. Fuck nigga. He know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga. That's what he said. Fuck niggas are rats. He ain't say he lied on me. He said he a rat. I just went to court and they let everything out. That fuck nigga a rat. Him, Woody, and the other little D. Bitch, you in love with a rat, hoe. That's anger. Why? Because you just heard that your friends, because you didn't really know it was them, but it said witness 1 and witness 2, you were able to infer that your friends told the police about what you did the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. These are his words. He didn't say, yo, them dudes, I went to my prelim and they lied on me. He didn't say, oh man, they I don't know where they got this information from. He said they a rat. Because what do rats do? They tell. And he was angry that his voice would tell what he did. Let's talk about their songs.
They gonna get me. This is the song about just beating the murder rap. Also, I always hate how she like pivots between when she's talking about Yak and when she's talking about Shannon. And props to Hylton though for not talking over the videos like Adkins was.
So what's important about
Oh,
the
kind
timing
of
of
is.
this? Ladies and gentlemen, we told you that between 2016 and 2019, there were no court involvement. From 2019 to 22, there was no indictment, nothing happening in the case. So in 2019, which is 4 years after the murder, he knows that Sledge has been dismissed, Copeland has been dismissed, and Garlington has been dismissed. His case is the only one that ain't been dismissed. In 4 years, you haven't heard about an indictment. You think you beat a murder rap. This isn't, oh, he was on this and that. He thought he beat a murder rap because you're not indicted until almost 7 years later. So you think you got away with it. I keep a stick, ain't avoiding no smoke, a chopper. I just beat a murder rap, pay my lawyer $30 for that. Me and my slime's above the law. I know it's mumbling, but he says, we don't work in court at all. And I wipe your nose, send your family's face, and just smile it off. Some of these things he repeats in multiple songs. What's this called?
We're at about an hour and 35 minutes so far for Hylton. And just the way that the state is sitting there like nodding at the table is so obnoxious. Love is like this. And then a body will look over and look at the jury to see their faces. Yeah, and it's yes, that's all. It's only been an hour 35.
Remember, these songs were on his phone when we found it in 2022, but remember we said that they may have been created maybe 2020, sometime between 2020 and 2022, right? At this point, they real brazen because they don't think they're going to get held accountable for the murder. So they start saying stuff in their songs like, I just beat a homicide. Ha, 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 walk it off. I just left that boy on the curb. Well, where was Donovan Thomas found, y'all? On the curb. I'm a big lizard, big slime, big shots, riding down your block, hanging out the top. Oh, shoot. Didn't Reginald Hendricks say that somebody was shooting out of the top of the infinity? See, now you start bragging on it because you think you beat it. So now you, like our experts told you, they start bragging about it. What we call is dry snitching. You telling on yourself. Because you don't think that the police are going to find your phone. That's why you threw it. But luckily for Viverito, she listened to some jail calls and found that phone. Because you didn't think we were going to find it. This is called confession. This ain't rap. This is a confession over a beat.
So our closing arguments are Kenneth Copeland and lyrics. And I don't know, I still don't see connection between shooting out the top when a car is not a convertible?
I don't give a fuck about a red light. I'm on go. I'm on green. I see an op. I'm taking him down. Walk him down from a mile. The last homicide, I smiled. How many times you gonna keep talking about the fact that you killed this man? And you bragging about it. This damn song number 3.
That would
And then I
suggest
can
it's
send
the
whole gang
lyrics.
to the heavenly house? You good with killing folk. That's why you didn't kill Donovan, you didn't kill Shymel. I ain't gonna
Wait, she's not gonna play that
play
one?
shots, and I'm watching my ops. Let that bitch rain out the top of the drop. Here we go again. Lizard walk your block
In a
with
drop
that
top.
Glizzy rock. Oh, Glizzy, ain't that a Glock? Damn.
Oh, bars.
Was Shymel killed with a Glock? Wasn't there a Glock on that table? Well, what investigator Viverito said it looked like a Glock. And I found it interesting because
She identified it as.
we about to get to Shymel. He said that Shannon wasn't linked to the 40, but he linked to having guns thrown away. That's what he did in 2015. He's linked to the gun that was probably in the house an hour before he killed Shymel, sitting on the table in front of him. We ain't gonna play this one either, but let's talk about what he's saying this. I see ops fall, Shell, know my call. That Shell kill y'all. Every slime play nasty. That's what he says in the song. They wonder how we lasted. Bout my gang, it will never end. Again, beat the hum. What do you think, y'all? No evidence. He don't realize that what his 2 co-conspirators said is evidence. Those interviews are evidence. His confession over a beat is evidence. This is evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And this is evidence you can take to the bank, deliberate, and find him guilty. The surveillance video is evidence. No, we don't have his phone records, but you got his 2 friends telling y'all what he did. And they don't got no reason to lie on him. For what?
Guys, seriously, you are missing out if you are just listening and not watching Love and her body language at the state's table. Like, this is over the top.
Donovan Thomas was the big homie. There was no need for that ad lib at the end of the song. But again, in 2020, they brazen. They have the audacity to think that they can just brag about killing somebody and no one's going to hold them accountable. That's what they're doing in 2020.
I have to mute one more song. Holy moly. Yeah, the 100 rounds in a Tahoe song, but the closed captions are saying 100 rounds in a taco. So. Granny Slut says we go into midnight. Oh, hold on, let me rewind. They're still talking. Hold on.
Everyone knew that Donovan drove a Tahoe. And how ironic is it that he got rounds of bullets in his Tahoe and on the street? So they want you to believe, oh, that's a creative line Mr. Williams did. No, it's not. It's him bragging. It's him bragging. It's him wanting to claim responsibility for it. And we talked about judging, like when I say subliminal messaging. But the subliminal is you, as the consumer, don't know what he's talking about. But his family, who know that Donovan drive a Tahoe, know exactly what he's talking about. Everyone in the gang knows exactly what they're talking about because that's who he's talking to. But because the masses bop to the song, they say, well, no, that's just his artistry. No, that's just his confession and his bragging over.
I wonder what the jury's thinking about Jeffrey Williams not being here in the courtroom anymore. Actually, I think this is a song that got a visual claim last time. Took the whole stream down, so we'll see. Cover it with the Adkins.
What he got crawling up on him? A snake. They signed. That is a subliminal message to everyone else. Yeah, we did that. What's at the end? He got a rat going down his mouth because they eat rats. They eat the people who snitch on them. He already told you himself, you ought to get killed from me and YSL if you snitch. See, that video is not just, a nice artistic video. That has symbolism in it. So now they're guilty of all those. That's what we're talking about. Shymel. Young man, probably started associating with people from YFN. But on the day that he was about to get killed, he was about to go back to his girlfriend's house and go eat some spaghetti. That's what he's doing at the light. Get ready to go back. You see him go inside the gas station. He's not worried about a thing. He doesn't know that seconds later he's going to lose his life. So the timeline here, this is, and I'll tell you here, this is a direct result of retaliation from the stabbing of Lucci. So what do we have? February 9th, Rayshawn Bennett gets stabbed in the Fulton County Jail by Jada Myrick. February 22nd, Eppinger calls Antonio Sumlin to see if he could get paid for finishing what Myrick didn't do. Then you heard about that emergency bond paperwork that was filled out on March 3rd. Then sometime around early March, the media hears about the YFN Lucci stabbing. It gets picked up on media. On March 11th at 3 a.m., 2 YSL associates, Christian McMillan and Darius Ford, are murdered on I-75 and I-85. That same night, there's a shooting at 12 Atlanta where a YFN associate gets shot in the head. On March 12th, there's a shootout on Cleveland Avenue with Demarco Garlington and the ops. On March 12th, there's a 911 call shooting at 2830 Waters Road. March 14th, Shayna Stillwell rents the Audi A5 and puts dark tints on all the windows. March 14th, 10 o'clock is the murder of Shymel Drinks. On March 16th, the shooting at Waters Road, where investigator Viverito comes out. March 17th, there's a search of Waters Road where everything is taken out except for a few guns that they left behind. And then Stillwell and Nichols are arrested. Again, we talk about the state does not have to prove motive, but here, ladies and gentlemen, this is motive. Again, that's that same video with Quindarrius, y'all. Christian McMillan's been around since 2009. This is Mr. Williams' long friend, old friend, good friend. And he gets murdered by YFN associates. Oh, you got to pay for that. Here we have just different pictures of them, both Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan, all with other YSL associates. You'll have these in evidence, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunately the car that they were driving in when they were tragically gunned down on March 11th. So here's where the motive comes in, y'all. Just like YSL brags about doing stuff, YFN does the same thing. It's tragic. These posts were despicable. That post crossing out that young girl's daddy and saying that, despicable. But that's the type of stuff that gangs do, right? To keep nudging each other. Well, that would make you mad. You see how heartbroken YSL was for the death of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. They were devastated. These are all different YSL members posting them because they were devastated. And that's where revenge kicks in. That is Mr. Stillwell's post. I ain't gonna be the only one crying. Nope, you're right. The Drinks family crying. Because he had to make sure. And then what does he say here? Just rest, Mac. I got you, man. Crying emoji, broken heart, taped up heart, devil emoji. He was ready to go op hunting. I know that was in January, but that just goes to show you he already knew how to be on the prowl. He already knew how to go op hunting. And this is what Demarco say on the wiretap on about March 11th to March 12th. March 12th.
I ain't talking about the AV.
Oh, AV.
Yeah, you know he don't know.
Yeah.
You know what he on. He on looking for them folks who killed our boys. That's what he on.
So, but hey,
Slipped it up.
and like that, we went to look like some, midnight, and he said we went and looked for them on those kind of things.
Okay.
I said, nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't need that.
Leave me alone.
Leave it alone.
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying,
Sometimes you'll come pick me up. Shit, that was on.
yeah.
Next time, being here on Rock, I said, man, Rock, don't get no coffee.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on that now.
Yeah.
Same shit. We all on the prowl. We looking. We went because we need to go find them folks who killed our boys. So we out hunting. Let's go rent this car. Now, you know, this notion that they rented the car because Taisha got into the gunfight. Well, she got into the gunfight on March 9th. So she got into the gunfight on March 9th. Why y'all just renting the car on March 9th? They rent the car on March 14th. Oh, here we go. And what do? Immediately go to the tent place to go get the rental car tinted. Well, why do you do that when you're op hunting? Because the ops don't know what kind of car you in. So you can disguise yourself in this Audi because they don't know you in it. So they're not suspecting you. That's not the car that they're used to. So when you go op hunting, you got to switch the car out because they're not expecting to find you in the car. And then you get tints, but not just regular tints, y'all, like dark black tints. Like you can't see nothing. Some may say those are not the tints you're ever allowed to have on your car. Why? Because you op hunting. What do we know about Shell, Kell, and Demarco and Garn's social media? What did investigator Viverito tell you? That because she was following both pages, she could see who followed who, and Demarco followed Kelvin Watts. So what post do we see? This post was posted, I believe, on March 13th. And it's a picture of Mr. Drinks, Jasper Walters, and Kelvin Watts. And Shell Kell reposted it with the two shells, the zipper lip, and the black heart. And I guess for Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garner, there must be a confession. Because this is the post that got Mr. Drinks killed. Because remember, no one knew who Mr. Drinks was. The investigators didn't know. When you listen to some of the wiretaps y'all listened to, they didn't know. So this post is the post that gets him killed. Not any verification, not that you should have been killing anybody anyway, but no verification whether or not they actually did it or anything. But because Shell Cal posted 2 shells, a zip lip, and a black heart, that was Mr. Drinks' death sentence. Op hunted. The reason why we took this picture, y'all, is if you remember from the video, and we're going to look at the video in a moment, Shannon was parked about right here in the alley. And we know that because you see him when he comes in. If you watch the videos, you see when he comes in. Remember that Mr. Drinks pulled up to this pump. No, this pump. They had the best vantage point to see when Mr. Drinks came in, when he walked into the store, when he walked back out the store, and when he pulled off. They were scoping it out. Verifying. I submit they in the car. Like, is that him? Oh, yo, I think he do got the same sneakers on. I think that's him, y'all. Scoping it out. Sit back, watching it. Let's watch the video. Now, this is where Mr. Stillwell, they get to the gas station. Now you see when Mr. Cormavius Nichols gets to the gas station. That's when Miles gets out the car. That's when Shannon walks in the car first, and we know it's Shannon because of the March 16th, and wearing the same clothing. Of course, that's Cornelius Nichols when he walks inside the store. And then that's when Miles walks into the store. In his Slama dye shirt. Miles and Carmeza leave out the store, and Miles, in a moment, gets back into the car, and Carmeza is pumping the gas. Carmeza goes back into the store. And this Mr. Drinks pulling into the gas station. Now, this is how ironic that Cormavius and Drinks never, you're going to see, they never see each other. Because Cormavius gets into the car, and Mr. Drinks sits in the car for a little while. Now, it would appear that all their business is done at the gas station. But they don't leave. It is 21:56. Now Mr. Drinks is finally getting out the car. See where he's walking? He's walking closest to where Drinks and Demikian are in the car.
Wait, what? Drinks?
Because remember, from here, y'all, you see the Audi lights. The Audi's here. He just walked right here. In the same sneakers from the picture. And coat and jacket. They're still sitting there. None of them come back into the store. And Mr. Drinks walks out. And he walks back to his car. Now it's 21:58. Neither car, they're not pumping gas, they're not getting anything. They're watching Mr. Drinks. I submit confirming that that's the person in that social media post. Now Shymel has finally gotten into the car. And I submit this is what's happening.
Hey, what the hell?
He wanted him to call on video real quick. Call him on FaceTime real quick. You know what happens on FaceTime. You've heard testimony about what happens on FaceTime. What happens on FaceTime is that is when criminal activity is planned because they think that FaceTime, you cannot track it. Now watch as Mr. Drinks pulls out of the gas station. They have been sitting there for minutes, y'all. Y'all been watching this video like, what we gonna do next? That's how long we've been sitting here. And as soon as Mr. Drinks pulls out, that is when op vehicle number one pulls out, op hunting car. And then that's when the second car immediately pulls out. They sat there, y'all. We were quiet for at least 2 minutes here when they did nothing. And they want to tell you that some other car killed him? That's them driving by the liquor store. They laid in wait until Mr. Drinks pulled out. You have to look at all the evidence together, not just the FedEx video, but we're going to talk about that FedEx video. This is them pulling up to the light. You see there's somebody walking on the street, walking this way towards the gas station. Here go the 3 cars pulling up at the light. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it here, but we know that there's a red light. Shannon and Nichols are stopped at the red light. They stop. Drinks is in the left turning lane. Shannon is right next to him, and Quarmage is right next to Shannon. Y'all now see the traffic going in the opposite direction that they are in. Then you see Nichols pull up. I'm just going to submit that this car stops here. This car, I think, saw what happened. Because he stops a little behind it, like, whoa. You had the person walking down the street. Mr. Schardt, and we're going to talk about this car in a moment, Mr. Schardt talked about what the medical examiner said. What she said was there will be no conscious movement. She didn't say anything about unconscious movement.
She said immobilization.
Because that is what you see with the brake lights, y'all. No, he could not consciously say, let me go. But the unconscious movement, because he just been shot in his head, is what is happening. They, y'all got to think about this, because this is what they didn't want to show you. Shannon went from 18 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour. See, Mr. Schardt ain't want to talk to you about that. He want to tell you about a car that turned around because he heard the gunshot, but the man or woman walking down the street didn't hear any gunshots. That person walking, just chilling. You think if the people in the car heard the gunshot and turned around, don't you think that the person walking down the street would be like, hold up, let me back up. It's some gunshots down there. No. Could it be that maybe the car that turned around saw the liquor store and said, shoot, let me go get me a drink. It's Saturday. Could it be they left something at the gas station? He wants you to believe that the only reason why they turned around is because they heard gunshots. That doesn't make sense when someone is walking down the street. It don't make sense. Then let's talk about the car that was closest to them. You see what time the cars are going. Here are the 3 cars in a straight line. Do you see that straight line? It's a straight line. The 3 cars. Shannon's car is directly next to Mr. Drinks' car. And that's going to be important when I show you these crime scene photos. This other car that he wants to talk about, that he's like, oh, this is the one who killed, this is the person who shot. Oh, and we couldn't get LPR. What? Where was I going to get LPR from? You can't see no license plate. I don't even know what type of car it is. That car is never directly next to Mr. Drinks. It is always behind. I submit they saw what happened. And when they inched up, they looked over, was like, oh, let me get up out of Dodge. As most other cars did, except for Mr. Cheeseboro. Mr. Cheeseboro's call did not come in until 10:27, because every other car did what that car did. They drove by it. That car actually waited at the red light. Versus Mr. Stillwell almost hitting traffic. So this notion that he stopped at the red light, if you didn't just shoot and kill somebody, why are you fleeing through traffic to get on the highway at 90 miles an hour? Use your common sense. Many of y'all, if y'all choose to talk to us at the end and you can, once the judge lifts all the admonitions, some of you may ask, how I get chosen? And we're going to say, because you got common sense. Your common sense will tell you that when you go from 18 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour, when you see the person who you think killed your best friend, that you shot and killed him. That's just your common sense. Not some random car that pulls up behind and unfortunately may have witnessed a shooting and they don't want to be involved. Let's look at the car. The crime scene pictures take pictures for a reason. Here go the bullet holes. 1, 2, 3. See, Mr. Schardt didn't show you that. Because if you see the crime scene photos will show you that the bullet went through the door where Mr. Stillwell's car was. And we'll talk about the gunshot residue. Wouldn't make sense. There's no muzzle flash anywhere on the video. So that's just nonsense. They don't see no muzzle flash. Mr. Drinks dead though. So we know a gun was fired. Let's take his theory. You don't see the muzzle flash when the other car pulls up, do you? You don't. That theory makes no sense. You have to take all the evidence, not just FedEx, but everything that occurred. Like I told you, he went from literally, y'all, 18 miles all the way to 90. To 90. This is the intersection. This is 1 minute later. What you fleeing for 90 miles per hour if you ain't killed nobody? You was just chilling. And then you go to the studio and do what you do. You brag. Because remember, they all went to the studio. And what'd he say? Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. Look how they just dropped it. Poor little ops. Look how they just dropped it. Those are his words. After he just executed a man at a light. He goes to the studio to go rap about it. This is why they think they above the law. This is what Demarco say afterwards. Now I know I don't know if y'all remember when them two got into it, Mr. Viverito was like, he said city, he said city. No, he said, I'm coming back. We just coming back through riding trying to see. This is at early morning hours on March 15th. Why are you coming back through the crime scene if you ain't did nothing? Why? This is Mechanicsville, y'all. They went to Fulton Industrial. This is coming back in the city trying to see. They came back through. Why? Because they want to see, is the police still out there? What they doing? They canvassing? Any of the homeless people see what happened? Let me try and see what's going on. And then what did Demarco say afterwards? This on March 15th, y'all. We got y'all, boys. You right? They thought that they got him because they killed Mr. Drinks, who they thought murdered Christian and Darius. This is we got y'all, boys. Here's a direct response to the shooting. Remember, this on March 16th. YFN folks, and we know it's YFN, or we believe it's YFN, because remember, these shell cases match the shell cases of the Darius Ford, Christian McMillan shooting.
It's like going on yesterday. Man, it's crazy. That's what had me back. Going on. For real? What? Yeah, no, they shut up big dick spot. I was in the you think? They shut up big dick spot, bro? Yeah, man. So we got down, you think they gonna come back? Think they gonna come back? They through? Swear pull it up. Yeah, I'm gonna come to the window. You know, I live in the living room, it's crazy, but nobody here. And you know what one did, what y'all know is, bro. Yeah, for sure.
What'd he say? They shot Big Nick spot because their boy got killed in Mechanicsville. Again, the streets know before we know. But how did we find out? Because their house got shot up. And I don't know why they wear the same clothes. I have no idea. I don't know why they didn't want to change their clothes, but they decided they wanted to be in their same clothes for 2 days. I don't know. But they did. And that's how they found out. Remember what Investigator Hogan said, Investigator Flores, they didn't know really what happened on the night of. All he knew is he had some suspects on the surveillance video, and that's it. And just lo and behold, Viverito just at APD doing what she normally does, just say, hey, do you need help? And he's like, let me show you the surveillance video. This is all I got. And she's like, oh, snap. That's Shannon. I just saw him earlier today. Oh, and that's the car? He literally just told me that that's his car. And they were like, well, why would he do that? Why? I mean, if he just killed somebody in there, because they think they're above the law. So they go, and they don't know at the time what the police know. So he tells them. So let's talk about consciousness of guilt. So these are text messages on the 15th. And he is telling Poker, we need to get this hotel room. We need to get up out of Dodge. We need to lay low. He tells her, don't tell anyone any information. Why you gotta do all that if you ain't killed nobody? Because of what happened on the 9th? Well, why is it so urgent on the 15th? Not when she had to shoot the people on the 9th. You gotta ask yourself the question. This became real important the day after he killed Shymel. This didn't become important after she done almost got robbed. What else you have? You're searching for the crimes? They want to tell you, well, that's because his grandmama told him and his girlfriend told him. Well, they told him on March 14th about the shooting. He not Googling on March 14th. He Googling on the 17th. Oh, what happened? Viverito. Remember what they said in them jail calls? Shit, Miss V know everything. Right? They like, Miss V know everything. So that's why they start Googling, well, what Miss V know? What they got? This is the same way he started Googling on the 12th, on the 12 Atlanta shooting. What them folks got about that shooting over at 12 Atlanta? You know Steven did that. What they know? That's why you Googling. Consciousness of guilt. You done flat your good Chick-fil-A sandwich. Out of the park. What? You start hearing them helicopters going. You like, hold on. It's the 17th. I've been Googling. I ain't heard a whole lot. Now I got helicopters? Let me get up out of here. The police sirens going, helicopters going, and they go fleeing. That's consciousness of guilt. You deleting contents from the phone? You got Grandma Betty helping you out deleting the contents of your phone? Why? Oh, because you don't want us to find that music you done put on there. You don't want us to find that those contents, those lyrics you've been writing. You don't want us to see the text message that you out hunting. You got your, I don't know if it's a little brother, little cousin. I'm not going to play the call for you, but that's that call where Grandma Betty's like, you better hurry up and get home. You know what you got to do. Them folks got the phone. Why are we deleting the stuff? And it's not because of poker, because they didn't delete it until Viverito got the phone. He ain't want poker to have the phone. We started deleting it when the police got the phone. That's consciousness of guilt, ladies and gentlemen. And then let's talk about the call that Mr. Schardt played, because he ain't played the whole call. So we're going to play another portion of the call.
What's up, man? Man, shit,
Huh?
I
said, right here, listen to this young boy. Leave that going, right?
Yeah, you know, I used to have up my shit. I'm on that motherfucker.
So yeah, are you on? Oh, this is the government?
This
Yeah, that was that. Yeah, bro. I know. I did. I said about this time. I said that's what you're right. I told him.
I really could respond. So I said like, yeah. I can't, man. I'm for tripping on that motherfucker.
For real, man.
Yeah, I said, what shit? I said shit. I'm gonna go straight to the woman. I had to stay out of that motherfucker.
Yeah. But yeah, she told me that I was just there.
Yeah.
Might not like that was gonna know it sometimes.
No, I won't know it's free.
You free?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
They go for it.
Damn, somebody said, Q-Rock, what was your room?
Yeah, Q-Rock was downstairs.
Yeah, somebody, bro, down there with it, but Q-Rock, I ain't know Q-Rock,
Yeah. What the hell, what's up, too, man? Talk crazy.
What is that?
Just talk crazy, like, nah, shit, like.
You talking crazy about now?
Nah, it's about me, talking about shit. Yeah, it's a lot of shit, so, bro.
Yeah.
Had me blow.
They blow?
Had me blow.
Oh, yeah, I ain't talked on that. I'm talking on the phone for years now. Yeah, you be asking like what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What the hell?
Damn, bro.
Everything smooth.
Yeah, I know it. I know that.
They just got down. They on mild.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know why the fuck you get that car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, see what they got up for, like, what they're saying, like, I'm like, well, they good. I'm just like, they don't assume shit like that anyway. They don't assume that, like, yeah, let me be in them field, so.
That's what I keep telling that now. Lil, I keep telling him like, just chill, like, I know. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cause they see that they got that gas. It's like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm still around. I ain't like this, bro. They're like, I'm doing other cat business, but don't. Just tell what you want to talk, bro.
Not one word.
Yeah.
What they trying to portray or what they say, man, don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that.
Tell my need 1,000, but anything in between, so you got down.
Oh, no, yeah. Ain't there that person, yeah. I know, like, but I know the woman I was dating, she told me, be paid, because she had that, I talked to her, she be in there.
What?
Yeah. She like, and they tell her, like, and no, before I leave the book like that down there, like, they tell me that be paid, it was a date, you won.
Yeah.
And they tell me to pay, work out.
I know that part. I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. I've been just trying to keep buddy calm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do that. What's that? Yeah.
I don't really be liking that culture and shit. That shit have me all out. Like. Yeah.
But then, I think that was I'm like, what the hell is that?
Who?
So they say like born.
Okay.
Yeah. She really got to tell me you don't have a born. They would, I just know that it was a bitch by myself.
Yeah?
Yeah, I already know. Yeah. I already know by myself that that's gonna give you showing the way to turn head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, who don't last? She ain't cold on. No better on my page and shit. So, I don't know who told us how to video check. Like, bro, I ain't run. I say, you run, you damn for some head, man.
Huh?
I say, man, you say, run, you damn for some head, you say, bro.
Yeah.
I ain't know what's going on. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like, before all this shit, like, child of the church.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, you know, I'm like, you know what's going on, like, right, you know, the power, going with everybody else, like, that's bro. You know how this shit is, bro. Try this shit, but like, I'm like, hey, like, everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, y'all, I'm like, yeah, they gonna get you. And then they put it right there. I told them, quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they get figure like album on me at the store. With this and shit, like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, good thing.
They know, so I just stay away from that's some police shit.
Yeah, man.
Got down, you know, they pen powder for rings, all that shit up.
Yeah.
Don't come back clean, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
So there's a few things that happened in this call. So let's talk about the first part of the call. The first part of the call, they're talking about Miles Farley. And if y'all remember, y'all heard the jail calls when they were trying to get protection for Miles Farley. Well, this call is on April 1st, early in the morning before Miles is arrested. And what you hear them talking about in the call is, one, I don't know why Miles got out the car. That's the only thing they really got on him because they saw him on the surveillance video. And more importantly, they're saying, tell Miles don't talk to the police. Tell Miles don't talk to them folk. Because see, Miles ain't never been in jail. So they think if Miles starts talking to the police, he the weakest link. So they're like encouraging Miles, don't say nothing to him. So that's what the two people who are in the shooting car are trying to make sure that they are protected by making sure Miles don't talk. So that's the first part of the call. Then you hear them talking about Dolly White. Well, we all know Dolly, Doug's sister. And they're talking about getting payment for a lawyer. And then before that, or right after that, they're talking about Blizzy seeing Demarco at the hotel in Cobb County. Remember, Blizzy is the ops, Carlos Barber. And so now Demarco is updating Shannon about what's happening. Because remember, Shannon's been in custody now since March 17th. What's also important is that they're on this contraband phone. So remember, early in the call, they're like, Shannon, I couldn't be on that other phone because they got my phone. So now I'm using somebody else's in jail contraband phone so that we can talk. So on this contraband phone where they don't think anyone can hear them because they don't know it's a wiretap, they're like, hold on, Miles is tripping. Tell him don't talk to them police. He said the other boy tripping too. I submit he's talking about Carmavius Nichols. He said, I'm just trying to keep Buddy calm. Because remember, at this time, only two people are locked up. Shannon and Quindarrius. Miles is not locked up, and we have not confirmed that Demarco Boyer is a part of this. So he's trying to keep Quay down, trying to keep Miles from snitching, and that's what they're talking about. Then towards the end of the call, and I know Mr. Schardt tried to flip this, but he says, if they get my car, it's going to be clean, because there ain't going to be no GSR in it. Who says that? And let's see, did he go get the car clean? He did. These circles, and y'all gonna have these pictures in the back, are watermarks. You see, they ain't do a good job cleaning it, but it's watermarks dripping on the dashboard, over here, over here. Because he got the car clean. See, he thought, maybe in his mind, that the gunshot residue might be on the dashboard. It might be over here. Because he shot that gun out the window. He ain't shoot the gun in the car. Go look back at the trajectory, and he could not have shot in the car. He had to shoot out the car because the bullet had to go through the car, through the window, into Shymel Drinks. I submit he not inside the car like, ping, ping. That's not what he's doing. He gonna put his hand out the car and he gonna shoot. So when he's talking about they gonna wipe the car, it's gonna be clean, because that's what he think the gunshot residue gonna be. And what did Mr. Colvin tell you? He said, I dabbed, I took 2 dabs. I think he said he took about 8 or 16 dabs, but I didn't dab the entire headliner. He said there could be portions that had it, that's just not what I tested. You saw how big the headliner was, we pulled it out the bag for you. Is it possible, reasonable, that it could have been on another piece of the headliner? Yes. Or is it reasonable that all of the gunshot residue went out the car? Because remember what he said, it's going to be a poof, but it's going to go in the direction of the bullet. You might have some blowback, but not a whole lot, unless the shooting happened in the car. The shooting didn't happen in the car. Therefore, it's not going to be a whole bunch of gunshot residue inside of the car. Remember, we asked him, is there going to be a distinction between the two? He said there's going to be way more gunshot residue if, say, the Mickey or someone in the car fired. But if the gun is outside the car window, it's going to blow back a little, not a lot. It's going to go towards the direction of the gun, or of the bullet. But that would be towards the direction of Mr. Drinks. So any gunshot residue, he thought he wiped down. That's why he says that on a contraband call to his co-conspirator, who they both killed, Shymel. Don't worry about it, bro. If nothing else, when they got the car, don't worry about that gunshot residue. We cleaned that. That's why he wanted to extend the car rental. He extended the car rental on March 15th. He had to. He couldn't take the car back. By this time, I got to get that thing cleaned down. We got to do something with it. He probably going to try to get rid of it. But we called him on the 17th. He ain't have enough time. Now, I'm almost done, y'all. But I found it ironic how the first murder and the last murder in this indictment, how eerily similar they are. How ironic is it they both named Nut? They both happened near gas stations. They both using rental cars, one by Jeffrey Williams, one by Shannon. They both have multiple YSL defendants. They both travel after the murder. He talks about going, they flee to Miami. He talks about poker. He talks to poker about going to Miami. They go into the studio, writing lyrics about it. They're both, Shymel and Donovan are affiliated, associated with YFN. But they want you to believe this is just 2 totally unrelated cases. Oh, and Shannon is supposed to be the shooter in both of them? The one who's always on go? He says it himself, but Quindarrius said it too. The one who wants to do the murder because he wants status in the game? But they want to tell you, don't believe any evidence that the state brought. Don't believe any of it. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you not to do that. You know, Mr. Drinks, young man maybe trying to find his way, maybe getting caught up in the wrong crowd. But on that day, he should have been able to go to his girlfriend's house. He should have been able to maybe decide that these aren't the friends he want to be with. But no, this is what they did to him. Left him at the light like this. And for what? Off a social media post? This is trash that they're doing in our community. Same thing with Donovan. Donovan was trying to turn his life around. Donovan was trying to get into the music business. Donovan was trying to leave that gang stuff alone. He up here drinking his glass of wine when you see the picture. But what did they do? Off of what? Because Donovan was at the barbershop joking, laughing outside. You see the surveillance video? And left him like this. All in the name of YSL. All in the name of the Gaither they want to tell you is a music group. It's music. This ain't music. This is not a song right here, y'all. This is real life. Real dead bodies. Real dead people. Real shootings. This ain't no song over a beat. And they know when they brought him to it, with his slap tattoo, his omerta tattoo, what they were doing. Ladies and gentlemen, they are guilty of every single count that they are both charged with. Mr. Adkins told you what this was about. Destruction of people. Destruction of the community that they live in. Deception. They want to deceive you by telling you that these people in here are just lying just to lie. They're trying to deceive you to tell you that this is all about rap music, rap business. It is not. This is about death. How many dead bodies at the hands of YSL? How many people shot at the hands of YSL? They are a gang by every definition of the word. And you want to talk about we are here just trying to get people of color? No, I'm trying to get gang members to stop committing violent acts in this community, in Fulton County, where each of their victims are people of color. The people that they destroyed, the people that they hurt, the people that they tarnished. Young boys. Rodalius Ryan could have had a promise in life. But what is it? He out here murdering folks at the hands of YSL. Christian Eppinger at the hands of YSL. Go catch you a body. That's how you become slime. That's what he says in his song. Go catch you a body. I'll show you how to be slime. And that's what these little boys are doing. Catching a body to be slime. But they want to tell you that we got a vendetta on people of color? It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And intimidation. These two defendants, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell, are guilty. They are guilty of murder. They are guilty of gang acts. They're guilty of conspiracy to violate RICO. And I ask of you, look at the evidence. Look at the law. I know it took some time. I know you probably want to go home and get your turkey. I know I get it. But I am asking you all to go back there, finish this marathon, finish this race, hold them accountable for their actions. When you apply the law with the facts and the evidence, there's only one just conclusion, that these defendants are guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, evil prevails when good men and women do nothing. I'm asking you to do something. I'm asking you to hold them accountable. I'm asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Right, so she's
All right,
done.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention and your patience during this very long day. I know this was not an easy day for y'all. It's been a lot of hours here in the courtroom today, but y'all paid good attention and close attention, and everybody appreciates that. So let me give you some instructions before you return tomorrow. To maintain the integrity of this trial, remember that you must decide this case based only on the evidence submitted during the trial and the law as I will explain it to you. I have not yet given you this law. I will do that tomorrow. So it's not yet time to deliberate. Do not conduct any research on your own about this case or about any people or places mentioned during the trial, including online, through the internet, through any kind of traditional media or references, through social media, or by asking anyone anything about this case, and not from any other source, electronic or otherwise, should you get information about this case or about the law. Do not watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear in the news media, on social media, or through any other type of communication with anyone. In short, as I've told you before, do not seek
Love
any
can't stop
information,
smiling.
including
She's like,
even hypothetical questions about this case from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. And until the deliberations begin, which is not going to be until tomorrow, after you have heard the law that applies to this case, do not discuss this case with anyone or even amongst yourselves. Do not allow anybody to discuss it with you. Remember, you all have a late start tomorrow, so I'll see y'all at 11. We won't have a traditional long lunch break since we're starting late, so go ahead and eat something before you get here and come in ready to get back to business on the case. We'll see you at 11. Thank you.
All right, the jury.
all right, so 11 tomorrow, you guys. All right, we have some people saying they read the poll a little bit wrong. My bad. Kind of threw it up there quickly. But basically the question was, did Hylton's closing impact you to change your position? And guys, I don't know if this is for real, but I hear a lot of content creators like Ryan Hall, y'all, when they hit 12 hours, they have to start a new stream. So we will be speeding through some of the thoughts and the chats to make sure I don't miss any, rather than starting a new stream.
We all still have some business to wrap up and, you know, dot all the I's and cross the T's on before we join the jury joins us again. Let's plan to be here at 9:30. All right, see everybody then. Thank you.
Okay, 11 for jury, 9:30 for court to start.
Yes.
All right, it says that they're approaching right now, so we'll see if they come back in. I look, don't hate me, but I don't think that was that bad. I think the worst thing for Hylton is she kept taking things too far when she could have had points that landed. Did it change my stance? No, because I'm still stuck on the medical examiner, and I get that Hylton tried, oh, they cut the feed entirely. I get that Hylton tried to say it didn't stop conscious movement, but that's not what the medical examiner testified to. Schardt specifically asked her. It would be immobilization. That doesn't mean conscious or not conscious, that just means all. So yeah, Maurice ran out of there. So I really didn't like that, because to me that's something that's extremely important to me. And if she was truly misrepresenting that testimony from the medical examiner, that's problematic to me, because it's something I found significant, right? And when you hear about appeal arguments, yeah, maybe something wasn't proper, wasn't right to do, but was it harmful? Well, if that wasn't right for her to do, I would say that that's pretty dang harmful for her to misrepresent in closing statements. That's a big difference to imply to the jury right before they deliberate. Well, the medical examiner actually testified not to what Schardt said. There could still be unconscious movement. Well, that's not my recollection of how she testified. So, big deal. I would say that that's extremely harmful, because if I wasn't doubting her representation of the testimony, if I took that at face value, that could impact my deliberation significantly. But otherwise, you have to consider that there could be somebody like Adrian Love sitting there on that jury, right? So I know everyone's saying not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. But if there's one juror that was sitting there the way Love was resonating with that closing argument, one's not enough, right, for guilt, right? It's got to be 12 unanimous per count. Still, you never know. You never know. Oh, yeah, and shout out, I know we're not hating on Maurice. Shout out to Maurice, the camera guy, and more. But yeah, so I don't think it would be fair to completely write off that closing argument as like the worst thing ever. Obviously not guilty. I mean, I was actually surprised with the way they tried to clean up some of the things that I thought were the biggest reaches. I thought they made it a lot more coherent here in contrast to how they presented their case, right? If this case wasn't 165 days long and wasn't a whole unorganized mess, in contrast, this might not seem like it was an improvement, but because we had such a hodgepodge for 160 plus days, to see some timeline was new, was a bit new, right? So that's kind of my take on it. I'm still, I think that the defense attorneys gave, they spoke on what's there and what's not there. They didn't try to read between any lines. And they're not the ones with the burden of proof. The party with the burden of proof was doing reading between the lines. A lot of, I submit to you that blank, and here's my theory of what's filling in the gaps. You should infer. I don't know. So I don't know that I'm personally moved on what I would do, but I can see that maybe there will be some interesting deliberations there. And again, I think Hylton could have hit the brakes at a few points. Almost every punchline she had, she took it too far. She took it a little too far. But let's see what you guys are thinking. Miss AB said she most definitely burnt the rice. It's crispy. Yeah, so the time, you guys, Adkins was 2 hours and 4 minutes. Hylton was what? 2 hours and 40 minutes. So they had 4 hours and about 45 minutes of total closing for the state. And then what did we say? Just shy. Doug was 45 minutes. Schardt was 2 hours and 53. So just over 3.5 hours for the defense collectively, right? So yeah, getting a little crispy there with that rice, Miss AB for sure. Miss AB is also taking it back with the recall here on what you mean. Love to see it. Violet. And there were moments where I was feeling like this. Lies, lies, and more lies. And when you say one lie, I think that's problematic. Now I don't trust the other things that you're saying. So there were moments where stuff that Hylton was saying in her closing weren't even a reasonable interpretation, if you ask me. So I feel this, and I also love that it's in all caps. Thank you so much, Violet. Also in all caps is Chris here saying, they make me sick. I want to get the stick. Bars. Liars. So same sentiment there. I agree. Thank you for being here for 2 months here, Chris. I think a little bit longer than that. But great to have you here for closing. Crescent Wings Project says, stop girl, you're making yourself look bad. I remember all the times she looked like she was going to cry. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm not going to fault someone for putting on, I think at this time of day, I think she had to up the volume, right? You know, just try to do something to keep the jurors' interest. But at the same time, there's the possibility it came off as disingenuous, right? So risk versus reward. Do we want to be exciting and keep the jurors' attention, or do we want to maybe scale it back and risk boring them so we don't risk coming off as disingenuous? And I think they went for the full volume approach. So it's an important consideration. Thank you for the super. Mrs. Hemp says she's making this personal, not good. And I agree, you know, there was some of that direct response to things that defense said in their closing, but it wasn't about, hey, they said this about the evidence in their closing, but look at this. This shows the opposite. Some of this stuff that they were pushing back on was, oh, they characterize as this, but that's not true. And that can look really defensive. Whether an individual juror finds that agreeable or finds it like they're raising a fuss for the sake of it, I don't know, but there are definitely moments where it came off like she was personally offended. And it just kind of mimics what we used to see Love do with certain redirects, right? Sometimes the redirect would be about Adrienne Love rehabilitating her reputation. Like Derek Wright and the Moontunk, we saw a great example of that with redirect both times. So it was a little bit familiar there from Hylton. It reminded me of her co-counsel. I agree, Miss Hemp. Thanks for being here. Miss AB says, pointing at Love to dramatic effects. What Love was doing was insane. That was just way over the top. I don't think it's appropriate. And there were several times throughout this trial that she was doing it. But boy, was it obvious today during closing. So, like, I don't know. I did not love that from Adrian Love, but, you know. And she's, again, they sit right near the jury. The jury's right to their left. So it's not like if someone was doing it further away in the gallery, nobody would notice. It's something that I think could be impactful for not a valid reason. So, but the best we can do is point it out. Curious Coco says all the DAs had to do was their closing argument instead of 160 days of fuckery. But then we wouldn't have had such a good time in chat. And I hope the jury considers that. Like, suddenly you tie up all these loose ends in closing. And really their closing seemed more like a counter-argument point to the things that the defense said in their closing statements, right? Their closing argument seemed like a rebuttal to what was a substitute case-in-chief. We didn't have a case-in-chief from the defense, but we get these closing arguments, right? Doug gets up there and says, this is the first time I've gotten to speak to you directly, right? Not just on a cross-examination. And it's like the state was ready to rebut what they would lay out as a mini case-in-chief. But yeah, I don't know if the sudden organization or cohesiveness is necessarily a win or win enough for the state. But isn't it so interesting how it was much more, you know, storyline following a timeline. We actually had dates. We actually had timelines in the PowerPoint. A little bit different than what we saw throughout the trial, but maybe a little too late. Chance says, gunshot residue will rule all. And I'm stuck on this, guys. Oh, we didn't find the gunshot residue. You saw us put it in the bag. Well, in the same breath that you're making an argument why they might not have found gunshot residue, because it's a big thing, right? Then you're saying the next second that it was all crammed in a bag together. So wouldn't the gunshot residue, like, go all over the place in the bag if you're, like, crunching it together? Like, if you put a clean shirt in the middle of a hamper of dirty laundry, that shirt is gonna, like, pick up on some of the funk, right? So I don't really get her. It's like, again, when she would start to make a good point, the next thing she said pointed out, well, that's not actually logical when you really think about it. And then she would remind us, use your common sense. Well, I almost bought what you said at face value, but I started to think about it using common sense, and it actually made me think the opposite of what you were saying. So some of it just didn't align there. Thank you so much, Chance. Miss AB says it's 7:45 p.m. The court should be closed. Yeah, this is crazy. This is absolutely going to be a longest stream, longest trial day. A little bit crazy to be here. And Miss AB, I think you said something, you worked a whole shift. Drove in and drove home. So shout out to everyone that got through their full workday today. Chance says, jurors love scientific evidence, law and order proof, not crap. I like the scientific evidence as well. I understand that it's not always available, but here you have a contrast with, you know, when we look for stuff and follow the procedure correctly, we find things that are exculpatory, right? No gunshot residue. They followed the right process to remove that headliner. And then Hogan did not want to talk about that headliner. He forgot that he even asked for that to be tested. But we have two witnesses say, yeah, Hogan wanted that tested. And we don't find anything on it. So we do the process right. And it's exculpatory. It goes to show the innocence of my clients. But all the stuff that shows that my client could be guilty, the circumstantial stuff, we don't have reports. We don't go get the video footage. And again, that contrast is palpable, right? That stands out to me. Maybe it doesn't stand out to everybody, but it sure stands out to me. Miss AB says there is no way the verdict is going to take this long. They are done and want to enjoy their Thanksgiving holiday. They are not going back. Now, I don't know. I wonder how Whitaker's going to do this. What if they say that they're at an impasse, they can't move along any further, they're not going to agree to disagree and then talk and come to a compromise, they're just stuck. I feel like Whitaker's going to charge them, you know, you got to go back, you got to keep trying. So they either have to be unanimous or they're going to go longer than Thanksgiving. And I don't know. It's scary to think about, but some people could change their mind to guilty just to get out of there. And that's an unfortunate reality about juries. So hopefully that's not the motivation behind somebody deliberating the way that they deliberate, but let's not ignore how reality isn't always working out to the standards we hold in an ideological way or an ideal way. So we'll see. I don't know if you guys have an over-unders on deliberations, but I do think if they get all day Wednesday, it's possible that they'll have a verdict. I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't, though. That's how I'm going to leave it. Yeah, Miss AV, it was you. Thank you so much for your support today. I went to work, worked my 10-hour tour, like at Gilligan's Island, and made it back home. This is going to be our last long live view and chat. It's been a blast being here. It's been great to get to know you through this. I agree. And all the love for the whole chat. It's been great as a whole. And big shout out to the mods for making sure it stays that way. Sometimes the chats get crazy and they do a great job holding it down. So if you want to show some mod love, please do. You can show mod love all the time. Also big shout out right on time here. L. Allen says Monday mods appreciation. So big thank you here. And remember, there are anyone who is comfortable giving me a Cash App name. It's in the description of all the live streams for the mods. So that's always available to you there. And speaking of PayPal, very nice PayPal from you guys. And I don't want to say names because I know it can be different, but Chester, thank you for the 10 on PayPal. Super nice of you. And I hope I'm catching you in here. And then Lay with the 50 bomb over on PayPal. So super huge thank you to you guys. I don't know if it's possible to leave a message. I don't see, there's like instructions to merchant and it says this buyer hasn't entered any instructions. So I'm sorry if you like had a comment and I'm not seeing it. But I wanted to make sure I thank you guys for sending that over. So big thank you again to Chester and to Lay. One happy white girl says, if they start deliberation tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if they came back tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think it would surprise me, and I would say a quick verdict is probably good for the defendants. The longer they go might not necessarily be bad for the defendants, but it would suggest maybe they're either trying to get super clear on the language, or they're hung up on certain key charges and can't decide. So, I don't know. Any predictions on a hung jury? Like, is anyone in the chat, like, very convinced that it'll be hung? BC says, Hylton, I'm putting cases on all you mofos. I run ish around here. You just live here. Yeah, that's right. King Slime ain't got ish on me. That is kind of like how some of it came off. Like, we're not going to let anything get by us. And I think that's not a great look when we kind of saw some shoddy work from APD in this case, right? So maybe fix that, improve on that, and we can get closer to the goal that you're saying is your true intent here, right? Or trying to prosecute the crimes and not let people get away with it. Maybe don't give everybody a plea deal or choose not to indict them when you're also arguing that they were all involved in planning things together, right? So there's too much of a hypocrisy there for this point to land. Even though I want to say it's a good cause to want to keep the community safe. Do I think that you're really doing the right thing? No, I feel like you're just saying that, bolstering yourself, defending yourself against any implication that you're not doing this with the right intentions. So thank you, BC. Captain Obvious says, if disingenuous, yeah, see, disingenuous, exactly that. Captain Obvious says, if disingenuous was a person. It's just, I get you want to pump it up. It's late, keep the attention. But when you get to see someone for 160 days and this isn't how they've carried themselves, it's a little over the top. And I get that Schardt and Doug came in with energy, but quite frankly, a lot of their crosses were with that same energy, right? And J. App's opening statement was extremely energetic. The Krispy Kreme donut, that all came from J. App's opening statement. So I think there's consistency there with the energy that isn't really there with Hylton. So Violet says, I could only pray that Hylton and Love would realize that the jury is watching them and they are coming off as smug and insensitive. Yeah. I don't like being stared at. So I'd be sitting at the jury like, are they looking at me? And I'd be like, right back until she looked away. Oh, holy moly. I don't think that would be helpful for me either. I'm with you there, Violet. Nita says, Nita tickles, I don't know how to say the last part, CVED, but Nita says she is really crashing, LOL. Love loved it. Love was like, yes, this is so good. I love it. I've been waiting 166 days to see my girl do this. She was all for it. So, I don't know. Like I said, there could be a bunch of us on the jury and a bunch of Loves mixed on that jury. We just don't know. But definitely see that some of the moments a little over the top. Thanks for being a member. Ike says, Miss Love, yes, use your anger, Miss Hylton. Let the hate flow through you. Use the dark side of the force. It did seem like a little bit of telepathy coming from Love over to Hylton, like send the energy. Thank you, Ike. Ike also says, wait, did I get this wrong? I think this was a duplicate, Ike. So sorry if you didn't mean to send that twice. It came through on my end twice. So big thank you here, Ike. Love all your commentary and was very excited to read a super chat, but both of them said the same thing. So love them both individually. Mike the Mob says, imagine being bad at your own theory, adding stuff. Right, and then like the jury didn't get to hear it, but just a few days ago, without the jury present, Schardt's like, I don't even know if the state knows their theory on the Shymel Drinks shooting, who was the actual shooter. And Hylton's like, oh, it could have been Garlington shooting from the passenger seat. And then we get this whole argument at the end. Well, they either cleaned the car, and notice she addressed cleaning like the door and the dashboard, which just seems like something sprayed through the window, like when you run your windshield wiper and it like, you have your window cracked and it just gets in and drips down. She addressed two parts that would be on the driver's side, which quite frankly is the side you'd be rolling your window down to get food through a drive-through, or something's most likely to spray through that window because it's the most likely one you're going to have cracked to do something. So she's using that as, well, it could have happened because he cracked his window to shoot out the car. But what's the problem? You're trying to juggle this, no gunshot residue on the ceiling by saying he reached out the car. Well, the jury's going to be watching this video, I think, I have no doubt in my mind, multiple times, running this video back. If they look at any piece of evidence, it's surely going to be this FedEx video. If they had to pick one piece of evidence, I guarantee you it'd be this FedEx footage. And they're going to try their best to see what's outside that car window. And then they might decide, hey, we don't see anything moving outside that window. We get that it's blurry, but there's just nothing there outside that window. So we're going to go back to the science. And there's just no gunshot residue on this cloth headliner. And yeah, Hylton said that there was watermarks on the window, like he cleaned down the window. But they didn't tell us that he cleaned down the headliner and then like reinstalled it. So I don't know if it's enough what they did. I don't know if it's enough. But yeah, just adding stuff, changing stuff up. And to be honest, since the rest of the case was so confusing, maybe the jury doesn't realize the switcheroo, So lots of food for thought here with a very short sentence, but I think a lot to talk about. Thank you so much, Mike. Chris Hayes says, oh my God, flag on the play, intentional delay of game, run the clock out. And speaking of it, Monday Night Football just started. So if any jurors are football fans, probably running out that door trying to get home and watch this game. And I don't know, I really feel like the most damaging thing to the state's case in this closing was that they played those videos showing the parking lot footage. Of course they're going to look at the FedEx footage, but why did they need to eat up like 25 minutes of time playing that footage of the BP again in normal speed without cuts? Like, just show us what you want us to see. And it was there that I was like, all right, this would lose me as a jury, and I'm really trying to not just have an unfounded unwillingness to listen to the state. So I think they ruined that play there. Thank you, Chris. Miss AB says, did she ever thank them for their time like the defense did? The jurors, I'm really sure, appreciated being acknowledged like that. Did she? I feel like she just said, you can do something. You can go back there and come back with guilty. Right? So she kind of boosted them up of, you have the power to change things in this community. But was there an appreciation, an explicit appreciation? I don't think there was. And Stephanie, if you do want to drop up, and this link is only for Stephanie, we have 33 minutes before the stream. I got to end it before 12, and I've got chats to get through. But Stephanie, I know you were in court today. If you want to jump up, there is a StreamYard link in the chat if you want to give us a quick rundown. First of all, introduce yourself, let us know who you are. But if you want to share your experience in the court today, feel free to jump up here. Chloe Albert, we're going in reverse now. Chloe says, never been more ready for Doug to the max. Right? I wish we could go backwards, get another round up there with Max and Doug. Tony Angel says, hi, I'm behind. Devil Red definitely looks like the bad guys. Yeah, we know that wasn't a good choice. Y Turner says, chat, what did Charlie Brown say best? Good grief? Or Blockhead. It could have been Blockhead. And give me the thumbs up. I see... Are you good to come up, Stephanie? Can't hear you yet, so let me put you on the screen. All right, so you're up here.
Hi. I'm sure I look great. I'm exhausted. I feel like I should have just clocked in for work instead of taking a vacation day. Like, that was a lot of work today.
Oh, I bet. Especially, were you sitting on like a hard bench?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so everyone, shout out Stephanie in the chat. She was in court today.
I can't believe you've been live for almost 12 hours.
Yeah. It's new. It's fine. I'm glad you guys are here for it. What did you think just sitting in the courtroom? Because today was your first day going, right?
Yeah.
Live.
So I've only been watching you really for the bulk of it. I think I started watching TLA in the beginning because he was really the only person I could find who was doing commentary when Steele was being held in contempt. So, but since then, I've been following you ever since. So, yes, am I biased? Yes. Was the closing terrible? Yes.
Was it like very audibly yelling?
Yes.
Sitting in the courtroom? Okay.
We were like, oh, okay. So we were like sitting in the back row together. A bunch of us were just sitting in the back row and we're all just looking at each other like, what the fuck? And then I took a bunch of notes today. I took a bunch of notes during Adkins talking. I kind of took some notes when Max was talking. I took no notes when Doug was talking. I was only writing down what he was saying. That was cracking me up. And then
you could hear the jury. We could hear the jury. It sounded like the jury pool over the stream laughing.
I think it probably was the jury. I mean, it's pretty funny. But then Simone just went off the rails, I feel like. And when did we change Woody's name to WOOTIE?
Listen, I don't have the answers, and they've used his name so much in this trial, you would think that they would add it to their autocorrect dictionary.
Yeah. This is wild. Wild. Adkins did okay. PowerPoints were silly. I mean, come on.
Well, he skipped over a lot of his slides, too. He put them up and
He
then talked
did.
about something different.
The problem is
from the gallery, or are they hidden from where you guys have to sit?
you cannot see the jury. So Sylvia sits in the front row with Maurice. They can probably see the jury. So I drew like a really rough sketch. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it on my phone.
Let's see. It's coming through.
Okay, so this right here on the far left is a wall of like glass, but the glass is tinted. So you can see like silhouettes of people. So this would be the jury, like right here. You can see that I can see like silhouettes, but I can't see what they look like. This is the, let me do it like this. So This is where the gallery sits. This is like a big glass wall. I was sitting back here, so I could barely see anything. And then the camera is like 1.5 feet from the back of the prosecution. They're really close. I'm surprised that Adrian we can't hear more of Miss Love and everything because they're really close.
How apparent was her nodding along?
She fell asleep.
Wait, what?
She's like this halfway through.
What?
Let me get you the time that happened.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Yeah, I was taking mass notes.
She was a bobblehead during Hylton. At least
Really?
some parts of it.
Because we were tired, we're exhausted. And like my ADHD was not doing well. I'll have to find that note. But yes, I was like, Miss Love has her hand. Oh yes. 133. Adrian put her head into both hands. This is when she got mad at Max. Adrian put her head into both hands like this. When Max said LeBron is not sending false flags because wiping your nose is not a gang. She was just like this, like embarrassed that he said it. No, she's weird.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's also a few points where like Hylton had her head held down for longer than just like rubbing your, sometimes you just gotta like rub your eye, you feel like an itch or you feel like a air blue, so you think you don't know if there's like a piece of hair or something.
Yeah.
It was longer than that. Hylton was sitting there for like an extensive period of
Closing
time.
her
Like
eyes,
this.
probably. It
Just
wasn't okay. So let me tell you this. I wore a thick long sleeve shirt. I brought a big sweater and I brought my scarf in with me, and I was hot, like falling asleep hot. So I don't know if it was warmer in the courtroom today than usual. I don't know. It's interesting.
I'm also about to share your X account. Can I share your X account
Yes,
with the chat?
sure.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So guys, in the chat right now, Stephanie Slaughters on X. Her handle is Hearts Lala with 2 A's for the second la.
Lala.
So make sure tune in over there, especially since I'm sure when you have time to process, you might have additional thoughts beyond what you're able to share up here.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts.
Yeah,
I don't want to say all my thoughts until because I want them to let me back in the courtroom tomorrow.
Right.
But I have a lot of thoughts.
Well, super awesome. I'm glad you're going back in tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, I'll keep reporting back in.
Make sure you're rested because that can be a little bit of a snooze.
I know. I'm excited I get to sleep in a little bit in the morning. So
true.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming up and sharing.
Thank you for having me.
And you didn't get pushed to the overflow room. You got to be right in the gallery, which is
I got there just in time to not get pushed over.
Good for you. Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
If you have any other thoughts, guys, I just shared Steph's Twitter, and I'm going to add it to the description when the stream is
Message
over.
me.
But make sure you connect on X.
Yes.
Stuff. So there you go.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Love you guys. Love everyone.
Love.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. So we are back. We're going to speed through this, guys. I think we can do it. So STS says, those lapel mics have seen a lot of grief. The wires are fragile. Yeah, the mics were not great today at all. In my earphones, I kept hearing like they were rustling against more than I usually hear it. Maybe that's because we were using that alternate feed that was boosted in the volume. I'm going to drop Stephanie's link one more time. And again, definitely if you're on X, follow over there because, trying to convey everything that you just processed, you didn't really have time to process yet. I'm sure she'll have a lot more to share. Violet, thank you for the 5. Says state will be smart not to let love do part of the closing. That's the silver lining, right? We had no love in the closing, although she inserted herself with the the head motions. Ike says, see, if you close one eye, tilt your head and squint, you can almost see RICO on Garlington's left shoulder, but only when he says, yeah. Is anyone who's in the chat still looking for RICO? Who's there? Who's still looking for RICO? Black Butterfly, thanks for the 5. It says, Cat 1, Adkins is presenting what Love wrote. Yeah, that they move as a pack slide sealed the deal for me. That's why it's shady. Agreed. And 2, remember they did all red for the nut presentation, the irony. Yep, and we were talking about that because when they first presented that was back in like January. You guys were great with the dates. You're like, well, it doesn't really line up with the Delta Founders thing, so we don't know if that's really an excuse. But great recall here. They did the red back then too. And then all on you guys. I don't know anything about the Delta days, but it didn't seem to add up calendar-wise. Matthew Payment says, 3 red suits? It must be RICO. They conspired to wear these hideous suits. Yeah, there's more people in red in that courtroom than on the defense, like on the list of defendants. Just 2. Jason Bauer says, happy Monday, everyone. And here we are. This is so much later that half of the chat's probably in Tuesday already. Thank you so much, Jason. Julie Cat says, no way they both were red by accident. Oh, absolutely coordinated. And love that Doug acknowledged Katie Hingerty, his co-counsel, coincidentally wearing red. Phil says, if they let Love object and interrupt defense closing, the jury will be lost. No objections on either side for either parts. So that was a bit surprising. I thought maybe we'd get one. But it is what it is, right? It's kind of what you'd expect. No objections. STS, if you're still in here, thank you so much for gifting these 5 memberships. Definitely appreciate it. Not sure if you're still hanging out with us and feel bad that I'm getting to this late. Yeah, this was 5 hours ago. AI Designs, good to see ya. Says, hi, Kat and the mods. You are the best. Thank you so much. Love the orange hearts and shout out to the mods. One happy white girl celebrating her 2-month slime anniversary. Thanks for being here. Survivor Speak says, Max is cooking. The state seems to have added all their exhibits in a cumulative fashion, and it looks very unprofessional and unorganized. The spelling errors did not help, right? You just rushed through this, right? And I think there was also, did you guys notice when Hylton was showing, she was talking about Quindarrius Zachary, and then the slide came up. She was showing all the pictures of when he was younger. Then the slide came up where it was him on the stand and he's like slouchy. He looks like he doesn't care. And she breezed over that. As soon as it came up on the screen, she's like, I'm going to skip that slide. It's like, well, did you decide on impression when it came up in the courtroom that suddenly maybe this wasn't a good look when you're trying to boost the credibility of this witness at certain points in time? You just decide now after you made this whole presentation that this slide isn't a good look. So let's just dance over it. I don't know. I got that impression. Big shout out here to Survivor Speaks. One of my favorite upcoming creators and favorite person to hang out with, not just when she's doing her own streams, but also chatting with in other channels. I'm sure the mods are on it, but because we're short on time, if you guys could grab Survivor Speaks channel and drop that in the chat and show some love, I would love that. Especially if you guys are heading out of here. Jump out the door to Survivor Speaks. Hit that subscribe button and come hang out with us when she's live. That would be super awesome. Thank you so much, Survivor Speaks. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, how do you feel about showing a pic of Thomas? Right, these autopsy photos, right? And we got them for other incidents as well. What I think is most interesting is there was no media protection with this closing argument PowerPoint, right? When they were shown to the jury previously, a lot of these pictures were not shown on the media stream. So somehow that changed for a closing presentation, I guess. However, the jury has seen them either way. So the difference here wouldn't just be, the jury saw something that they didn't see before. It's really like the permission for the media to stream it. Maybe they just thought pragmatically it wasn't worth keeping out. Maybe, I imagine the Donovan Thomas's family maybe said it was okay because they want to have their story heard. But I wonder about, Shymel Drinks, if they were okay with certain things being shown. Not every picture was shown to us for these incidents when they were being presented during the rest of trial. So I think it's a bit inflammatory, but at the same time, I think the jury's already seen it. It's just a strategic reminder. So Goner Dang says, great coverage of this trial. And Skull Vikings from Minneapolis. Heck yeah. Came up close yesterday. Got that win though. Love it. Big thank you here. And also love the purple emoji. Love, love, love it. Peter Ortiz says, buy a light colored hat tomorrow, guys. I'm going to change. I grabbed it over on a break. I'll wear a different color hat tomorrow. I have so many different color hats, but I always wear my Diane Fossey foundation. I actually have 2 of these in black and 1 in a dark green that usually looks black on camera anyway. And they're like the 3 go-tos of all my hats, even though I have like 30 hats. But Peter, I will buy another hat, and I'll switch it up. If I get on stream out of habit with the same hat tomorrow, just tell me, I'll switch it up. So big thank you here. Peter, super supportive of the channel. I know you're out of here already. I'll try to do you right and come on with a different hat color tomorrow. Mike says, I can't gift memberships. Ugh, hey y'all. Well, that's very sweet of you for wanting to. Big thank you here for wanting to slime the chat. Gamba Kufu, thank you for the super sticker. It's so far behind, I can't see what it was anymore. StreamYard doesn't carry it in, and it's long gone on my YouTube backend feed. So big thank you for the super sticker. Sorry, I don't know what it is. Flesh of the Gods, thank you again for gifting these 5. And again, Flesh of the Gods will be live tomorrow recapping all the shenanigans today. Deliterate D says, Fonny's little helpers look compelled and ashamed, looking low-key surprised at their shoddy and shadiness, looking like they fresh off the set of Red One. There were some moments where I really think Hylton looked defeated and deflated during the defense's closing, right? And I think she put that behind her. I think you've got to come up there with that confidence. I say she did well not showing the way it seemed like she looked during the defense closing. But yeah, definitely moments where they look surprised for sure. Thank you so much for the super. D. Holly, this was a great point. I wish we talked about it. I wish I had a chance to talk about it while it was happening. But for Doug, the way Doug got to get up there, this isn't a closing argument. This is therapy for Doug. And it sounded like he genuinely had a moment where he held back from getting choked up, talking about how he would feel if this was happening to his kids or his family, and to feel like he can't do anything about it. So I agree that this is, in a way, cathartic for Doug to finally, he said, I can finally speak to you directly. Got to tell a little bit more of a story rather than just being limited to what you can say on cross. And I think it showed. I think it's really important that both attorneys seem like they genuinely believe in their clients, genuinely want to fight for their client. I think that's really important. I think that passes on with a jury impression. Whether it should or shouldn't, I think it does. So I agree. Thank you for the super. Infinity23 says, so the prosecutor strategizing to wear the same color totally backfired? Yeah, a little bit. They look foolish. It did. I think they all wore like, it looked, what Doug said it, they looked dapper. I think individually their outfits looked really nice and put together today. The red is just an interesting choice and forever will be. Apunin Wu says, should I be reading Doug's face? I do. When I can see him on the camera, I'm always looking for his facial expression. And there was even a part today where you couldn't see Schardt's face when Doug was up at the podium, but you could see his foot, and his foot was steady, which means you can probably see him leaning back, relaxed. When he's taking notes and ready to scrabble because he has to counter something, his foot starts going like this. So even though we couldn't see Schardt's face, you could see his foot. His foot told a story. Nick Starro, thank you so much for the me raid. We heard some mentions of Big Nick today. Thank you to everyone coming to hang over after he ended his stream, usually in the other order, right? He's usually live about this point in time, and here I am, opposite day. So big thank you to Nick Starro. Again, mods, if I could lean on you to drop a link to Nick, that'd be very, very much appreciated right now. As we've got 15 minutes, guys. You think we can do it? STS for the 20 bomb says, I think the ADAs believe their case. I think in part too, right? Especially, I think the investigators do as well. Love and the law enforcement officers tried to cut corners, thus torpedoing the case in chief. I agree, and I think in a way it was a saving grace for the state to be able to close and focus on 2 defendants rather than so much more, right? That was kind of like an accidental blessing to the state, because it would have been a hot mess if they tried to talk about more and more and more and more and didn't have a reason to whittle it down a little bit. Thank you so much, STS. Inner City Politics says, Doug said YSL has Bloods and Crips living in harmony. It's a classic. Yeah, I don't think that one worked on really anyone in the chat. Did anyone really buy into this idea of how they defined a hybrid gang? implying that, you know, they were a hybrid gang with Bloods and Crips because Duke is a Crip, so it just must work. I didn't really get there. I didn't get there. Ezekiel says, thank you to whomever gifted me a membership. If jury votes anything but not guilty, I'll totally lose my faith and trust in our legal system. Free these guys and Karen Reed. And I've got to get caught up on that, but that's supposed to be retried in the upcoming months, right? So Karen Reed's another big one. Weird police activity with the investigation, looking for nudes, and then interviewing people very, very late, and then writing a report on their interview months and months later after the interview was actually conducted. So a lot of similar shadiness with this trial over in that trial. Interested in following that and getting caught up when you know, this slows down. Sandra Sublet says, Hylton's enunciation is terrible. Marble mouth. Yeah, I'm thinking of how she said VV, and it always sounds like she's saying BV. All right? So that's a consistent one for Hylton. Nurse Jenny. I almost said Mrs. Jenny. Nurse Jenny, thanks for being a member. Ezekiel also says, if it's anything other than not guilty, judge gonna wish he granted motion for directed verdicts on all, because this is gonna be ugly on appeal. You know, I still hate that there's that one little piece of case law that's never been cited before that they leaned on to introduce the lesser charges after they've presented their case. But since it's a lesser charge, it gets a pass because we've presented enough evidence to meet the higher charge, I guess. If we reduce it to get rid of that fatal flaw with not stating an element in the indictment, you know, what were they actually in the middle, commission of what felony? We're missing something in the indictment. I think that was a huge assist from Whitaker to lean into a little piece of case law that has never been cited before. But we're here now. We're here. Infinity talking about that bike picture. Was the wolf riding the bike through the jungle? Like on maybe it was a unicycle, right? Maybe they just have the wrong bike and that's why I'm not seeing the relevance of that comparison. I think it was supposed to be you never forget how to ride a bike. And then all of a sudden Hylton has an actual story. I thought she was just doing symbolic something about memory, right? Trying to do the right thing, remembering doing the right thing. But no, she had a whole story. So I don't know I don't know if that story landed, but she delivered it. Tracy Fagan says, is it me or she talking in circles? I don't understand what she's talking about. This is the exact impression I got about this bike story. Sand in the basket. And then suddenly we realize we're not supposed to be looking at sand in the basket. Well, that kind of describes what your investigators did for 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So your examples making me say, yes, that's what's wrong with your case, and not, oh, good point. I see you have something here. So thank you so much, Tracy. Positive Q says, she better put some respect on Woody's name. I can't believe WOOTIE. Chop-O-Matic says, death by PowerPoint, reading slides, and reciting law instead of showing evidence. Astounding. Yep, especially when they kept mentioning how the court's going to tell them the law. So I get that you want to point us and steer us and help us have something in a frame of mind while we hear everything. But you keep saying the judge is going to do this too, so why are you doing it? Miss AB says, is it just me? I'm not following her rebuttal. I think that's not just you. That's not just you. It seemed like a mini case all over again. Murmsy, thanks for becoming a member. L1915 says, after a year, this is how they take 2.5 extra hours. Listen. D. Holly says, Woody got these dudes locked up and freed all at the same time. Right, just like a revolving door revolving around Woody. And like what he was willing to tell somebody or not tell someone. Because they use the things he didn't say as proof as well. Right? Silence is proof according to the state. Renee says Hylton is down bad right now. Michael, thank you for the super sticker. Again, I can't see them because it's blocked out here. So sorry, but thank you. Jessica McNulty says they can color coordinate outfits, but can't coordinate a cohesive timeline. Hey, this is the closest they've gotten was today. So them losing that Operation Planters PowerPoint, and they called it by name. They elicited the name of that whole operation today. She slipped it in. But I think them losing that PowerPoint during the case was a big L. I don't know. Love didn't know what to do with herself. Chris Hayes, thanks so much for sniping a membership out here. Captain Avia says, it's like Hylton is possessed with the spirit of DA. Love. Listen, this was so funny when you said this. It really did seem like that. But luckily, Hylton speaks a little bit faster than Love. That's the silver lining. The Honorable Yeah That says, can't wait for her to explain Drinks' brake lights and the 30-second time frame. I assume the spirit of Nut was pressing his brakes to alert passerbys. Yeah, she just went with the theory of, you know, you don't see the person walking on the side of the road jump. So clearly nothing happened with the other car. But she also wanted to say the car behind him paused. So that indicated that the car behind him saw something. So which is it? I don't know. Thank you. Good to see you. Pink Slime says, never stop, never stopping Hylton. Listen. I thought we might actually have to watch that 9-hour video again. Black Butterfly, yeah, I think these were dumb questions. I think this was some of the worst part of Hylton's closing. She kept asking different ways, but over and over, you know, how would Woody know that? And her theory is, how would he know that unless someone who did it told him? But every time she asked it, the chat was getting louder and louder because he's the one that did it. So of course he'd know. And we've already heard him say he'll take a little bit of a truth and sprinkle it in. So he could know the truth and know parts of the truth would be safe for him to say because he knows they weren't going to find the weapon, right? That's the common sense explanation. If you ask me, it's more reasonable than what the state's putting down. And in any case, if it was all of them together, it doesn't explain why he wasn't indicted for this YSL indictment, this current indictment. Either way, her argument here it didn't land with me. Because he's got a get out of jail free card on June when he was really under pressure. I don't know. Seems to defy common sense. Y Turner says, did she admit to the state lying good? If you gon' lie, lie good. Like all their witnesses and experts, from Fani on down, horrible. And this makes me think of Viverito saying she would do it again with that affidavit. And then Hylton tried to underscore that the affidavit was fine. She was doing her job. Schardt complains about reports, but then he wants to complain about this affidavit where she's putting information in it. That's not why he was complaining about it. That's not why he was complaining. So that one fell flat too to me. And yes, Y Turner, we don't trust you to tell us y'all lie. Listen, Hylton could have addressed that little bit of an elephant in the room. You know, maybe just say Viverito was nervous on the stand and she didn't mean that she would misrepresent something again, but if she truly thought that that's what it meant, she would put that in a search warrant in the future if that's truly what she meant again, what she thought it meant. But Hylton didn't try to clean it up. She just acted like it was okay, and actually admirable that she put that information in an affidavit. An affidavit that would